In Marvel, you refer to this as magic. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. Are you Mr. Fantastic? Ronan looked at Tony Stark with a very strange expression and didn't know what to say for a moment. Blue eyes. And a monster with only one face? Isn't this Dormammu? How come Tony Stark can dream of Dormammu now? Could it be that his sincerity to magic moved the heavens, and then the heavens sent Dormammu to fulfill his wish? Besides this, have you ever had any other dreams? Ronan calmly drank a sip of coffee, but he was thinking rapidly in his heart. Dormammu. What does this guy want to do with Tony Stark? And according to Tony Stark, Dormammu has been telling him to find someone. He is about to hear the name. In other words, Dormammu will get closer to Tony Stark every night. So what is his purpose? Is it to tell Tony Stark this name and then lure Tony Stark into darkness? Ronan glanced at Tony Stark. He had to go back and ask. No, I just keep dreaming about this. But I always feel a sense of panic, and I always feel that face is getting closer and closer to me. Tony Stark rubbed his temples, as if he was indeed very tired these days. That's it, there's no cure. Wait for death. Goodbye. Ronan almost planned to use Who at Uo's 3 combo and run away directly. Just kidding. Listening to Tony Stark's symptoms, even if he didn't go back to ask Ancient One, he could probably guess what was going on. Tony Stark must have seen some black magic from somewhere and then was picked by Dormammu. But it's a coincidence. With so many demons and dark creatures, how could he be so lucky to get in touch with Dormammu for the first time? Then let me ask you. But with the IQ of a normal person, I guess no one would rashly look for that person, right? Ronan glanced at Tony Stark and directly expressed his inner thoughts. I'm afraid everyone knows what kind of personality Tony Stark has in front of him, and his curiosity can be said to be overflowing. Whenever he encounters something that interests him or something that he cannot figure out, he will go forward to study it regardless of anything. Maybe he has never heard of the saying that curiosity kills the cat. If it were other things, Ronan might not care. But this matter involves Dormammu, and Ronan can't let him get in touch with such danger so easily. So Ronan directly exposed Tony Stark's little thoughts. Well, it shouldn't be. Tony Stark's eyes involuntarily looked out the window, which obviously exposed his guilty conscience. Anyway, I don't care about you. I'm just giving you a suggestion. I know that as a high school student of 16 or 17 years old, if you rashly touch something you are not familiar with, the results are generally not very good. Ronan wanted to say Dark Dimension, but thinking of his identity, he immediately changed his words. He even almost bit his tongue. Tony Stark pulled the corner of his mouth. He always felt that Ronan's words were mocking him. However, he could not find any evidence, so he could only pretend that he heard nothing. Okay, do you have anything else to do? If there's nothing else, I'll leave. See you in New York. After saying that, Ronan drank the coffee in the cup and touched his pocket. The hand that was about to take out the money stopped immediately. Remember to pay for the coffee. It would be unwise to spend your own money with such a rich man. Moreover, this was Tony Stark who took the initiative to invite me here, so he should pay. I will switch to the main account tonight and have a good chat with Tony Stark. At least I have to wait until the name of that person is out before I can make the next plan. As for these few days, Ronan glanced at Tony Stark. Let him endure it silently for a while. Tony Stark shrugged, took out a few bills from his wallet, and pressed them under the cup. Then the two walked out of the cafe together. At this time, the people outside had almost dispersed. But there were still some young people holding their mobile phones to take pictures of Tony Stark's sports car. It seems that the habit of taking pictures of luxury cars is the same for people in every country. It's just like watching the fun. Looking at the limited edition supercar parked on the side of the road, Ronan once again resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Fuck the big guy. If you need to take a plane back, you can contact someone from the Stark Group. We also have a branch in London and can take you back. Just consider it my thank you. Tony Stark opened the door and got into the driver's seat. Ronan shook his head. It was impossible for him to take the Stark Group's plane. Not to mention the slow speed. When he left, he would definitely be controlled by Tony Stark, and even by SHIELD and Hydra. He didn't want to encounter any more trouble. Whatever you want, I'm leaving anyway, and there are still a lot of things waiting for me in New York. After saying that, Tony Stark pressed the start button of the car. The roar of the supercar sounded at the same time. Ronan patted the car body and wanted to say something, but suddenly he felt a very familiar spatial fluctuation. It seemed that he had just felt it an hour ago. A colorful light instantly enveloped Ronan. By the way, Tony Stark, who was sitting in the car, was also covered. Warfare? Rainbow Bridge. Tony Stark called out the name of Rainbow first. Ronan took a deep breath, and at the moment he was teleported away, he only had time to raise a middle finger. Fuck Thor. Bang, clang, rumble, and a burst of noise sounded, and the intense feeling of pushing back disappeared instantly. Ronan stabilized his body, and at first glance he saw the familiar Heimdall. Of course, there was also Thor standing next to him. Warfare? The one who shouted this sentence was not someone else, but Tony Stark, who was sitting in the car next to him. Oh no, what he was riding in now could no longer be called a car. Because from the windshield to the front, and from the middle of the backseat to the rear of the car, everything disappeared. In other words, at this moment Tony Stark was sitting in a sports car with only the front seat, and it had lost 4 wheels. Oh yes, there was also half of the back seat. At this moment, Tony Stark held the steering wheel with both hands, looking at Ronan blankly, as if his memory was still stuck on the scene of seeing the Rainbow Bridge. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth and threw away the innocent car door in his hand. The sound of the car door falling woke Tony Stark up. He opened his hands and couldn't help but want to ask something. However, the steering wheel that fell with it hit his vital parts. Fuck. This sentence replaced what Tony Stark wanted to say next. Hey brother, it's great to see you. Thor opened his arms and gave Ronan a warm hug. Since the two of them drank last time, I don't know why, Thor's attitude towards Ronan is quite good. This time they even started to call each other brothers. Hey Tony, see you again. It seems a bit too hasty to invite you to be a guest this time. Thor looked at Tony Stark sitting in the driver's seat and walked towards him. Tony Stark pulled the corner of his mouth reluctantly and smiled. After all, the important target was almost destroyed, and he couldn't smile. Indeed, your invitation this time is really a bit too surprising. But why did you bring an unrelated high school student? Tony Stark endured the pain, walked out of the car, and hugged Thor. The two of them were also friends who had lived together for life. Unrelated? Thor didn't quite understand what Tony Stark said. Ronan hurriedly took 2 steps forward, wanting to say something to change the subject. But are you talking about Mr. Luo Fantastic? He is my friend, so I invited him to help me. After saying that, Thor turned his head and blinked at Ronan, revealing a smile. Looking at his proud expression, Ronan wanted to draw a portal and turn away. I said that on Earth. You should not call me Ronan. Call me Mr. Fantastic. But this is in Asgard. How come you only remember the second half of the sentence, but not the most important premise? Mr. Fantastic? Tony Stark immediately raised his voice. He looked at Thor with disbelief, and soon turned his eyes to Ronan. That luck seemed to ask, is what he said true? Yes, this is a nickname he gave himself. Although it is not very good, I respect him. By the way, now is not the time to chat. I need your help. Follow me. Thor waved to the two people and walked ahead quickly. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth, slowly turned around, and smiled brightly at Tony Stark. This feeling of revealing his vest was the first time he had experienced it. It was a feeling. It's hard to describe. Mr. Fantastic? Huh? Tony Stark looked at Ronan. How to describe the expression on his face? Puzzled, but it seemed that there was a clear answer again. Of course, there was still some anger of being deceived, and a little bit of disbelief. Another typical pie chart. I said he recognized the wrong person. Do you believe it? Ronan took a deep breath and blinked at Tony Stark. However, he soon found that this reason did not seem to convince Tony Stark on the opposite side. Fuck, Mr. Fantastic. In a side hall in Asgard. At this time, Asgard seemed to have just been involved in a war, with ruins everywhere. Thor and several of his companions were sitting at the table, discussing what to do next. Asgard was invaded by the Dark Elves, which happened not long ago. In order to protect the safety of Asgard and avoid unnecessary damage caused by the war, he had to find another way. Mr. Fantastic? Aha. What a deafening nickname. Tony Stark, who was sitting next to Ronan, seemed to have not calmed down. He simply couldn't stand that everything he had experienced before was actually done by Ronan, a high school student. He was fooled around. Tony Stark even believed it at one point. This was a great shame for Tony Stark. What made him even more unacceptable was that the other party's identity seemed to be very prominent. Many soldiers here ignored him, Tony Stark, but nodded and saluted Ronan. This made him even more unacceptable. He is the famous Iron Man. How come his reputation in Asgard is not as good as a child? Okay, narrow-minded Iron Man, what else do you want? Ronan sighed helplessly. How can this man be so narrow-minded? And Thor is really unreliable. Your father, the master of Asgard, Odin, the father of the gods, did you take his words as wind around your ears? He said that mortals cannot set foot in Asgard. Why do you violate the rules again and again? It's okay for you to bring your girlfriend here. After all, she has other particles in her body. But what do you let Tony Stark do? At this moment, Ronan stood on Odin's side without hesitation. I'm narrow-minded? It's obviously you who has been lying, and now you still say I'm narrow-minded? Tony Stark almost couldn't control his temper. Why is there still someone to blame? Who made you so curious? You want to investigate my identity, and as a person, I fight back against you a little bit. Do you think it's too much? Ronan pinched the index finger and thumb of his right hand. He also has reasons to say. What kind of people did the mages of Kamatage face before? Those were all demons from hell, and the top bosses from the dark dimension. Now, you, an earthling, want to investigate Ronan's identity. Can he tolerate it? He can't tolerate it, you know. Even if I was wrong first, why can't you talk to me face to face? You have to hide your identity, put the blame on me, and even imitate Jarvis' voice. If you say that among all the things Ronan did, the first thing Tony Stark can't tolerate is that he was deceived. Then imitate him and use Jarvis' voice. Finally, there was the time when he fell infinitely. Are you crazy? I'm not you, nor am I Steve Rogers, who must make himself a superhero that everyone pays attention to. I'm just an ordinary high school student. Okay, brother. Is it so difficult to live a life of anonymity? If it weren't for you and that person named Nick Fury who had to investigate me, there would be no subsequent events. Ronan rolled his eyes and directly pushed the matter aside. Anyway, it's definitely not my fault. Just because of this? If you want, I can keep it a secret for you. I keep it a secret. When Tony Stark said this, he saw Ronan's very strange eyes. It seemed that he had doubts about his sense of confidentiality. This was something Tony Stark could not tolerate. Why do you doubt my sense of confidentiality? I'm a person who is famous for being the strictest. Tony Stark almost stood up from his chair. Okay, I admit that you are the strictest. Okay. I not only admit that you are strict, but also that you are hard-mouthed. You are the hardest-mouthed, the hardest on the earth, the hardest in the universe. Okay. Ronan opened his hands, as if he was coaxing a child. A man in his 40s, how could he let others coax him? Can he be more mature? That's more like it. Tony Stark raised his eyebrows at Ronan. He felt that he had finally won a round with Ronan. But after saying this, he suddenly seemed to feel that something was wrong. What is hard-mouthed? Also, was the issue of strictness and hard-mouthed that we discussed at the beginning? Aren't we discussing your identity? Okay, calm down. Okay. If you still want to know what you dreamed about, don't dwell on this question anymore. Finally, Ronan had no choice but to use his ultimate move. Since Tony Stark said before that he was most worried about that dream, then Ronan used this to change the subject. Do you know what the reason is? Fuck, I almost forgot that you are Mr. Fantastic. Tony Stark took a deep breath and repeated his initial expression again. Here it comes again. Ronan curled his lips. He found that he really didn't have the talent to coax children. Of course I know what the reason is. And I also know that, if you keep talking so much, next time he won't talk to you, but will directly devour you. Simply, Ronan directly used the threat method. This time, Tony Stark finally shut up. What I can tell you for the time being, is that the big-faced monster is most likely Dormammu from the Dark Dimension. And our responsibility is to resist the invasion of these dark creatures on Earth. Ronan glanced at Tony Stark and revealed a little bit of Kamatage's responsibilities. Dark creatures? Why am I being entangled by dark creatures? Tony Stark was a little confused. Maybe you are too high profile and have been investigating magic. I remember I once told you not to touch those magics casually because the magic that can be passed down is most likely some black magic. And these black magics are closely related to those creatures in the Dark Dimension. In fact, Ronan didn't need to guess that Tony Stark must have been busy during this period, especially since that day, so it is normal for him to be entangled by Dormammu. But my idea is not to study those black magics at all, but for. However, before he finished speaking, the discussion on Thor's side also stopped. He looked over here. Hey guys, we have now discussed a rough solution. But to complete this idea, we need your help. Thor came over and interrupted Tony Stark's next words. He asked Ronan to come over because he had something to ask for. Tell me, if you need my help, I will definitely help you. After all, you helped us resist the aliens last time, even if those aliens were caused by your brother. Tony Stark shrugged and decided to let Ronan go for the time being. Anyway, they will have plenty of opportunities to meet in New York in the future. Thank you very much, Tony, but before that, I have to ask Mr. Fantastic for help. Thor blinked at Ronan again. Hearing the suffocating nickname Mr. Fantastic, Ronan finally couldn't help rolling his eyes. People say that big breasts have no brains, and it turns out to be true. Why can't you use your big chest muscles to give some to your brain? Call me Ronan. I know Tony. Ronan sighed. He didn't want to use this nickname anymore. The vest was only established for a few days, and it was punctured by such an inexplicable thing. Uncomfortable. Okay Ronan, I need your help. Thor agreed very happily. Tell me, what can I do for you? Ronan looked at Thor, and he became interested in Thor's new plan. Because in the plot he knew, Frigga died at the hands of the Dark Elves, because of Loki's talkativeness. So, the two brothers shared the same hatred, and united to deal with the Dark Elves. But in the end they failed. Now, things have changed a little. Loki is no longer in the prison, so the group of Dark Elves did not find Frigga's palace in the first place. According to Thor, Frigga is not dead. The Dark Elves just damaged some buildings in Asgard, and threatened them to hand over Jane Foster. Of course, without Loki's help, Thor and his men would not be able to find a gap to escape from Asgard. What is the plan now? Our plan is simple. I want to go through your portal and bring us all to Malekith. Then we will defeat him together. Thor looked at Ronan very seriously. Ronan also nodded and looked at Thor without saying a word. The whole palace was silent for about 10 seconds, and the atmosphere seemed to become a little awkward. And then, it was Tony Stark who broke the silence. No, this is the complete plan. Thor's tone was not a joke at all. What? Ronan couldn't help but widen his eyes. Is this guy kidding? This kind of plan can also be called a plan? Isn't this a typical X***D tactic? First of all, I'm not denying your plan, but I have a few questions for you. That spicy chicken is not the Dark Elf Malekith. I haven't been to the place where he is. I can't open the portal to cross to the place I haven't been to. Ronan first raised the first question. This is the limitation of the Mystic Gate. Any place you haven't been to cannot be reached by using the Mystic Gate. That's no problem. I can let Heimdall take you there, and then you can take us there. Thor also figured out the answer to the question. But Odin once said that Heimdall is not allowed to send us to the Dark Kingdom. At this time, one of Thor's companions couldn't help but speak. Yes, Odin just didn't allow Heimdall to send us there, but didn't say that he didn't allow Ronan to go. Thor smiled. Hearing this, Ronan couldn't help rolling his eyes. Brother, if you use your strategy in designing a battle plan, our chances of success may be higher. Okay, then our plan is to fight the other side head on, right? Ronan sighed. He was too tired to complain about this plan. They all have the troops to invade Asgard, and here, including Ronan's clone, there are only 10 people at most. Could it be that everyone can fight 1 against 100? If you want to follow this plan, you might as well lure him to Earth, and then we can have another New York defense battle. Tony Stark also began to be sarcastic. Obviously, he was not optimistic about this plan. But when he talked about this, Thor's eyes were fixed on him. As if thought this plan was good. Hey, I'm kidding. The Earth doesn't want aliens to come again. Tony Stark looked at Thor with a shocked face, fearing that he would agree to this proposal. No, we can set a trap for Malekith. Isn't his ultimate goal the ether particles in Jane's body? Then we pretend to be defeated, and after he sucks out the ether particles in Jane's body, we will directly detonate these ether particles. When Ronan heard Thor's new plan, the question mark was about to overflow the screen. Isn't this the plan you and your brother had? It's just a slight change. So the purpose of calling me here is just to let you bypass Heimdall. I'm just a pure tool, right? This plan is good. I think it's okay. At this time, several of Thor's companions expressed their agreement. In their opinion, being able to come up with such a strategy is already extraordinary. At this time, Ronan really had no energy to complain. What do you need me to do? I can fight alongside you. Tony Stark raised the question at this time. Because he listened to it, and it seemed to have nothing to do with him. Man, we are friends, so I have to tell you. This matter is very dangerous, and Malekith is also very difficult to deal with. After all, this matter is actually just our Asgard's business. I don't want you to be involved in danger. Thor looked at Tony Stark very sincerely. In fact, his purpose from the beginning was just to let Ronan come, use the portal to let them bypass Heimdall, and take them to the planet where Malekith was. He didn't want Ronan to interfere with other things. That being said, if that's the case, then why did you teleport me here? I'm sure now that Pepper is going crazy looking for me. Tony Stark shrugged and continued, so, I might as well solve these things with you. Then I can still have a reason to explain when I return to Earth. Obviously, his words were just a mouthful of dissent. He had never thought of standing idly by. But, your armor. Thor looked Tony Stark up and down. He knew that without the Iron Man suit, Tony Stark would be no different from an ordinary person. It doesn't matter, then trouble Mr. Fantastic to take me back to Earth again. I've never experienced a war between aliens. Just take me to see the world. There was also a midnight snack at 9 o'clock, the legendary bachelor party, and another battle of the Xingfeng student movement. My only hope now is that I won't travel through time when I open my eyes tomorrow. Chapter 127 The battle begins. Earth. Stark Group. Ronan sat on the sofa in Tony Stark's house, watching Tony Stark playing with his Iron Man suit with interest. The Mark 42 has been completely formed. Of course, it is still the kind of Iron Man suit with a full sense of technology, and has not developed into the later nanotechnology. Although the Iron Man suit with nanotechnology is very convenient to wear, it lacks the mechanical feeling at the beginning. At least that's what Ronan thinks. Are you very interested in these? Tony Stark saw Ronan's interested eyes, but his hands did not stop. It is said that he is installing the latest combat module on his Iron Man suit. I just wonder if your armor can withstand my frontal attack. No, it should be said that it can withstand several frontal attacks from me. Ronan crossed his legs, leaned on the sofa, and directly hit Tony Stark's soul. Tony Stark couldn't help rolling his eyes, and he decided not to continue talking to Ronan, because he was too annoying. At the same time, in his heart, anti-magic armor must be put on the agenda. Tony. At this moment, the door of the laboratory suddenly opened, and Pepper Potts rushed in from outside. Following behind her was the familiar bodyguard and driver, Happy. In full view of the public, Tony Stark and Pepper Potts hugged each other directly, right in the center of Ronan's sight. Caught off guard, Ronan was directly stuffed with dog food. Enough. You really have enough. Ronan almost slammed the table and stood up. Are they always like this? As if no one is around. Ronan turned around and pointed at the two people and asked. Happy shrugged his shoulders. He had seen this kind of scene countless times, and it can be said that he was immune to it. Not only this, what scenes, big and small, has he not seen? He was by Tony Stark's side when the two people broke up and got together. These are just a few things. Oh, sorry, I'm just too excited. Perhaps after hearing Ronan's words, Pepper Potts also calmed down from the initial excitement and left Tony Stark's arms. The protagonist of this hug incident glared at Ronan fiercely. You are so talkative. I have been looking for you since someone saw you being taken away by a beam of light a few hours ago. I thought you were missing. Pepper Potts glanced at Tony Stark and wiped away her tears. It can be seen that she is indeed very worried about Tony Stark. Because based on her understanding of Tony Stark, with his temperament of making trouble, something must happen again. Fortunately, he is back now. Didn't you tell Pepper about the Rainbow Bridge? Tony Stark looked at his bodyguard with a puzzled look. Rainbow Bridge? Did you say that? Happy looked confused. Yes, Rainbow Bridge. Didn't I say that? Tony Stark's eyes conveyed several meanings in an instant. Happy understood instantly. Oh, yeah, you told me before, but I forgot. That thing is called the Rainbow Bridge. Yes, it's called the Rainbow Bridge. What's its specific function? Happy had a constipated expression on his face. He was almost unable to make up any more stories. Although he was good at taking the blame, it was useless for him to take the blame for something he knew nothing about. It was just that Thor invited me to Asgard, but the time of the invitation was a little rushed. Now I'm back. It's okay. Tony Stark changed his position and blocked Pepper Potts' sight. Try not to reveal what is on the experimental table behind you. Fortunately you're okay. Otherwise I really don't know what to do. It's good that you're back now. You shouldn't go out, right? Pepper Potts looked up at Tony Stark. Oh, exciting. Ronan looked at the scene here with a smirk on his face and nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's right. That's the question. By the way, we have a guest here. It's not the right way to treat a guest if you ignore him. Tony Stark glanced at Ronan, who was grinning evilly, and directly pushed him out as a shield. Forced to change the subject. Although Pepper Potts already knew that Ronan was sitting there, she felt a little embarrassed after hearing what Tony Stark said. So, she let Tony Stark go for the time being. Sorry, I was a little too excited just now. Are you the intern from before? I remember we met. Pepper Potts seemed to remember Ronan's appearance. I have to say that her memory is still very good. Of course, this may also be because Tony Stark was also there when she met Ronan that day. Although she meets a lot of people every day, she may not remember who is who. But as long as she has a relationship with Tony Stark, she will generally remember them. Ah, that's right. After we talked that day, Tony insisted on asking me to be his big brother, and I couldn't refuse. He even said that if I refused to be his big brother, he would jump directly into the Mississippi. However, before Ronan could finish the word river, Tony Stark rushed to him and covered his mouth. Then he looked at Pepper Potts with a puzzled face with an awkward smile. My little brother likes to joke. In fact, he has always wanted to ask me to be his big brother. I thought he had a better future, so I agreed to it. After saying that, he patted Ronan's shoulder hard. Damn it, you dare to take advantage of me? Ronan raised his eyebrows and accidentally hit Tony Stark's ribs with a hidden elbow, and then Tony Stark willingly let go of his hand. He had to let go of his hand. His ribs hurt too much. Okay Tony, we don't have time to waste. Thor and the others are still waiting for us. After all, the next person we have to deal with is the villain who intends to destroy the 9 realms. There are many dangers in this process. You must design your Iron Man suit well. Ronan glanced at Tony Stark, and his figure became extremely glorious in an instant. You like to take advantage of me. This is the end. However, after hearing what he said, the remaining 3 people had different expressions. Happy's face was full of tension, but there seemed to be a hint of weirdness in the tension, and at the same time, his eyes looked at Pepper Potts. Tony Stark was desperate. He originally wanted to hide Pepper Potts from going out. After all, once Pepper Potts got worried, it would be difficult to deal with. But who would have thought that they had already changed the subject, and this time Ronan turned it back again. Pepper Potts expressed his doubts first. Wait, what is the 9 realms? There is still danger? What is the danger? This time Pepper Potts did not look at Tony Stark, but at Ronan. She expected Ronan to give her an answer. Actually, there is not much danger. It is said that there is a group of dark elves who want to destroy the Earth and 8 other planets through a celestial phenomenon that has appeared in recent days, so as to return the universe to darkness. The other party's ability is to beat Thor like beating his son. It's no big deal. Ronan waved his hand, showing a calm look. The more he talked, the stronger Tony Stark's desire to beat him to death became. Shameless little thief. What? Pepper Potts covered her mouth. After all, because of her ladylike image, she didn't say the last word. She looked at Tony Stark with disbelief, and the look in her eyes was also very clear. Give me an explanation. But how could Tony Stark explain it to her now? The words have been said, and they can't be taken back, right? It's okay, Tony. You still have Pepper after all. If you die, Pepper will be so sad. So you don't have to go. I don't have a family. I can go to the front line. At this time, Ronan walked to Tony Stark's side and patted his shoulder solemnly. A feeling of a warrior never coming back immediately arose. At this time, Tony Stark's face was full of question marks. When did I say I wouldn't go? And, you look so tragic. Are you trying to tell me that I'm a deserter? Tony, tell me, is what he said true? At this time, Pepper Potts interrupted Tony Stark, who wanted to speak again. Tony Stark sighed, slowly walked to Pepper Potts' side, and held her hand. Pepper, I have to tell you honestly, what he said is true. Now the Earth is in crisis again. I can't sit idly by. So, sorry, I may have to break my promise again. Tony Stark looked at Pepper Potts in front of him. He had promised her before that he would not take risks again. But this time, he was going to break his promise. Pepper Potts looked up at Tony Stark's eyes and gently stroked his face with her right hand. Then, she actually smiled. Do you think I will take your promise seriously? I have known you for so long. How can I not know what kind of person you are? Pepper Potts said with a smile. Huh. Ronan was startled, and he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Go, I hope you will be a hero in your own mind. And I also know that you will not be willing to just stand by and watch. After saying that, Pepper Potts took the initiative to lift her feet and kiss Tony Stark's lips instantly. Tony Stark seemed to be moved by her words. He lowered his head, hugged Pepper Potts with both hands, and the two kissed passionately. For a moment, Ronan was completely dumbfounded. What are you doing? What are you doing? In front of so many people, you two kissed like this. Don't you consider the impact? Look at Happy over there. Ronan turned his head to look at Happy and didn't know when Happy slipped out of the laboratory. Ward sent. In this wave of love, you are the only one who eats dog food. You really understand the deep confession, right? Is there still law? Is there still the king's law? Finally, before Ronan was about to release the thunder of Bossett, the two stopped kissing. Lips parted, but the two still looked at each other affectionately. It seemed that, if there were no outsiders here, they might do some 404 things. Okay, you two, I don't mean to interrupt you, but it's enough. It's okay if you don't consider that there is a miner next to you, but you have to look at the face of the river crab god, right? If you keep going like this, it's hard to say what the result will be for you. Ronan couldn't help but complain. Tony Stark raised his eyebrows at Ronan, with a face full of gloating. What do you think? I have a girlfriend, don't you? Seeing his smug look, Ronan wanted to show his right hand. Don't get me wrong, just let Tony Stark see how big the ring of Ragada in his hand is. Okay Tony, you continue to be busy. I look forward to the good news of your victorious return. Pepper Potts left Tony Stark's arms, smiled at Ronan before leaving, and then turned and left the laboratory. Ronan stared at Tony Stark with a pair of dead fish eyes. Heh, show your love, right? When Thanos comes, I will just pick an infinity stone from the infinity gauntlet and stuff it in your chest. Half an hour later, the Rainbow Bridge descended on the rooftop of Stark Group again. The two came to Asgard again. Thor still stood beside Heimdall to greet him. When he looked at Tony Stark, who was fully armed, and Ronan, who had changed into a wizard suit, he couldn't help but smile. As we all know, skin definitely increases combat effectiveness. Thank you, guys. Thor still gave a very passionate hug. Although he didn't want to implicate his innocent friends, he had no choice now. To be honest, he knew that he couldn't defeat the Dark Elves by himself. but as the heir of Asgard, he had to take this responsibility. When this war is over, I will definitely treat you. Before Thor finished his second sentence, Ronan interrupted him directly. Forget it, Thor. Let's talk about this after we win the war. Ronan sighed. He really didn't understand why these people like to plant flags before the battle. Don't they know that this kind of flag can't be planted casually? Fortunately, Ronan also studied the profession of silencer, otherwise it would be really dangerous. The group gathered in the palace again, and Ronan met Jane Foster again. Compared with the previous meeting, Jane Foster was obviously weaker than before. At least now, she didn't seem to have the strength to slap Thor. Just as Thor was describing the plan in detail, Ronan suddenly felt a flash of inspiration, and then looked around at the others, and found that they were all listening carefully to Thor's description of tactics and methods. Ronan made a seal obscurely. A clone replaced Ronan's position, and he left here quietly. The next second, Ronan came to another palace. At this time, there were only Odin and Frigga in the palace here. Respected Lord of Asgard, father of the gods Odin. I say hello to you on behalf of my teacher. Ronan imitated the appearance of the Ancient One, and gave his own greetings. Odin, sitting on the throne, nodded, with no joy or anger on his face. Future Supreme Sorcerer, I want to know, is your visit to Asgard due to your teacher's order? Odin looked at Ronan in front of him. His tone seemed a little cold. For him, the controller of Asgard, how could these little tricks they did in private be hidden from him? The reason why he has not shown up is simply because he does not want to show up. Now, isn't he in front of Ronan? No, on the contrary, my teacher has not told me what to do. Ronan shook his head, and denied Odin's meaning. Although bringing up the name of his teacher may make Odin a little afraid. However, this is not necessary at all. Ronan's visit this time is not a face-to-face communication between Kamar-Taj and Asgard. Then what identity did you come to Asgard? Odin's tone seemed to become stern. However, his so-called majesty did not affect Ronan at all. Of course, there is pressure, but not much. Friend. Thor's friend. Ronan raised his head, and looked at the lofty Odin. When he said this, Odin's face showed a look of surprise. Friend? There is no interest between Thor and me, we are just friends. He can't represent Asgard, and I can't represent Kamar-Taj. So if you are not satisfied with my decision, I can only say that friends help each other, I guess. It's nothing, right? Ronan originally wanted to say it's none of your business, but in the end he changed his words temporarily. After all, this is someone else's territory, so he can't be so arrogant, right? Ronan is not Long Aocean, who can easily kick Asgard and punch Odin who has thousands of years of skills. I'm very grateful that Thor has a friend like you. As a mother, I'm very happy that Thor has a friend like you who is willing to go through life and death with him. Frigga said this sentence before Odin spoke. Her choice of words is also very clever. As a mother, not any other identity. Her words are also reminding Odin that you are the father of the gods, but you are also Thor's father. He is your biological son. You are too kind. I just did what a friend should do. And didn't His Majesty Odin have an agreement with my teacher that when the 9 realms merge, I can help Thor if there is any problem? And I have taken the Rainbow Bridge twice today. As the Lord of Asgard, you can't fail to notice it. So, everything we do is also your acquiescence, right? Ronan first thanked Frigga, and finally looked at Odin. And this time, it was Odin's turn to remain silent. The entire palace also fell into a brief silence. Finally, after about 10 seconds of silence, Odin spoke again. As the Lord of Asgard, I can't just watch Thor go crazy, nor can I let the Dark Elves invade and do nothing. Odin looked at Ronan. But Ronan shook his head. But as Thor's father, you hope that he can grow up to be a qualified successor as soon as possible, right? If you force Thor to obey orders blindly, then when do you think he can become a suitable leader? Ronan was not afraid of the so-called majesty of Odin, but said a sentence that made Odin speechless. For a moment, Odin could not refute Ronan's words. Because he could not refute. He knew very well that it was not so easy for an heir to truly grow into a leader. No matter how much he taught by example, it would be better to let him go for it himself. Before, Odin really looked down on his son for a while, thinking that he was just a reckless man. However, I don't know when it started, and a group of people seemed to gather around his son. Although some of them were Thor's childhood playmates, it was indeed Thor's personal charm that influenced them to stay and surrounded Thor. Really? Maybe I don't see the advantages of this child. At this time, Odin looked at Frigga. Hearing his words, Frigga also showed a bright smile on her face, because she knew that Odin's words meant that he would let Thor go and make trouble. Ronan, thank you for coming to help. You know, I'm also half a wizard. If you don't mind, I have a few good moves. You can come and learn them. Frigga smiled at Ronan, which was also a reward for Ronan. Although it is said that friends cannot ask for anything in return, how can the adult world be so simple? Of course, I'm happy to learn. Ronan's eyes lit up. Everyone knows that, although Frigga was very beautiful when she was young, she was not a vase. She could even see at a glance that her son had traveled through time and space to come back to him, and even from her words, she could predict her own death. If he could learn a few moves from her, it would be a very good choice for him. After thanking him, Ronan glanced at Odin, and at the same time, the call of the clone came from his heart. You too, I have to leave first. Thor's plan has been launched, so I'm sorry to leave you. Ronan bowed to Odin and Frigga again, and the whole person disappeared from the spot. Looking at the place where Ronan disappeared, Odin couldn't help but sigh. Compared to last time, he has grown up again. Are you ready, Ronan? Before leaving on the Rainbow Bridge, Thor looked at Ronan nervously, because Ronan is their only hope to reach the location of the Dark Elves. If Ronan has any problems, then their plan will end in vain. Don't worry, although I may not be able to beat that spicy chicken strips, it's still okay to run. You don't have to worry about my life. Ronan patted Thor's shoulder, and he was telling the truth. With the space gem in hand, Ronan would never be unable to escape, as long as he wanted to. He cherished his life very much. Okay, then everything depends on you. Thor patted Ronan on the shoulder, and then looked at Heimdall. Heimdall didn't say a word, but silently inserted the giant sword into the groove. As he turned it gently, the rainbow bridge started to work. The colorful light swept Ronan all at once, and Ronan once again experienced the feeling of rapid teleportation. This feeling is completely different from the teleportation of the arcane gate and the space gem. It can be said that this is a brand new experience. But as the rainbow bridge landed on a dilapidated planet, Ronan's figure also appeared. Here is where the Dark Elves are. Damn. The first time Ronan regained his eyesight, he couldn't help but burst out a swear word. The reason is very simple, because in his first person perspective, he saw more than a dozen Dark Elves surrounding him not far away, including the spicy chicken shreds. It seems that they have noticed the rainbow bridge a long time ago. Another Asgardian? No, you are not an Asgardian, you are from Midgard. Malekith looked at Ronan in front of him, and his voice was very unpleasant. Ah, it seems that you are quite knowledgeable. Ronan patted the dust on his body and gently loosened his bones. The stiffness has not disappeared yet. You can come here by Bifrost, which means you are in the same group with those Asgardians. So, what is your purpose? Malekith stepped forward, seeming to be very curious about Ronan's intention. However, after he asked this question himself, he gave another answer. Forget it, no matter what your purpose is, you will die. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the Dark Elf soldiers behind him raised their weapons in unison and attacked Ronan. This kind of character of not arguing and directly taking action is quite suitable for Ronan's appetite. Of course, forget about the enemy. Snap. Just when these people were about to surround Ronan, Ronan snapped his fingers. In an instant, Ronan jumped out of the encirclement of these people. Hey, maybe you have never faced a wizard. How can you be so perfunctory when facing a wizard? Ronan's voice sounded from behind several people. Along with Ronan, there appeared a portal shining with golden light. In the circular portal, a small team led by Thor and Tony Stark emerged from the portal. Behind the two of them, there were Thor's friends such as Sif. At this moment, at least in terms of numbers, they were no longer at a disadvantage. Looking at all these people coming out, especially when he saw Jane Foster coming out at the end, Malekith was obviously different. That was the ether he had been thinking about day and night. It was on that woman. You dare to bring the ether with you. It seems that you really inherited Odin's arrogance. Malekith took a step forward, and the whole person looked very excited. It can be seen that he didn't think highly of the very young Thor in front of him. He didn't even think highly of Odin, let alone Thor, who was just an heir. And Thor turned Mjolnir in his hand, and there was a faint lightning on it. A confident smile appeared on his face. You want the ether? Then come and get it. But you have to get past me first. Chapter 128 Other Particles. A very familiar background music seemed to sound. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth and moved a step in the opposite direction without leaving a trace, away from this middle school group. He was afraid that Thor would do an awkward dance in the next second. Son of Odin, your arrogance will make you pay the price. Go. Kill him. Malekith was very impatient at this moment, and his mind was all on the other particles. As long as he could get the other particles, he could complete his hegemony. So, he must get Jane Foster. With Malekith's order, the Dark Elves behind him immediately howled and attacked Ronan and others. And Thor also raised his Meow Hammer and sent out an attack signal. Kill. In an instant, the two sides fought together. Thor swung his Meow Hammer, attracted the lightning in the sky, and slashed at these Dark Elves fiercely. And Tony Stark flew into the sky, and the palm cannons in both hands bombarded the opponent continuously. The warriors from Asgard also exchanged fire with the enemy. Even Jane Foster was holding self-defense weapons, and was always on guard against the enemy. The center of the battlefield was booming. As the protagonist of this battle, Thor immediately found Malekith. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. This sentence is not wrong at all. Tony Stark was also very sensible to entangle the assistants around Malekith, leaving enough space for Thor and Malekith. Your grandfather won the victory with despicable means back then. And now, I will take everything back. Before that, kill his grandson first and let him experience what pain is. Malekith conjured a long sword in his hand, and collided fiercely with Thor's hammer. Sparks burst out in the air. The two looked at each other, and saw the word hatred in each other's eyes. Then try it. Thor roared, and the Meow Hammer in both hands hit hard every time, but each time it was resolved by Malekith. It can be seen that in terms of progress, Malekith is at least not inferior to Thor. He even seems to be able to handle it with ease. Just as the two were fighting passionately, a not so harmonious scream suddenly came from the battlefield. This voice is very familiar. Ronan used both hands to cast the Ring of Raggador to block the attack of a cursed warrior. But the next second, Ronan seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and his body flew backwards involuntarily. This flight was more than 10 meters. During the flight, Ronan also made a very perfunctory scream, and even tightened the cloak behind him in the air. Well, make sure that, when you fall to the ground, the dirt on the ground will not dirty your clothes. After all, the cloak is very mature. Under Ronan's careful teaching, it has long learned how to clean itself. Sometimes Ronan doesn't even need to use the cleaning technique. When he feels dirty, he will automatically jump into the washing machine. Add water, add detergent, wash, and spin dry. And if the clothes are dirty, Ronan has to do it himself, which is not cost effective. The next second, Ronan fell heavily to the ground. What was even more bizarre was that his body retreated several meters backwards with inertia, completely away from the center of the battlefield. Finally, he closed his eyes, tilted his head, and started to hang up. Tony Stark, who saw this scene, was dumbfounded. I report, there are actors. As soon as the team started, someone hung up to play us. How can we fight this team battle? And the cursed warrior who was on the line with Ronan just now was also stunned. He looked at his hands, and an incredible expression was written on his face. Even he himself didn't know when he had such a strong power. A knife cut a person 10 meters away. My magic power is great. But before he could be happy for 2 seconds, Sif quickly came to him with a knife. He smiled slightly, raised his weapon leisurely, and planned to kill with a little effort. Puff. Unfortunately, before he could push away the golden girl, Sif's long sword pierced his heart directly. At the same time, Sif showed a strange expression on her face. As if to say, that's it, that's it. With this little strength, how can you show such a relaxed expression? And the cursed warrior who slowly fell to the ground widened his eyes, his face full of unwillingness. Wasn't he already a master of magic? How could he be killed so easily by the enemy? Could it be that he was deceived? This unknown cursed warrior ended his life just like that. Ronan would never admit this. At this moment, he retreated to the back of a small hill while no one was paying attention. He opened one eye and peeked around and threw out a magic ring to get rid of a cursed warrior who tried to come forward to finish him off. Before he closed his eyes again, Tony Stark's voice came from the headset. "Hey, Mr. Fantastic, who is lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Can you sweat a little?" As Tony Stark's voice came, he also drove the Iron Man suit to Ronan's side. It was a bit of a joke. "Go away, don't block me from enjoying the sunshine from the Dark Kingdom." Also, Thor said that our plan is to pretend to be defeated and wait for Malekith to suck out the ether particles from Jane's body and ensure Jane's safety, and then we will launch a comprehensive counterattack. What's the point of fighting to the death now? Ronan closed his eyes. He didn't want to pay attention to Tony Stark at all. "I said I had to pretend to be defeated first. Why sweat so much now? Save your energy. If you run out of power at that time, it will be interesting." You are a mage, but you were hit by a small fish and flew more than 10 meters away. Do you think anyone will believe this? Tony Stark opened the mask with a faint smile on his face. "He is not what I am. What if I'm a small fish? Besides, I can't fly 10 meters. At most 8 meters. Also, you have time to teach me. Why don't you go and kill 2 more monsters?" Ronan turned over and pretended that nothing happened. "At this time, you must be serious about these 3 meters and 2 meters. Otherwise it will be hard to explain. I'm supervising you and reminding you." Tony Stark squatted down and hid himself behind the small earthen slope. Since he lost the arc reactor in his chest, the endurance of the Iron Man suit has greatly decreased. Therefore, he has been studying how to use another method to restore the previous fighting time of the Iron Man suit. Recently, he has set his sights on nanotechnology. Raw. Just as the two people were slacking off, the main battlefield finally ushered in some changes. Malekith roared, and Thor, who was originally entangled with him, was knocked away by him. And I don't know when it started, Sif and others seemed to have exhausted their strength, and they all half knelt behind and watched Thor perform alone. This action was like performing some evil ritual. "Quick, it's our turn." Seeing Malekith pull Jane Foster up out of thin air, Tony Stark immediately closed his mask and flew forward. Ronan couldn't help but sigh. "Your acting skills should be a little more immature. We are all adults. What's the difference between this kind of acting and that of young actors? As Asgard's experienced warriors, don't you feel ashamed to be defeated so easily? Why don't you solve some of the enemies first and then pretend to be defeated?" Of course, Ronan complained, but he still honestly returned to the center of the battlefield through the secret door. "Are you okay?" Sif glanced at Ronan and asked in a low voice. I was just ambushed just now. Nothing happened." Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth. When he flew out, Sif was the first to see it. So she went to kill the cursed warrior. Sif thought that the cursed warrior was a small leader, but who would have thought that he was solved with a knife? Is Ronan weak? Ronan could only pretend not to see Sif's speculative eyes. He could neither admit that he was too weak nor that he had just been slacking off, so he could only pretend that he knew nothing. While the two finished their conversation, Jane Foster, who was flying in the air, finally had all the ether particles in her body sucked out. The dark red liquid, like blood, just floated in the air. Even Ronan, who was standing far away, could clearly feel the terrifying energy hidden in these liquids. You know, Ronan had never felt this feeling on the space stone. Is this the ether particle? Looking at the charming ether particles in front of him, Malekith was no longer in the mood to care about other people. He wanted to absorb the ether particles into his body. Bang! Jane Foster fell directly to the ground. Thor rushed forward, picked up Jane Foster, and threw her directly to Ronan. Ronan was shocked. "Damn. Why are you throwing your wife to me? Although my idol is KOKO, in front of so many people, do you want me to take the call or not?" Of course, before Ronan could finish his mental preparation, Sif jumped high and caught Jane Foster, who was flying over. People are rivals in love, and they are particularly jealous. But I always feel that there seems to be no crackling electric light between Sif and Jane Foster. This is quite strange. Is Jane Foster, as the main wife, disdainful of the so-called childhood sweetheart? Or does Sif think that after 100 years, Jane Foster will die, and then Thor will still be hers? Hiss. Thinking of this, Ronan couldn't help but take a breath. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. And it looks like a needle. Who knows if it will become a magic needle one day. Ronan. Thor turned around and yelled at Ronan. Ronan nodded, and a secret door appeared directly in front of everyone. On the other side of the secret door is the warehouse on Earth that Ronan and Thor had encountered before. You go first. If you stay, it will only distract Thor. Sif glanced at Jane Foster and straightened her chest as if unintentionally. This seemingly casual action was also captured by Ronan. Seeing this, Ronan couldn't help but smile. It's just a joke. Okay. Jane Foster didn't say much. If she was unreasonable and had a bad temper at this time, her impression points would definitely be greatly reduced. So, she obediently entered the secret door and returned directly to Earth. Seeing Jane Foster return to Earth safely, Thor looked in the direction of Malekith again. At this time, Malekith had begun to absorb the other particles floating in the air. Now, Thor roared, and the Thor's hammer in his right hand began to burst out dazzling lightning. Tony Stark also raised his hands, and the palm cannon instantly gathered power. Ronan sighed, although he didn't want to participate in the wave behavior. That was very second rate. But there was no way. Who asked him to go to Odin before, and didn't listen carefully? Therefore, Ronan also quickly formed a seal, opened his hands, and the thunder of Bossat appeared in the palms of his hands. 3 different moves flew out and instantly collided fiercely with the other particles. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying force exploded immediately. How to describe that situation? Although it is a bit exaggerated to say that the sun and the moon lost their light and the sky and the earth changed color, it was enough to make Ronan change color. Even though Ronan had expected this, when he saw the shockwave of this explosion, he couldn't help but take a step back. From the beginning, he knew that the other particles could not be destroyed so easily. At that time, Thanos wanted to destroy the Infinity Stones, and he needed to let the power of the 6 Infinity Stones collide with each other before he could finally destroy the stones. The 3 of them, even if added together, were just a drop in the bucket compared to that level of energy. The energy shockwave visible to the naked eye immediately knocked Thor, who was closest to him, away. Ronan had expected this a long time ago, and the Ring of Ragada enlarged and blocked it directly in front of him. The shockwave of energy hit the Ring of Ragada heavily. At this moment, Ronan's face changed drastically, because his Ring of Ragada has an ability to absorb some energy for its own use. However, when he felt the energy in his body that was about to burst him, he quickly raised his right hand, and before he could even condense the sword of light, he directly shot out the energy. This huge energy instantly blasted towards the opposite side. Boom. With a violent explosion, more than a dozen cursed warriors were hit. Blood was spilled and broken limbs flew. Screams continued, and more than a dozen experiences began to float in the lower right corner of Ronan's sight. Experience plus 222, experience plus 233. Ronan exhaled lightly, and after the huge energy in his body was transferred, he relaxed. If there was not enough time to transform this energy, there might be more than a few cursed warriors who died just now. Glancing at these experiences that floated by, Ronan was not excited. He was not aiming at these small fish, but Malekith and the Dark Elf standing not far from him. How much are these small fish worth? These 2 are the biggest experience packages. Experience plus 33. When this experience floated by, Ronan showed a little smile on his face. But this was also the last one. When the thick fog dispersed, Malekith was still standing there, and the other particles had disappeared. Wasn't he dead? And in an instant, he absorbed the other particles, and then used the energy of the other particles to block Ronan's attack just now. At this time, Ronan had time to observe the surroundings. What surprised him was that except for himself and Sif who had just stood with him, everyone else was blown away. Where are the people? Ronan glanced at the positions on the left and right. Sif tilted her head behind her, indicating that they were all behind her. But her eyes did not leave Malekith, and she was still cautiously guarding against his movements. However, Ronan sighed. No need to look. He has already absorbed the other particles. He has no intention of fighting with us now. Just as Ronan was talking, Tony Stark and Thor flew up again. When they saw Malekith standing there intact, their hearts suddenly cooled down. Malekith at this time began to emit a red light. Under the reflection of this light, Ronan and the others could clearly see the cracks on Malekith's skin. Malekith looked extremely painful at this time. But under this pain, he showed an extremely excited smile. Ah! Thor roared, and a large amount of lightning appeared on Thor's hammer again. The hammer was raised high, and he flew towards Malekith and smashed it on the head. However, this time, it was completely different from before. Malekith just slowly stretched out his hand, and the red energy tentacles transformed by the other particles easily blocked Thor's hammer. Then, a large amount of red energy surged out and tied Thor's limbs. His neck was not spared either. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth and put down his raised left hand. He tried to stop him just now but failed. Thor! Sif shouted. Seeing that Thor's life was in danger, she couldn't help it. But Ronan directly pressed her shoulders and fixed her in place. For a moment, Sif couldn't move at all. Feeling the power from Ronan's right hand, Sif looked at Ronan in surprise. On the one hand, she didn't understand why Ronan wanted to stop her from saving Thor. On the other hand, she didn't understand how Ronan, who was so strong, was beaten away by a small soldier before. However, Ronan didn't answer her meaning, but winked at Tony Stark. Tony Stark understood immediately and instantly took off from the ground and flew into the sky. For these Asgardians, they didn't have any good way to face energy attacks. Once Sif rushed over, the result would be nothing more than one more death. Tony Stark flew into the air with his arms raised. A large number of macro missiles immediately popped out from his arms. Whoosh! These macro missiles flew out quickly, turned a circle in the air, bypassed Thor, and directly hit Malekith's back. Boom. With a deafening explosion, smoke and dust immediately swept the positions of the two people. Of course, the classic smoke without injury also appeared at this moment. The other particles turned into a solid shield, blocking behind Malekith, blocking these macro bombs one after another. Malekith showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Son of Odin, is this your teammate? It looks really weak. However, before Malekith finished the next sentence, a voice came from his ear. You can scold my friends, but you can't scold me. Bang! Ronan punched Malekith in the face, and this punch hit him hard. Even at this moment, even the other particles did not take the initiative to protect him. No, Ronan narrowed his eyes. This was not an active protection, but Malekith's control with his own consciousness. Thinking of this, Ronan's right hand showed a classic move of camouflage. Turned the shield into a saw. The Crimson Ring of Ragador. No, Ragador's chainsaw directly cut off the other particles that bound Thor. Then, Ronan kicked Malekith with a kick. 3 people. The next second, Ronan grabbed Thor's wrist and locked his eyes on Malekith's position. The space gem and the infinity gauntlet on his left hand emitted a faint light. A wave of space swept Malekith away instantly. Taking advantage of this time, Ronan directly activated the power of the space gem and sent the 2 people back to their previous positions. Crack. At the moment, when Ronan returned to the original place, he seemed to hear a shattering sound. When he looked at Malekith's position again, Malekith had disappeared. And Ronan's face showed a strange look. Where is Malekith? Thor half knelt on the ground, and he also found the disappeared Malekith. He should have run away. He was very fast. I only saw a red light. Tony Stark landed from midair and opened his mask. Well, don't worry about whether there is oxygen. If there is no oxygen, Ronan would have slipped away long ago. He is not an Asgardian, and he can even survive in the universe for so long. As long as there is no oxygen, his fighting power is almost equal to nothing. Damn it. Thor, who was kneeling on the ground, hammered the ground. He looked very unwilling to fail this time. Although the other particles in Jane Foster were extracted, Jane Foster was no longer in danger of life. However, they still let Malekith get the other particles. This means that the plan is only half completed. Although for Thor, each half is important, but for the 9 realms, this is undoubtedly the most dangerous time. It's okay, Thor, we will face it together next. No matter what kind of danger we encounter. Sif squatted down and gently hugged Thor. Ronan seemed to see the green light rising from Jane Foster's head. Of course, this was all Ronan's illusion. Wait, didn't you say before that his goal was to destroy the 9 realms? Oh, it's to let the 9 realms fall into darkness again. Then he has only got the ether particles now, and he still has a part of the plan to complete. We still have a chance. Tony Stark obviously listened carefully to the previous speech. Hearing this, Thor stood up from the ground all of a sudden, and his confidence seemed to have returned. That's right, if he wants to complete his plan, there is a place he must go to. Thor stretched out his hand and held the Mjolnir hammer on the ground again. Tony Stark glanced at Ronan, and when he saw the helpless expression on Ronan's face, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The place you mentioned, it can't be the Earth? When seeing Thor nodding slightly, Tony Stark couldn't help but sigh. Earth, why do you have so many disasters? First there was an alien invasion, and then there was an alien invasion, and they even wanted to destroy you. There is no doubt that the Earth has endured too much. We need to know the exact location of the 9 realms unified. We still have a chance. Thor looked at Ronan. Don't look at me. I don't know where the 9 realms unified is. The last time the 9 realms unified, let alone me, humans didn't know the steps to evolve. Ronan curled his lips. Even if he knew, he couldn't say it. He is not an astrologer or a fortune teller. It is better not to say such words that will make others doubt. Anyway, they will know where the place is in a while. I know someone knows. That person, he must know. Although Thor's words were a bit confusing, everyone understood what he meant. He has someone on Earth. Okay, let's go together. This time we must stop his conspiracy. Sif nodded and was the first to agree with Thor's plan. However, this time, Thor shook his head. Sorry, Sif, I can't let you go with me this time. This time the plan was made by me. If there are any mistakes, I will naturally be responsible. And now he has absorbed the energy of the ether particles, which is much stronger than before, and the danger is too high. So, Thor looked at Sif apologetically, and then immediately looked up at the sky. Heimdall, take them back to Asgard. After saying that, before Sif refused, the familiar rainbow bridge came again. On the empty planet, only Ronan and the other two were left again. Ronan looked at the sky in silence, and couldn't help but give Heimdall a middle finger in his heart. Doesn't Thor include himself when he said them? Why don't you take me back too? As for Tony Stark, oh, who cares? Well, the classic Earth Good Friday is about to begin again. We are going back to Earth, right? Tony Stark shrugged, as if he was used to this kind of thing. However, Thor also shook his head. Sorry to involve you, you have done enough, and I think I can face it myself next. Thor looked at Ronan and Tony Stark. His eyes and tone were extremely sincere. People who know him know that what he says now is the truth, not some false lies. Forget it, I'm a superhero on Earth. There is a crisis on Earth. Do you think I will stand idly by? Tony Stark expressed his attitude first. Anyway, he has been involved in this matter, and if there is any problem, the Earth will be destroyed. On Earth, there is his most beloved person. Tony Stark knew that when the nest is overturned, no egg can be left unbroken. Thor patted Tony Stark on the shoulder, with indescribable gratitude in his eyes. Tony Stark just nodded to Thor, and looked at Ronan. Ronan seemed to have suddenly come to his senses, looked at the two people who were full of gay love, and couldn't help but take a step back. Why are you looking at me? As the Wizard of Kamataj, my duty is to protect the safety of the Earth. And as the next Supreme Sorcerer, if I don't show up, do I have to let others show up? After saying that, Ronan was directly attacked by Thor with a hug. Even with Ronan's height, facing Thor, he still looked a little bird. Bang bang bang. Especially Thor's last 3 pats on the back full of gratefulness almost sent Ronan away. Okay, let's go back to Earth first. Ronan quickly pushed Thor away. He was afraid that, if he continued like this, he would die at Thor's hands before the Earth was destroyed. The Mystic Gate opened again, and Ronan gestured to the two people. Thor and Tony Stark looked at each other, nodded, and stepped into the Mystic Gate one after another. But Ronan did not follow their footsteps, but stretched out his right hand from behind. Puff! A sound suddenly came from mid-air. It was like a person vomiting something. An inconspicuous pebble fell accurately into Ronan's right hand. Chapter 129, Collected. Back on the familiar Earth, it can be seen that Tony Stark was relieved first. This is the first time he has left Earth in his life. Oh no, it should be the second time. The previous time, he rushed out of the Earth with a nuclear bomb and blew up the Chirita mothership. This should be the second time. But this time he returned safely from the alien planet, and he even took the time to collect some soil and stones for a search. As for Thor, I will go to meet Jane first, and then go to Eric to calculate the specific location. Are you going with me, or? Thor looked at Tony Stark and Ronan. The Eric he was talking about was actually Eric Shavig, the doctor of astronomy he met when he first fell to Earth. He is one of his few friends on Earth. I have to go back first. There are some things to deal with in Kamatage. When you have definite news, you can go to Tony. He has a way to find me. Ronan said first that he had something to do because he did have some things that could not be spread to others and needed to deal with. I have to go back and tell Pepper I'm safe. But where is the Kamatage you mentioned? If there's a chance, I will. However, before Tony Stark could finish, Ronan rolled his eyes at him, and the secret door appeared in front of him again. No one can find that place except the wizard. So you just stay there. I'll go back and ask about your dream, and we'll talk again when we have time. After saying that, Ronan went straight into the secret door, not giving Tony Stark a chance to speak again. Tony Stark looked at the place where Ronan disappeared with a surprised look on his face, and then looked at Thor on the side. Thor shrugged and said, "Don't look at me, I don't know where that is either." In fact, Thor was also very curious about Kamatage, because in Heimdall's observation, he couldn't find the exact location of Kamatage. To be more precise, he could only see the location of the 3 major temples, but Kamatage has always been a mystery. Okay, I'll go first then. You know how to contact me. Tony Stark and Thor nodded to each other, muttering something like the portal is really convenient, and soaring into the sky again. Thor also shook his hammer and flew to the place agreed with Jane Foster. After returning to Kamatage, the first thing Ronan did was to sneak into the secret room and lock himself up. Then, Ronan released several defensive magic circles. As long as he knew and thought it was necessary, he used them all. After doing all this, he carefully took out a small stone from his arms. This small stone was the one that flew into Ronan's hand before he left the Dark Kingdom. It was this small stone that made Ronan decide to return to Kamatage to study it, because this thing turned out to be part of the Ether Particle. That's right, Ronan used the threesome trick to attack Malekith at that time, but was blocked by the Ether Particle. He originally thought that the attack had failed. However, the result was not like that. The 3 did not hit Malekith, but hit the Ether Particles. The fluid Ether Particles were actually cut off by the space and then locked in that alien space. That's right, it's like half of a cup of water was poured into another cup. Then they were all fine, as if nothing had happened. Of course, the Ether Particles could not be as calm as water, but were very noisy. The space that absorbed the Ether Particles finally spit out the Ether Particles with great disgust, which could represent everything. This time, Ronan felt the emotions of the space gem. It had had enough of this small piece of Ether Particles. At this moment, Ronan held the stone made of this small piece of Ether Particles, and his face became even weirder. Did he, in a way, split the reality gem that Thanos had been thinking about day and night into 2? According to common sense, the hardness of the Infinity Stones cannot be cut or destroyed at all, unless, like Thanos did, the 6 Infinity Stones interacted with each other and were destroyed at the same time. But the Ether Particle is a little different from other gems, because its main form is not a hard Infinity Stone. It is liquid. Coincidentally, it was concentrated by the Space Stone, which is also an Infinity Stone, and a part of it was cut off. This caused the current situation. Of course, all this stems from Ronan's speculation. He actually doesn't know whether the main body of the Ether Particle is like this, because there is no precedent to tell him whether this is correct. Therefore, Ronan has only one way to verify it. That is, Infinity Gauntlet. Ronan took out his Infinity Gauntlet, on which there was only a space stone emitting a faint light. He slowly brought this small piece of reality stone, or rather, Ether Particle, close to the space stone. In an instant, the 2 sides seemed to respond to each other and lit up at the same time. Although this Ether Particle is real, in terms of volume, it is more than half smaller than the space stone next to it. It is about 1/3. Feeling the suction coming from the groove of the infinity gauntlet, Ronan narrowed his eyes and slowly released his index finger and thumb. Ta! There was a crisp sound. The small piece of ether particle was successfully absorbed into the groove of the infinity gauntlet. In an instant, a familiar feeling came to him. This feeling was like the first time the space gem was embedded, but it was a little different. When the space gem was embedded, Ronan could feel the spatial fluctuations around him, and the mirror dimension that Ancient One used to protect him at that time. But this time, Ronan seemed to see something completely different. Like, the truth of the world? Or is it the original face of this world? Of course, this feeling came and went quickly. In just a few seconds, Ronan immediately returned to normal. Moreover, this time, the lightning from the infinity gauntlet was not as painful and stimulating as the first time. I don't know if Ronan has become accustomed to this pain, so he doesn't feel it so scary. Or is it because it is only 1/3 of the other particles, so it is not so powerful? Anyway, Ronan doesn't know. He slowly raised his left hand and looked at the two shining infinity gems on it, but his face was very strange. Because from the surface, the two gems are one big and one small, which is not harmonious at all. Although Ronan does not have such a severe obsessive compulsive disorder, even normal people will involuntarily want to fill in the remaining parts when seeing this situation. Ding-ling-ling. Just when Ronan was a little regretful, his mobile phone rang again. He took out his mobile phone and found that the person who dialed was Tony Stark. Hello, has Thor sent a message? Ronan answered the phone. No, I want to tell you that SHIELD seems to be doing something big recently. I just came back and found that they seem to have some internal signal exchanges very frequently. I wonder if something big is going to happen. Since Ronan told him that there was a problem with SHIELD last time, Tony Stark has been secretly monitoring it. Of course, Tony Stark usually knows about any disturbance, but this time seems to be a little different. You don't have to worry about them. Isn't Steve Rogers in SHIELD? He can handle this matter. Ronan held the phone in one hand and removed the defense circle with the other hand and walked out of the secret room. Are you so confident in him? I still remember that when you went to SHIELD last time, Tony Stark didn't continue because he suddenly remembered something. On that same night, he was also fooled by Ronan. I'm too strong. Not that he's too weak. How should I put it? It may take me 10 rounds to defeat him, but it only takes 3 seconds to defeat you. You know the difference, right? Ronan curled his lips. If Tony Stark didn't wear the Iron Man suit, he wouldn't even need 3 seconds. Half a second is enough. Beep, beep, beep. This time, Ronan didn't hear Tony Stark's reply, but only heard the busy tone from the other end of the phone. Obviously, he hung up the phone. Because Tony Stark couldn't bear this blow. Who made his Iron Man suit so perfectly restrained by Ronan? TSK. Ronan curled his lips, complained about the petty Tony Stark, and hung up the phone. He turned and walked to the training ground, at which time Ancient One was watching the trainee mages training. Back. Ancient One did not look back. It's only temporary. The ether particles were still taken away by the Dark Elves. It won't be long before they reach Earth. Ronan also sighed. If he had known that the cutting ability of the Space Stone could cut the ether particles, he would have used this trick long ago. Directly suck all the ether particles into the space. Malekith would not have a second chance. It will be a while before the time for the 9 realms to unite as one. That's when you will have a decisive battle. Make a quick decision. Ancient One smiled. She seemed to have great confidence in Ronan. Of course, Ronan was also very confident in himself. It was just Malekith. Ronan was not bragging. If there was no ether particles, he would be a scumbag. By the way, teacher, do you still remember that Tony Stark? After I went to see him last time, he encountered such a thing. Ronan told Ancient One about Tony Stark's dream of Dormammu every day from beginning to end. When Ronan said that, he made up a honorable name casually and asked Tony Stark to summon him. Ancient One, who was still waving her fan, suddenly stopped. She turned around and looked at Ronan in surprise. You used the honorable name? Ancient One emphasized the word honorable name. Seeing her like this, Ronan also noticed something was wrong. Actually, it's not an honorable name, it's just a small spell of Arcamatage. I just changed the activation method, Ronan explained. However, when he heard him say this, Ancient One smiled. But the more Ronan looked at this smile, the more creepy he felt. What does this mean? Don't laugh, teacher. Can you talk? It's okay, you don't have to worry too much. Things are not that complicated. Dormammu's so-called dream is just a disturbance to some people with weak minds. The more anxious Dormammu is, the more it means that he has no way to deal with Tony Stark. Ancient One put away the fan and said only this sentence. However, now, Ronan doesn't just want to know how this matter is resolved, he also wants to know how this matter happened. Teacher, is this because I use that honorable name? That's just a small spell of camouflage. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth. He saw the look in Ancient One's eyes clearly. In addition to the various experiences he encountered when absorbing dark energy before, Ronan felt that this matter must have something to do with him. It is indeed a small spell. But spells depend on who uses them and how they are used. Ancient One showed his mysterious smile again. Teacher, don't laugh. Your smile makes my hair stand on end. Can we talk about something useful? Ronan sighed, his face full of helpless expression. Riddler is really the most annoying thing. Although he also likes to be a Riddler, he doesn't like others to be Riddlers in front of him. Don't worry, this matter is not that serious. You just need to take back the symbol on his hand. From now on, his connection with Dormammu will be cut off. Ancient One patted Ronan on the shoulder. As for why this happened, to be honest, I only have a half understanding, not even half understanding. But what I can tell you is that this kind of thing will not cause any harm to you, so don't worry. In the end, Guyi did not give an answer. Of course, she still gave Ronan a reassurance. But this reassurance made Ronan more suspicious. Could it be that such a honorific name that he had just taken for show off would really come true? Or is there something Ronan didn't know about it? Thinking of this, Ronan couldn't help but sigh. Why is there always no end to one thing after another? Just when Ronan wanted to ask something, Guyi suddenly raised his head and looked to the west. Ronan also noticed it at this moment. You should go. The time for the 9 realms to unite is coming. The Dark Elves are here too. Go and complete your mission. After saying that, Guyi did not wait for Ronan to answer, continued to open her fan, and walk towards the direction of the Supreme Temple. Ronan nodded, and the secret door opened again. On the other side, Greenwich. As the gathering place of the 9 realms, this place had been encountered once thousands of years ago. But thousands of years ago, human technology was far less advanced than it is now. This time, the people living here felt what alien technology is for the first time. A Y-shaped spaceship, from invisible to showing its entity, suddenly landed from the coastline. It directly overturned a square of medium size. For the first time, the people living here felt the same as the residents of New York. Of course, the landing speed of the spaceship was not fast, so most people had the opportunity to escape from this most dangerous scene. Only at the beginning, the few unlucky people on the beach were swept into the water by the waves. From the top of the spaceship, a box similar to an elevator began to descend, and the protective devices at the bottom were also opened layer by layer. Malekith walked slowly down from the spaceship with the cursed warriors. Solid steps, firm eyes. If accompanied by some BGM, it would be a bit like the style of a big boss. Unfortunately, he is far from Thanos. In the sky, a circle penetrated the dark clouds, and the light from other planets shone on the earth. Malekith glanced at the sky, and was about to give an order to the cursed warriors around him, when he heard a familiar voice. Thor jumped down from the sky. He instantly crushed several bricks on the ground. Then, the two of them had a disagreement, and Thor was beaten back again and again. He rolled on the ground, and was beaten back again. Anyway, he looked very embarrassed. At this time, a golden light lit up from his side. Thor, I haven't seen you for a few hours. Why are you so embarrassed? Tony Stark stepped out of the secret door, and looked at Thor covered in mud with some surprise. Behind him was Ronan. Well, it was still the familiar Iron Man helmet. Thor said nothing, and while Malekith was reading the skill bar, he threw the hammer in his hand. Boom. Malekith was instantly knocked away by the Meow hammer. Thor then looked at Tony Stark, and raised his eyebrows at him. Okay, I admit that I spoke too early just now. So what is our mission now? Tony Stark admitted his mistake because he had also been hit by the hammer. He also knew the pain clearly. Leave Malekith to me. You are responsible for dealing with those cursed warriors. After saying that, Thor didn't wait for the two to reply and picked up the hammer again and rushed towards Malekith. Tony Stark tilted his head and glanced at Ronan, his eyes full of surprise. Why, are you now the one who cleans up the small fry? Obviously, he still had some objections to this arrangement. You go quickly, these small fry are left to you. I'll protect you here. Ronan stood there with his arms around his chest, with no intention of taking action. He didn't even notice these small fry, because he had to keep an eye on Malekith's biggest experience pack. This time, he must not be robbed again. Tony Stark pouted, closed the mask directly, and rushed towards the cursed warriors. For a moment, all kinds of explosions resounded through the sky. Thor slid and came to Malekith, and the hammer hit Malekith directly. But who would have thought that Malekith disappeared in an instant? The next second, he appeared in front of Thor again, and knocked him out directly. Ronan, who was standing not far away, pulled the corner of his mouth. Is this how the other particles modify reality? How come this move is so similar to the spatial movement of the space gem? On the battlefield, the battle between Thor and Malekith was dazzling. It's not that the two people's moves are so cool. After all, one person can only play with a hammer, and the other can only attack with other particles. The reason for the dazzling is that the unity of the 9 realms causes the gravity field and space to overlap. So they may be fighting on the street in the last second, and in the next second they are on another planet. Ronan even saw the scene of Thor falling from the sky. Of course. There is also the Meow hammer that has been looking for Thor, but has never been in Thor's hands. As long as it feels Thor's call, it will run towards Thor tirelessly. It's just like a goddess and a dog. In the end, the goddess found her other half, and the dog was heartbroken, and decided to cheat on the goddess, and found his ex. Wow, from this point of view, the plot of Thor 4 is not completely unreasonable. Jane Foster can be transformed into a female Thor, which can be called the revenge of a dog. Of course, the troubles of this couple did not exist for Ronan. Because of the space gem, he could clearly feel where the overlapping parts of these spaces were. As long as he wanted, he would never encounter the situation like Thor. At this moment, Tony Stark returned to Ronan. What happened to the energy field here? Why did Jarvis keep reminding me that there was a problem with the energy field? Is this the 9 realms that you mentioned before? Tony Stark opened his mask. He had given up cleaning up the small fish because many of his attacks disappeared inexplicably, and he even experienced being suddenly teleported to another location. Fortunately, he did not go to other planets. Yes, when the 9 realms merge, the boundaries of the 9 planets will be very blurred. So you'd better be careful and don't fall on an alien planet. You won't be able to come back then. Ronan's very serious expression obviously scared Tony Stark, because once he really fell on an alien planet, Jarvis would inevitably be disconnected, and the chance of him coming back would be almost zero. This is undoubtedly the most terrible consequence. Of course, it wouldn't be that scary. Once Tony Stark falls to another planet, Thor will definitely go to find him through the Rainbow Bridge after the battle. And Heimdall can also see his location with his eyes. Unless he is killed by a monster on a planet. Or, he falls directly to some place without oxygen. Otherwise, the ending will not be so tragic. At this time, the 9 circles that appeared in the sky have begun to slowly gather towards the center. And Malekith stood in the center of the circle and stretched out his hands. The other particles tilted out. As long as these 9 circles completely overlap, he will directly detonate the other particles. Then, let the 9 realms fall into darkness. At this time, Thor had just walked out of the subway station. He happened to meet Jane Foster, who came. Thor, we are too late. Jane Foster ran to Thor's side quickly. With her, there was Eric Shavig. Can this thing stop him? Thor saw the instruments in Eric Shavig's hand and asked. Not here. We have to find a way to get close to him. Eric Shavig shook his head. Hearing this, Thor took the 2 instruments and planned to rush to the center of the storm. However, a golden portal blocked his way. Don't bother, Thor. Follow me. Ronan, wearing a mask, tilted his head towards Thor and motioned him to come in quickly. Thor did not hesitate and jumped directly into the portal. When he appeared again, they had entered the interior of the storm. At this time, the sand and gravel inside the storm were rolling, and the huge storm made it difficult for people to open their eyes. Malekith had opened his hands and released all the other particles. As long as he didn't talk to Thor. "Darkness is back, son of Odin. Are you here to bury your universe?" Malekith asked sarcastically. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth. The villain died because of talking too much. He had actually been waiting, just waiting for Malekith to release all the other particles. If Malekith didn't release the other particles, Ronan really couldn't absorb all the other particles. "Now, it's time. I'm here to accept your surrender." Thor was also a little stubborn. After saying this, he lowered his head slightly and asked Ronan in a very low voice, "What's your solution?" "It's time." Hearing this, Ronan couldn't help rolling his eyes. "You've said all the grand words, and I have to do this kind of dirty work." "Forget it. Who made me have a dedicated heart? You go and hold him back, and leave the rest to me." After saying this, Ronan quietly stepped back, and his left hand hidden behind him quietly put on the Infinity Gauntlet. Hearing Ronan's words, Thor rushed up directly, and it seemed that he believed in Ronan very much. And Ronan did not hesitate. The moment Thor rushed up, his whole person disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in the air. At this moment, not far in front of him, he could clearly see the flowing ether particles. 3 people. Ronan's pupils shrank slightly, and at this time, 3 space vortices appeared on these ether particles at the same time. A strong suction force came over immediately. "Suck it up for me." As the space gem on the Infinity Gauntlet lit up, 3 space vortices spun rapidly. The other particles floating in the air were absorbed at a very fast speed. No. Perhaps he discovered the abnormality of the other particles. Malekith immediately repelled Thor and rushed towards Ronan in the air. Ronan stared at the other particles intently. It was not that he didn't want to move, but that he couldn't move. The other particles were completely different from other things. Ronan could clearly feel that the other particles with weak consciousness were resisting the pull of the space gem. Perhaps it was the first time that a part of it was cut off, which made it resist this move. So this time, Ronan could only concentrate on fighting against the other particles. Bang! Just when Malekith was about to come to Ronan, the familiar meow hammer knocked him away again. Thor glanced at the floating Ronan and also saw the Infinity Gauntlet on his left hand. He knew this thing. Ronan took this thing away from the Asgard treasury. "You continue. I'll deal with him." Thor shouted at Ronan and flew forward again, knocking Malekith, who was about to rush over, away. At this time, Ronan's mental power had been fully deployed. This is a tug-of-war game. It depends on which side is stronger. Now is the most critical time node, and both sides are in the final stalemate. As long as one side can't hold on, the balance of victory will tilt towards the other side. Soon when Ronan released most of his mental power without hesitation, the originally stalemate scene instantly became one-sided. The other particles seemed to have lost all their strength and were instantly absorbed by the 3 space vortices. But, as the other particles disappeared, the surrounding sand and gravel that was swept up by the storm began to fall one after another. "No." Malekith's voice sounded again. "Unfortunately, this has become his last swan song." "Thor, get out of the way." Ronan roared and immediately separated 3 real clones behind him. In the hands of each clone, there was a thrilling power. At this moment, the thunder of Bossat appeared in their hands. Thor immediately stepped back, and then he saw a scene that shocked him. A large amount of lightning swept directly through Malekith's body, instantly cutting off his limbs. The last bolt of lightning directly hit Malekith's chest, blasting him directly to another planet. A line of 4-digit experience passed by. Then the familiar system prompt sounded again. "Experience is full. You have been upgraded. It is detected that the host has reached level 10 and new abilities are being issued." Chapter 130. What is yin and yang harmony? How to say it? This horrific alien invasion successfully made the British government realize the difficulties of the American government. Of course, for the British media, they felt the joy of the American media, because they have headlines that can be talked about for many days. This time, the news not only includes aliens, but also many well-known superheroes on Earth. For example, Thor from the God's Realm. For example, Tony Stark, whose popularity has always been high. However, the most discussed is the more mysterious Mr. Fantastic. It is precisely because people know nothing about him that curiosity prompts people to have a greater interest in him. For example, what does he look like? How old is he this year? Is he a man or a woman? Especially in Europe, there have been legends about wizards. Mr. Fantastic's identity is believed by many people to be the legendary wizard. Even though Thor's identity is believed by many people to be the Greek mythology Thor, his discussion is still not as high as Mr. Fantastic. God is high above. How can it be so down to earth as the people on this planet? Anyway, no matter what, the coverage of this matter by the British media now can be said to be overwhelming. The British government, which seemed very uncomfortable on the surface, felt the happiness of the American government. After all, they also obtained the bodies of aliens. Although on the surface, these are some ordinary soldiers, not as rich as the one in New York. But this is enough. At least from the perspective of S.H.I.E.L.D., they have obtained some samples that can be studied. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. was scolded again. The vision of S.H.I.E.L.D. was to prevent the Earth from being attacked by aliens, which would cause indelible impact. And this time, the Earth was attacked again. So what is the role of S.H.I.E.L.D.? In this regard, S.H.I.E.L.D. was once again criticized by the council. Of course, Ronan didn't know all this. At this time, he was sitting in the sanctuary in London, playing with the reality gem fused with other particles in his hand. It has just been one night since the Dark Elf Malekith invaded the Earth. Thor and Jane Foster can be said to be a new Liwat after a short separation. The two didn't know where they went or what they did that afternoon. Even Thor didn't care about the other particles. It seemed that he was a little impatient. Therefore, Ronan has been studying this thing for a whole night. The result of the study, how to say it, anyway, Ronan has not figured it out yet. The difficulty of obtaining the real gem is much higher than that of the space gem. The difficulty of obtaining it here refers to how to use it and how to use this gem to develop new moves. There is no difference between the two gems, but the way of using them is different. Therefore, Ronan still needs some time. Master Ronan, Thor is already at the door. At this time, an apprentice mage came over and said to Ronan, "In Kamataj, every mage is equal. Even the apprentice mage and the supreme mage are equal. It's just that everyone has a different task. This apprentice mage is responsible for guarding the London temple." "Okay, thank you Lopez. You go and do your work. I'll entertain him." Ronan nodded, stood up from the chair, and walked towards the direction of the hall. When he arrived at the hall, Thor was wandering around the hall, obviously very curious about the things here. Unlike yesterday, he did not wear the Asgard armor, but a human sweater. He held a black umbrella in his hand. At least he looked less conspicuous. "Hey, brother, see you again." Seeing Ronan coming, Thor opened his hands and gave him another warm hug. This is the basic etiquette of Asgard, and Ronan can only acquiesce. It seems that you can adapt to life on Earth. Ronan looked at Thor dressed in this outfit and couldn't help but smile. How to say it? This set is at least much better than him wearing armor. Jane said so, but I still need to go back. After all, I still need to discuss it with my father. Thor, led by Ronan, walked to the room on the other side, and the two sat down separately. Ronan took a look at where he was sitting and thought of a stalk. "Coffee or water?" Ronan asked with a smile. "Are there any wines?" "We are used to having a cup of mellow taste in the morning." However, before Thor finished speaking, a glass of beer inexplicably appeared in his right hand. He looked at the beer glass in surprise, and then at Ronan. When did he have such an extra glass of beer in his hand? "Don't you want a glass of wine?" Ronan smiled and made a gesture to Thor. Thor raised his eyebrows and drank the beer in the glass in one gulp. This time, he learned the rules on Earth and did not throw the glass on the ground. After drinking the wine, Thor gave Ronan a thumbs up, and before he finished speaking, he felt his right hand sink again. The wine he had just drunk filled the empty glass again. "Is this your Kamataj spell? If you showed this last time, you would definitely be more popular." Thor pointed at Ronan and excitedly drank half of the wine in the glass again. But this time, the wine in the glass was not filled. "The first one is our Kamataj spell, but the second one is not. If you want, you can also make this kind of beer infinitely." After saying that, Ronan threw the reality gem in his hand to Thor. When Strange restored Thor's beer, he actually used the power of the time stone. Ronan used the reality stone. The two are fundamentally different. The former only turned back time, while Ronan slightly modified reality. Of course, filling an empty glass with beer and modifying such a small reality is still not stressful for Ronan. Even if it is a cup of gold, Ronan can do it. Thor hurriedly caught it with his left hand and held the cup steadily with his right hand, without even the slightest tilt. He glanced at the reality stone in his hand, with some confusion on his face. Is this the other particle from before? Thor was obviously a little unsure. After all, the other particles he had seen before were all fluid, just like water. And what he held in his hand was like a gem. Yes, this is the other particle, but it has another name, called the Reality Stone. Have you heard of the story of the Infinity Stones? Ronan smiled. Thor should not have dreamed about the Infinity Stones yet, and he didn't know what would happen in the future. So, Ronan could fool him. I've heard of it, but I don't know much. Do you know a lot? Thor played with the Reality Stone in his hand, and his interest in this thing seemed to be lower than the beer in his right hand. Ronan smiled. If you ignore it now, it will be out of your reach tomorrow. I don't know much, so I think I'd better give it to Asgard. Ronan narrowed his eyes. In fact, the current plot has been almost completely disrupted by him. Now that the Space Stone is in his hands, Asgard will naturally not have the Space Stone. Then, they will certainly not send the Reality Stone to the Collector. If this is the case, Thanos will not be able to get the Reality Stone in the first place. More importantly, in this universe, Loki has fallen into the time administration and has traveled to another parallel universe. In this case, will the scheduled Ragnarok still come? You know, the prelude to Ragnarok is that Loki exiled Odin, causing the seal that suppressed Hela to gradually fail. Eventually, Odin died and Hela completely broke the seal. Now, Odin stays in Asgard, and the power that seals Hela will not disappear. If Hela does not appear, will the so-called Ragnarok really happen? Anyway, the following plot is already a mess. So, Ronan seems to gradually feel the fun of the unknown. Okay, then I'll take it back. But this thing will be thrown into the treasure house to eat dust if I take it back. We Asgardians never use this kind of external force. As he said, Thor also tossed the other particles in his hand. He was not bragging. After all, in the 616 universe, the space cube is stored in Asgard. But the result is obvious, that no one has used the power of the cosmic cube except Loki. It's up to you. Just keep it for yourself. I heard that you plan to live on Earth in the future? Ronan asked about Thor's future thoughts. If he remembered correctly, after this time, he would stay on Earth and live with Jane Foster shamelessly. Of course, the ending of the two was not very good, and they broke up in the end. I don't have the potential to be a king, so I don't want to inherit my father's throne. I would rather be a general, a warrior. Thor nodded and drank the rest of the wine in the glass. However, he imitated Ronan's action and aimed his eyes at the wine glass, but nothing happened. Since you have come to Earth, I won't say much. I guess you also know that hiding your identity is actually the most important thing, right? Ronan originally wanted Thor to come to the London Temple to work, so that if something happened, he could still help. But in the end, he thought about it and decided to forget it. If Thor, a reckless man, stayed in the London sanctuary, it would be discovered sooner or later. Of course, don't worry. I know that Earth is your territory, so I won't use my abilities at will. Unless there is something I have to do. Thor shrugged and made his own promise. He came to Earth just to live with Jane Foster, and he didn't want to endure the pain of a long-distance relationship in a different place and on a different planet. And he knew that once the news of his being on Earth was exposed, his life would definitely not be peaceful. That's good. Do you need me to take you back? Ronan said with a smile. Thor shook his head, gently took the umbrella beside him and raised it. Before Ronan could speak to stop him, a familiar rainbow bridge descended. In an instant, Thor disappeared. Feeling the cold winter wind pouring into the house, Ronan looked up at the ceiling with a big hole, and couldn't help but twitching his lips. The guard mage of the sanctuary who came over after hearing the sound looked at Ronan with a smile on his face. Mage Ronan, your pocket money will be stopped for several years. For Ronan, the greatest pain in life is having no money. But now, the greatest pain has changed, becoming a net worth of $100,000. But the net worth has shrunk by 90% in 1 minute. That's right, Ronan only has $1,000 left out of the $100,000. According to the statistical report given by the London Sanctuary, Thor's trip to the Rainbow Bridge not only had to rebuild the entire roof, but also damaged the floor of the house, an antique chair, and some porcelain. All this money was finally written into a bill and handed to Ronan. In the bill, there was also a thank you letter from the London Sanctuary. The content of the letter stated that the London Sanctuary had just wanted to renovate the roof a few days ago, but unexpectedly someone sent a pillow when they were sleepy. Ronan finally covered all the expenses. So, they wrote a letter to thank the boss for his generosity. Ronan was so angry that he tore up the thank you letter directly. No need to think, it must be one who secretly instructed the people of the London Sanctuary to do it. Yes, it must be him. If not him, it must be him. After Ronan looked at Guyi 3 times with pitiful eyes, but only got Guyi's smile without saying a word, he silently took out the check. The people of the London Sanctuary not only returned $1,000, but also very considerately changed it into old $10 and $20 bills. It will definitely make Ronan not be suspected when he spends money. After all, if you use $100 to buy a sandwich now, the American people will not look at you with envy of the rich, but will secretly call the police and suspect that there is something wrong with your money. Of course, unless your name is Tony Stark. After paying $99,000, Ronan not only received a thank you letter, but also an inconspicuous little thing. Well, it was a little thing. A red, round thing that makes people want to kiss it. Especially when you play with it in your hands. You will always feel like you can't let it go. You even want to pinch it. Yes, Ronan is talking about the Reality Stone. The Reality Stone that Thor took away has been replaced by Ronan. Previously, in the Time Administration, Ronan brought back 2 Infinity Gauntlets and 2 sets of Infinity Stones. The original idea was just to show off, and he didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise in the end. Of course, the only small drawback is that one of the Infinity Gauntlets has 1 less gem and 1 more groove. Fortunately, Ronan is not a patient with obsessive compulsive disorder, otherwise he would be really angry. According to Ronan's idea, although the future plot may change drastically, Thanos' idea of collecting Infinity Stones to destroy the world will definitely not change. Therefore, Thanos will come to Earth sooner or later. It's just that by that time, Ronan can do one thing. He would put on the Infinity Gauntlet on both hands, come to Thanos with a smile, and ask him a question. Thanos, do you want the Infinity Stones on this Infinity Gauntlet or the Infinity Stones on this gauntlet? Thinking of Thanos' expression at that time, Ronan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Oh, he didn't mean anything else. He just wanted to ask such a question. Thinking of this, Ronan looked at the Infinity Gauntlet on his left hand with great satisfaction. 2 grooves have been filled. There are 4 left. Ronan smiled slightly, tapped the air with his left hand, and then the Infinity Gauntlet disappeared in Ronan's hand. Step. After putting down the Infinity Gauntlet, Ronan looked at his system. Well, it was a system that had been lurking silently for a long time. Level 10. A level as high as 10. How to say it? Ronan worked hard for 10 years for this level as high as 10. Since he was 6 years old, he has been quietly solving some gangsters and accumulating some experience for himself. Until today. Ronan took a deep breath and looked at the second system given by the system. Yin-Yang Harmony. Fuck. When Ronan saw this name for the second time, his reaction was exactly the same as the first time. Damn Yin-Yang Harmony. If this skill didn't come with an introduction, Ronan might really intend to seal this skill forever. Yin-Yang Harmony. All things carry yin and embrace yang. 1 yin and 1 yang is the Tao. Function 1. When 2 or more conflicting forces appear in the host's body, this skill is passively triggered, which can mediate various forces and merge them. The progress of fusion is determined by the host's current mental strength and the conflicting forces. Function 2. You can view the distribution of forces in the current host. Function 3. The way of husband and wife is the way of yin and yang in heaven and earth. This function is a passive skill and cannot be triggered actively. Note, this skill upgrade requires additional conditions, and the additional conditions are unknown. Subway, old man, mobile phone. This is Ronan's most accurate reaction after reading the introduction of this skill. The first and second abilities are understandable. One can merge multiple forces, and the other is to view the distribution of forces in the body. But what Ronan found strange was that this skill seemed to be useless. Could there be any extra power in his body? What puzzled Ronan the most was function 3. What the hell did it mean? They just gave a dry sentence without introducing what it was for. Or was it a passive skill that couldn't be triggered actively? Could it be that Ronan really had to find a JK girl to experience what the yin and yang of heaven and earth were? Oh. Thinking of this, Ronan couldn't help but sigh. System, use, yin and yang harmony, to check the power distribution in my body. Ronan could only silently say it in his heart, because among the 3 functions, only function 2 seemed normal, and the other 2 didn't seem normal. So, Ronan planned to try the second ability first. Power distribution detection completed. Power distribution and the host is as follows: beep. With the prompt sound from the system, Ronan saw a familiar pie chart. But this time it was not seen on someone's face, but on a virtual screen. TSK. A mage looking at a virtual screen. No matter how he thought about it, it felt a little wrong. In this pie chart, there are 3 categories, but they are not evenly divided. Among them, the blue light accounts for the largest proportion, the black light accounts for the second largest proportion, and the last one is the white light. The blue light accounts for 41.8%. The black light accounts for 30.6%. As for the last white light, it accounts for 27.6%. Of course, these accurate numbers are not guessed by Ronan, but written on the pie chart. These accurate numbers did not give Ronan a headache. What gave him a headache was that there was no name written on each category of this pie chart. In other words, Ronan didn't even know what each color represented. This is a bit pitfall. You are a system, and you have the nerve to hand in an incomplete PPT. After all, you are the boss and I'm the boss. Ronan couldn't help but complain. However, the system did not respond to his meaning at all, and still didn't speak, and pretended to be dead. System, use the function 1 of yin-yang harmony. Ronan thought about it, and decided to use function 1 to see if there were any new discoveries. Sure enough, after he said this, the system actually sent a prompt again. Detected the current energy distribution in the host drip. Drop. The current distribution result is, but if this skill is used, the 3 energies will be balanced. Do you want to use this ability? Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth. The 3 drops of this rubbish system just now scared Ronan. Especially the sound of drops, which was accompanied by an alarm, which made Ronan's heart beat faster. He seriously suspected that the system had heard his complaints just now and retaliated against him. No, this broken system can't be used anymore. But thinking of the clone who took his place in class and the 2 clones who helped him with his homework, Ronan decided to endure it. The world is so big. Wait until he goes to college. No, wait until he graduates. I will definitely kill this system. Use it. Ronan gritted his teeth, and suddenly a sharp pain swept through Ronan's brain. This severe pain reminded Ronan of the days in the Time Management Bureau. The next second, before Ronan raised the gesture that represented friendly to the system, he fainted directly. In the Supreme Temple thousands of miles away, Gu Yi, who was drinking tea from a teacup, suddenly stopped the movement of her right hand. A secret door swallowed her from top to bottom. After she disappeared, the teacup stopped steadily on the coffee table. When she appeared again, she had arrived in New York, Ronan's apartment. At this time, Ronan had fainted on the sofa. Outside his body, there were 3 completely different colors of light. Coincidentally, these 3 lights were exactly the blue, black, and white colors that Ronan saw on the pie chart. Seeing Ronan lying on the sofa in a very awkward posture, Gu Yi's face showed a rare seriousness. She gently stretched out her hand, and an invisible force reached out to Ronan. But there was only a slight sound. The energy released by Gu Yi was directly bounced back. When she felt the energy bounced back, Gu Yi showed a look of surprise on her face. Then, she smiled. She sent out another burst of energy, but this time the target was not Ronan, but the sofa under Ronan. This time, the energy did not bounce off, and the sofa was slowly lifted up. Ancient One controlled the sofa and brought it to Ronan's room. Then the sofa tilted slightly, and Ronan actually slowly fell to the center of the bed. After doing all this, the sofa silently returned to its original position. Looking at Ronan, who had fallen into a deep sleep, Ancient One gently spread out a few gestures, and one after another defensive array immediately surrounded the bedroom. If Ronan was still awake now, he would definitely be stunned, because he had only seen one of the defensive arrays used by Ancient One. And this one, as long as it was not a natural disaster such as a landslide or tsunami, could protect Ronan from any harm. As for the other defensive arrays, Ronan didn't know. After doing all this, Ancient One seemed to be relieved. You never make me worry. It's not that simple to rashly transform Dormammu's power. Although, Ancient One looked at Ronan's left hand. At this time, the familiar symbol in the palm of Ronan's open left hand was also glowing faintly. However, there are benefits to solving it early. Once troubles accumulate, it will not be so easy to solve them. After saying that, Ancient One looked up and looked at the sky. At this moment, her eyes seemed to penetrate the ceiling and the earth, and saw a place that ordinary people could not see. In the dark dimension, Dormammu, who had been sleeping for an unknown period of time, suddenly opened his eyes. No, impossible. The first moment he opened his eyes, he let out a shocking roar. The entire dark dimension echoed his words, and countless planets around him were destroyed. Just because of his few short words, the dark dimension fell into terror. Obviously, I'm almost there. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. He actually dared to absorb my power. He actually dared to absorb the power from the dark dimension. Ancient One. Feeling the missing part of the dark energy, Dormammu immediately thought of Ancient One, the person who came to the dark dimension from time to time to fleece him. But soon, he denied his idea, because he could tell that the method used by Ronan was completely different from that of the Ancient One. The Ancient One's method was to cut off a part, then take it back and slowly absorb it in some way. But Ronan was different, because Dormammu could clearly feel before that the dark energy had been swallowed by Ronan and was slowly accumulating, just waiting for the most appropriate time. Dormammu could occupy Ronan's body in one fell swoop and descend on Earth. But now, all his plans were disrupted. Why did he let Ronan absorb his dark energy before? And he didn't mean to stop it at all. Even when he had the opportunity to kill Ronan several times, he didn't do it at all. Not only that, he also tried to make the dark energy smoothly integrate into Ronan's body and transform Ronan's body. It was so that one day, when Dormammu came, Ronan could withstand more of his energy. Back then, because of Ronan's physique, Dormammu once sent people to rob him. But he was stopped by the Ancient One at that time. Later, when he discovered that Ronan was silently absorbing dark energy, he even thought about taking the initiative to let his subordinates give Ronan a big gift. But this idea was rejected by him. It was too deliberate and would definitely be suspected by Ancient One. He and Ancient One have known each other for so many years, and he knew Ancient One's character to some extent. Because of the existence of Ancient One, he has not been able to invade the Earth on a large scale, and can only look for opportunities secretly. And Ronan is what he thinks is the biggest opportunity. This is why he has been tolerating Ronan. However, this time it was completely different. He clearly felt that he had completely disconnected from the dark energy in Ronan's body. In other words, his plan had to start from scratch. No, Ronan, you will be mine sooner or later. Chapter 131. Dormammu asked you to find strange. To some extent, Ronan himself didn't know whether he had made a profit or a loss. Because when he woke up, the huge fan-shaped graph was still lit in front of him. It was just that now, it had changed from 3 colors to 4 colors. The 4 colors of blue, black, and white that he had seen before each accounted for 33%. The remaining 1% was a brand new color that Ronan couldn't describe. Of course, it wasn't that Ronan was colorblind, nor was there anything wrong with Ronan. It was that he really didn't know how to describe this color. There was blue in the white, black in the blue, and a little bit of white in the black. To put it bluntly, this 1% was a color that was formed by blending all the 3 colors together. As for whether there were any changes in the body and mind, I don't know if it was Ronan's illusion, but Ronan felt that he seemed to have a stronger control over his body. This was not a change in physical fitness, but a deeper change. For example, Ronan wanted his arm to make a certain movement before, and sent a signal from the brain to the arm, and then to each finger, assuming it took 1 second. Now, Ronan only needs 0.7 seconds or even less to make the same move. Of course, Ronan has never tested this speed, it's just his feeling. In addition, Ronan's dynamic vision seems to have improved a lot. This also needs Ronan to measure. As for other aspects, Ronan hasn't felt it yet. In a word, at least from the current point of view, there are only advantages and no disadvantages. Why say currently? Because when Ronan woke up, he was actually woken up by the alarm of his mobile phone. Ronan has to carry his school bag and go to school to face the teacher again. Mr. Fantastic, the superhero who saved the Earth again, sat in the very familiar classroom again. Whether in the past life or in this life, Ronan doesn't understand one thing very well. Why do teachers in any country have a magical power? That is, whenever they start to lecture endlessly, Ronan's upper and lower eyelids start to fight at the same time in a tacit understanding. You touch me, I touch you. Until the upper and lower eyelids are touched by each other, they finally hug each other and fight in close combat. Although Ronan was extremely curious about this, he continued to persuade them to stop fighting and continued to listen to the teacher outputting this knowledge to him. Even though he had heard most of the knowledge once in his previous life. Finally, at the moment when the bell rang, his upper and lower eyelids seemed to hear the bell of the end of the round, and they separated again tacitly. This is more magical than the magic of camouflage. As soon as the bell rang, Peter Parker waved to Ronan and rushed out of the classroom first. Ronan also got relevant memories of his hurried steps from his clone. Now Peter Parker is going to intern at Osborn Group, so he rarely stays in the classroom after class every day. This situation has been like this since the interview results were announced. He got a promise from Osborn Industries that if he did well in the past few years of his high school career, he could still be an intern here after college. How to say it? Anyway, the capitalists drew a pie, and Peter Parker was fooled. For Peter Parker's low IQ performance, Ronan could only express appropriate encouragement. Well, do a good job. It seems that Ancient One also has a little bit of shares in Osborn Industries. Let's go, Ronan. Just as Ronan was silently encouraging Peter Parker, Gwen Stacy appeared behind Ronan. She was going to do an internship at Stark Group. That's right, after all the selections, Stark Group still chose Gwen Stacy. And Ronan was not spared. He was also selected by Stark Group and became an honorable intern. Of course, his position was different from Gwen Stacy's. Gwen Stacy's was a real scientific research position, following some scientists of Stark Group to develop some very new things. Ronan couldn't understand these things just by hearing the names, let alone looking at any design drawings. How is your work there? I heard it's a newly established department. Gwen Stacy asked as the two walked out of the school gate. She only heard that Ronan's department had just been established, and most people didn't know what it did. It is indeed a new department. You may not believe it when I tell you, and I don't know what to do specifically. Now my daily task is to slack off and lie down in the office to play games. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth, and what he said was all true. Because in the entire department, there is only one living person like Ronan, and the office is also very large. So Ronan's daily task is to lie down in the office and play with his mobile phone. More importantly, it has been 2 days, but no one has walked into that office. Oh, except for a little sister who went the wrong way. Is it so good? I'm so busy every day, and I can't participate in the core part. Gwen Stacy curled her lips. She is not a person who likes to complain, but she only talks about these things when she is with Ronan. It's normal. Isn't that what interns do? With the lowest salary, they do the work of a cow and a horse. Ronan smiled. Whether in the East or the West, the world of capitalists is actually the same. The same world, the same kind of capitalists. Why don't I have such good luck as you to go to such a busy department? Gwen Stacy skillfully took Ronan's arm, and the two walked side by side. Feeling Gwen Stacy's action, Ronan couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. When the clone walked with Gwen Stacy didn't make such a move. How did she judge it? Moreover, according to the memory of the clone, Gwen Stacy was very restrained, even when she went to start group with the clone. Just like an ordinary friend. When seeing this memory, Ronan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But wait a day, don't worry, I actually have a unique skill. I can detect which one is you, and which one is not you. Gwen Stacy seemed to see Ronan's thoughts, and smiled and winked at Ronan. Huh. Looking at Gwen Stacy's face, Ronan remembered what Guyi had said to him before. Is this one of the so-called talents? However, seeing that Gwen Stacy didn't mean to say anything, Ronan didn't intend to ask. Normal couples have privacy, not to mention. Ronan scratched his head. He didn't know what their relationship was now. Boyfriend and girlfriend? Not really? Seeing Ronan hesitate to speak, Gwen Stacy turned her head quietly and made a yeah gesture to herself. Because she thought of a sentence her mother said to her. Good men should be caught. Her mother caught Gwen Stacy's father back then. Squeak. Just as the two were chatting, a black SUV stopped directly in front of the two. Through the car window, Ronan saw two very familiar people. Grant Ward and Sky. When they were following Ronan a few days ago, they were discovered by the experienced George Stacy, who then called into special police. It seems that George Stacy's background is also strong enough. The two people were locked up for several days. The two opened the car door and walked towards Ronan, looking like they were about to take action. Ronan narrowed his eyes, protected Gwen Stacy behind him with his right hand, and faced the two people alone. He didn't move until the two men came in front of him. He wanted to know what the two men wanted to do. Call your father. Ronan tilted his head back slightly and said to Gwen Stacy. Gwen Stacy had already taken out a cell phone and started dialing her father's number. As long as she made this call, the two men on the other side would probably have to stay in the police station for a few days. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. We don't have any bad intentions here, and we are not following you. I just want to ask you for help with something. Grant Ward first hurriedly signaled Gwen Stacy behind Ronan to calm down. Once she made this call, even if they arrested the two of them, it would be useless. Unless the two of them never landed on American soil again. Gwen Stacy didn't listen to him. After pressing the last number, she looked up at Ronan. As long as Ronan said a word, she would press the dial button. Don't be anxious, listen to what he says. Ronan patted Gwen Stacy's hand and looked at the two men on the other side again. So, you are looking for me, not for the same question as last time. Ever since Phil Coulson and Melinda May asked Ronan about Mr. Fantastic last time, S.H.I.E.L.D. has never given up on Ronan. Whether it is Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D., they all want to find a breakthrough from Ronan. However, no matter what method they use, they all fail. No, I'm looking for you. Just for some personal matters. Sky stepped forward, and it can be seen that she seemed to have made a great determination in her eyes. Before Ronan could react, Gwen Stacy also stepped forward, staring at Sky. This woman's purpose is not that simple. You go first, it's nothing serious. Don't delay your work time, I don't have anything to do there. Ronan patted Gwen Stacy's hand and motioned Gwen Stacy to go first. There are some things that she is not suitable to know for the time being, especially meeting these people, which is not good for her. Hearing Ronan say this, Gwen Stacy first glanced at Ronan, and after seeing Ronan's affirmative eyes, she also nodded. But before she left, she showed the two people her mobile phone. The meaning was very clear. If there is any problem with Ronan, then you two will definitely be in trouble. This is a naked threat. After Gwen Stacy was completely far away, Ronan looked at the two. TSK. A crazy man and a resentful woman. To say that the relationship between these two people is actually no different from some bloody love dramas. At first, they disliked each other, and then they slowly fell in love with each other as they got along. But in the end, because of their respective organizations, the two turned against each other and wanted to kill each other. Then, the man finally failed and was caught, and he kept claiming that he still loved her. The woman tried her best to endure her feelings, but it was useless. Look. If the unit of the two people was not called SHIELD, isn't it not a big difference to watch it as a love drama? So, what do you want to talk to me about? Like maybe you want to ask about your background? Or, however, before Ronan could finish, he was interrupted by the shocked Sky. Because that's what she wanted to ask. How do you know? No, you know my identity? Although Sky said these two sentences together, they were actually not related at all. In the first sentence, she was surprised why Ronan knew what she wanted to ask. And in the second sentence, she was surprised that Ronan seemed to know her identity. Phil Coulson should have told you that the man can borrow my body temporarily. Ronan looked at Sky with a smile. Sky nodded. She had heard Phil Coulson say this. But what does this have to do with what she wanted to know? I don't know if he knows that when he borrowed my body, a little bit of memory remained. When he was talking to Phil Coulson, for some reason, your face appeared in his brain. And some unclear images flashed by. Ronan pointed to his brain and revealed another piece of news to them. Who wouldn't want to whet their appetite? What images? Sky said hurriedly. However, Ronan shook his head. Why should I tell you? To be honest, this is only the second time we've met, right? And to be honest, my relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. is not very harmonious, and it can even be considered disgusting. So, why should I tell you? Ronan spread his hands. Sky on the other side was speechless. Because what Ronan said was correct, there was no need for him to tell them about this. The relationship between the two sides can't be said to be very friendly, it can only be said that they almost fought. Therefore, it is natural for Ronan not to tell her. Sorry, I didn't think it through. Sky lowered her head with a face full of loss and was about to turn around and leave. Grant Ward grabbed her and wanted to talk to Ronan again. After all, the mystery of Sky's life experience is what she has always pursued and the dream she wants to fulfill the most. It's not easy to find someone with information. If she gives up like this, she will definitely regret it when she goes back. However, we might as well make a small deal. As long as you can do me a favor, I can tell you these things. I can even tell you one of the pictures first. Ronan looked at Sky with a smile and made another suggestion. When she heard Ronan say this, Sky's originally extremely depressed expression suddenly turned into surprise. She looked at Ronan with gratitude in her eyes. What is it? As long as I can do it, I will definitely agree to it, Sky said quickly. However, Ronan shook his head and looked at Grant Ward. Sorry, only the two of us need to know about this matter, Ronan said with a smile. Grant Ward was stunned and looked at Sky. Sky didn't expect Ronan to make such a request and didn't know how to answer for a while. There won't be 2, 3, 4 or even more Skys here? Huh? What do you think? Ronan tilted his head towards Grant Ward, indicating that he should avoid suspicion. Grant Ward pursed his lips and finally said nothing and went back to the car. At this time, Sky looked at Ronan again. What do you want me to do? However, Ronan did not respond to her immediately, but put his hand next to her ear. Seeing his action, Sky subconsciously wanted to avoid it. However, Ronan stopped his hand and said with a smile, "Don't get excited, I just don't want a second or third Sky to appear in our conversation." After that, Ronan took out the earphones from Sky's ears. He threw them into the trash can next to him. The huge sound made Grant Ward in the car couldn't help but take off his earphones quickly. This kind of sound is simply unbearable for human ears. However, this action of taking off the earphones also made him miss one of Ronan's actions. Ronan quickly touched Sky's forehead with his right index finger. Then, Sky only heard one sentence. "Let me show you. This real world. Start group." Ronan took out his work card and swiped it, successfully passed the security check, and walked into the start group carelessly. After replying to Gwen Stacy's text message, Ronan put his phone in his pocket and took the elevator to his workplace. It was unknown whether Tony Stark did it intentionally or unintentionally, but Ronan's workplace was on the 4th highest floor. Above was Tony Stark's private laboratory. This was also the reason why few people came to Ronan's floor. Because it was close to Tony Stark's private residence, it was assumed that this was not an office area. Whistling, Ronan walked to his workstation and turned on the computer. Finding the familiar live broadcast software, Ronan found the monkey-like anchor, then adjusted himself to a comfortable position, leaned back and started watching. Before, the clone followed Ronan's orders, fearing that Tony Stark would find out his identity information, so he didn't watch anything on the computer. Even when playing with his phone, he used his own data instead of wireless network. But now there is no need. He has confessed his identity to Tony Stark. So, just be a salary thief, and be happy to fish. High money, little work, close to home. This is the dream job of many people. However, when Ronan had been there for less than 15 minutes, Tony Stark's figure slowly appeared on the other side. No, it should be said that he was descending. Mr. Fantastic is actually like this in real life. Aren't you afraid that your fans will be disappointed if they know about it? Tony Stark walked in front of Ronan and said with disgust. Ronan pouted, "Don't talk nonsense, Mr. Fantastic. How come I don't know?" As he said that, Ronan adjusted his posture. The posture just now was not the most comfortable. "I asked Jarvis to seal these 2 layers, you can just talk normally." Tony Stark rolled his eyes, seeming to be very disdainful of Ronan's behavior of concealing his identity. "I'm not some people who still have idle baggage. Of course, I won't be so narcissistic that I will admit my identity as a superhero in front of reporters from major newspapers and TV stations. When I was watching the live broadcast, I was thinking, when this person said these words, wouldn't he feel embarrassed?" When he said this, Ronan looked at Tony Stark. "What do you think?" Tony Stark couldn't help but take a breath. Ronan's words were no different from killing someone. "What do you mean you don't have an idle burden like someone else? And, aren't you talking about me? You're still asking me?" For a moment, Tony Stark was so angry at Ronan that he didn't know what to say. "Okay, my Iron Man boss. What exactly do you want from me, a humble intern? I don't want to do what I can do for you. What I can't do, I can't do. If you have something to say, just tell me." Ronan looked back at the computer screen. "Hey, this anchor was killed by the Valkyrie again. Hey, why do I feel that my blood pressure rises every time I talk to you? Did you use some weird magic?" Tony Stark took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. "Isn't that better? Treat your low blood pressure. You will thank me sooner or later." Ronan glanced at him and stabbed him again. But this time, Tony Stark seemed to have some resistance and didn't seem so surprised. I came to you to ask about that thing, about my dream." Tony Stark seemed to have learned the king's method and changed the subject forcefully instead of following his words. "Anyway, now there are 2 people who can prove that this method is indeed effective. Because when it comes to serious matters, Ronan is not so good at joking. Don't worry, I've already asked you, and there's nothing wrong. Just don't do what he says." Ronan stared at the screen intently, not caring about Tony Stark's dream at all. Since Ancient One has said so, there is no point for Ronan to worry. Anyway, Ronan doesn't know as much as Ancient One, and even if he worries himself, he may not be able to find the answer to the problem. It's better to show it off. "Then last night, I dreamed that he said, 'Let me find a man named Strange.' Do you know who he is?" Tony Stark frowned and said a name. "Strange, he is." When he said this, Ronan suddenly stood up from the chair. "Who are you talking about? I have a stomachache today, and I only ate 1 meal a day. Let's read these 6,000 words first, and I will make up for the rest tomorrow." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 132, Another Parallel Universe. If Ronan heard correctly, Tony Stark was talking about Strange, right? Strange, in this world, is just an ordinary surgeon. Of course, he is also the top surgeon. With the appearance of Ronan, will his fate remain the same? I have checked all the people with the surname Strange. Fortunately, this surname is weird, so it is not that complicated. Among them, I found several very famous people. This person named Stephen Strange should be the most accomplished among them. You said, is that monster referring to him? The holographic image of Stephen Strange appeared in front of Ronan. However, this Strange is completely different from the Strange that Ronan has seen. A doctor in a white coat, with an upright and handsome posture, and a wizard with a beard and shaking hands. The style seems to be a little different. No need to look, I know who it is talking about. Ronan sighed. Dormammu is deliberately making trouble. If he was not knowledgeable, I'm afraid he would really be confused. Tony Stark was keenly aware of Ronan's choice of words. Yes, it is indeed it. Can you find a place where you won't be disturbed? Let me tell you about its identity. Dormammu, the absolute ruler of the dark dimension, is also the monster that we in Kamatage have been fighting against. When he became the ruler of the dark dimension, he began to conquer other dimensions. Dimensions that fail to resist will be pulled into the dark dimension by him and sink into darkness forever. And the Earth is the target he has been eyeing. In a room that only Tony Stark has the right to enter, Ronan was waving his hands and telling the story of Dormammu. And the image of Dormammu he showed, when it appeared, attracted Tony Stark's attention. Because what he dreamed of in his dream was this monster. In order to resist Dormammu's invasion of the Earth, Kamatage has been shouldering this responsibility for thousands of years. The supreme sorcerers of all generations have only one responsibility. That is to protect the Earth and prevent invasions from other dimensions. And the Dormammu you saw is the most terrifying one in the known dimensions. Because once he succeeds, the entire Earth will never be able to turn over. In the picture in midair, Dormammu looked at the Earth with a covetous look, and one villain after another rushed out of the Earth to fight Dormammu. These villains are the supreme sorcerers of Kamatage. As for what they look like, and how strong they are, Ronan can't show it. Since you have been resisting him, why do I still have this dream? Tony Stark frowned. This is what he doesn't understand the most. However, Ronan did not comment. The invasion of the dark dimension is everywhere. This is not limited to large-scale wars, but also to many small-scale infiltrations. If you can't understand these dark dimensions, then let's express it in another way. Have you heard of hell? Ronan waved his hand lightly, and the picture in the air was directly wiped out. Tony Stark nodded first, and then immediately widened his eyes. Is there really hell? Tony Stark has always thought that hell is a legendary thing, and does not exist in this world at all. Even after Thor appeared, it was finally proved that the so-called God's domain is just an alien. They came to Earth thousands of years ago to fight a war, and were mistaken for gods by the uncivilized humans at that time. Therefore, these legends were left behind. But today, Ronan told him that there is hell in this world. Of course, and it has existed for many years. After the efforts of generations of supreme sorcerers, the passages between hell and the human world have long been closed and sealed. But occasionally there will be demons from hell sneaking into the human world. Ronan nodded, although it is basically difficult to understand this kind of thing from the perspective of normal people. But this is the fact. Then why have I never seen these so-called demons? Tony Stark boasted that he could get first-hand information, rather than the information that was processed by the government and told to the civilians. But even so, he still hadn't heard of these things about demons. First of all, don't think these things are very common. At least in the past 10 years, there have been less than 4 smuggling cases. The most recent one was also 4 years ago. Ronan smiled. Of course, the one affected by the Time Management Bureau didn't count. In the end, those only proved that the timeline was affected, not the real invasion of hell. And of these 4 smuggling cases, 3 were eliminated by our wizards the moment he entered the human world. Only one was a bit troublesome, and it took more than half an hour. But as long as the people involved were released with the forgetfulness spell, you won't know anything. Ronan curled his lips. He wouldn't talk about that incident. He was the one responsible for solving it. Young people, when facing a succubus for the first time, will always be a little hesitant. This is also why Ronan must kill the succubus with his sister in his arms after seeing it. Stain, naked Stain. Forgetfulness? Tony Stark exclaimed. He subconsciously took 2 steps back and looked at Ronan very vigilantly. You can tell what this spell means just by the name. He never thought that Ronan could actually control other people's memories. Don't worry, given our relationship, even if I use the forgetfulness spell, you won't find out. Ronan waved his hand, signaling Tony Stark to relax. However, Tony Stark became more nervous after hearing this. What do you mean you won't let me find out? Don't you think that your words are a grammatical error? Can this also be considered an advantage of having a good relationship? Of course, these panics are only temporary, and Tony Stark quickly returned to normal. Since Ronan said that, what else can he do? The anti-magic armor is nowhere in sight, and he hasn't even found a clue. So, you tell me this, just to tell me the dangers of Dormammu? Tony Stark returned to the original question. No, I just want to tell you that, if Dormammu wants to influence you, he can only do it through dreams. Of course, if you want to die and insist on doing what Dormammu says, then I can't do anything about it. After all, almost every year I see a few people who believe in evil gods, and they are finally infused with the power of evil gods, and then become neither human nor ghost. Ronan curled his lips. He really couldn't figure out the brain circuits of those people. It's okay if you believe in some normal gods, but what's the matter with you believing in evil gods? Moreover, in most of the black magic that has been passed down, there are records of how terrifying these evil gods are. Once infused with the power of evil gods, the lighter one is like what Ronan said, neither human nor ghost. The heavier one is to completely turn into another species. Of course, the ending is to be beaten to death by the Wizard of Camotage. What's the point? Ahem. Hearing Ronan's words, Tony Stark couldn't help but shudder. With the IQ of normal humans, and those fables are telling normal humans that using those improper spells will not have good results. Of course, abnormal humans don't count. They don't understand. Close your eyes. I'll help you solve the problem of dreaming. Ronan glanced at Tony Stark, and he decided to take back the tattoo. This was originally a rune that could communicate with Ronan, a very simple little spell. However, according to Ancient One, because of some of Ronan's tricks, this little spell has become less simple. So, Ronan decided to remove this first. Tony Stark, who heard this, closed his eyes very obediently, because he really didn't want to see the big-headed boy in his dream. If the other party's image was a beautiful woman, it would be fine, but it happened to be a big-headed monster. What's more outrageous is that this big-headed monster seems to be getting closer day by day. He is really afraid that he will be eaten by this monster in a dream one day. As Ronan released the spell of contact spell, the symbol on the back of Tony Stark's hand gradually disappeared. For some reason, Tony Stark suddenly felt that his whole body was much more relaxed. Okay, from today on, you probably won't dream again. If you have related dreams again, just come find me then. Ronan waved at Tony Stark, intending to return to his workstation and continue to be his salary thief. Tony Stark doesn't lack this little money, but Ronan does. The London Temple, his eternal pain. His spending plan that took up a full page of paper was completely ruined. So, he needs money. But what about Strange? Who is he? Tony Stark suddenly thought of this name. Dormammu could tell him this name, which means that this person must be different. Ronan stopped and sighed helplessly. Tony, as I said, curiosity will not only kill the cat, but also the person. The cat has 9 lives, but you only have 1. Of course, after Ronan said this, he began to count in his mind. He felt that this sentence alone would never convince Tony Stark. Because his curiosity was too strong. 3, 2, 1. At least let me know something that I can know, right? As expected, Tony Stark still couldn't help his curiosity. Ronan turned around and looked at him silently. Okay, I can tell you something insignificant. Do you remember the other you saw after the New York War? Ronan mentioned another thing. When mentioning this, Tony Stark seemed even more excited. That was his future self? Question mark? In his timeline, Strange was one of the supreme sorcerers. Of course, Ronan didn't say some of the subsequent things. After all, if he wanted to say it, it would be too complicated to explain. Tony Stark only needed to remember this point. So what do you mean? In this world, Strange is not the supreme sorcerer. Tony Stark keenly grasped the most important point. At the same time, he vaguely seemed to understand something very remarkable. Yes, in this world, he is just an ordinary person. You will never see the day when he casts a spell in front of you. Unless... At this point, Ronan laughed himself. Unless the fate of this world moves closer to the 616 universe, Strange will encounter a car accident again. Of course, if he encounters a car accident again this time, it is hard to say whether he will lose his hands or his life. Unless what? Tony Stark continued to ask. Anyway, you only need to remember one thing. He will never be able to cast spells in this life. After all, some things have already. However, when Ronan finished this sentence, his originally smiling expression suddenly turned into astonishment. He looked at Tony Stark in confusion. Damn. This guy's not a crow's mouth, right? The reason is very simple, because at that moment, Ronan felt an extremely huge suction force. The target of this suction force is Ronan. The person who wants to take Ronan away is not on the Earth at all. No, it should be said that he is not in this universe at all. Someone is trying to pull Ronan over in other parallel universes in some unknown way. In this case, all Ronan can do is to take out his mobile phone immediately, find Wang's phone number, and send a text message 6969. These 4 numbers are the content of the entire text message. After returning from the 616 universe, Ronan felt that maybe one day he would meet people from other parallel universes. Therefore, in order to explain everything in an emergency, Ronan set up such a code name. The specific meaning of the code name is that there are urgent matters to deal with, and it may take a long time to reply. It is a small notification. As for why Wang asked why he used these numbers, Ronan's explanation was also very simple. 69, at first glance, is reversed, which means that yin and yang are in chaos, and the world is upside down, which represents the most urgent situation. Maybe Wang doesn't understand what the most urgent situation is, but Guyi will definitely understand. After sending the text message, Ronan tried his best to resist the suction, and turned to look at Tony Stark. Don't panic no matter what you see next. I need you to help me tell Gwen that I went home first because of something, so that she doesn't have to worry. Ronan took a deep breath. Even though he tried his best to resist, the ending was still not very good. There is no doubt that he was taken away. It's just a matter of time. Wait, what are you going to do? Tony Stark saw such a serious expression on Ronan's face for the first time. This shows that things are definitely not that simple. I may have to go to a parallel universe, and the time of return is uncertain. So, when he said this, Ronan suddenly stopped. Because he was already in a state of dizziness. When Ronan landed safely again, he had come to a busy street. Ronan was very familiar with this place, because on the tall building in front of him, there were several letters erected. Stark. This is New York, at least a parallel universe with Tony Stark. Ronan squinted his eyes, felt the changes in the mana in his body, and drew a circle in the air with his index finger. The golden light appeared for a second and then disappeared. Well, the spell can still be used, which means that this parallel universe can still use spells. In this case, it means that this parallel universe still has Vishanti, and naturally there will be Kamataj. How to say it? The reason why Ronan has to do so many tests is also very simple. This time of crossing is completely different from Ronan's previous crossing. The last time he went to the 616 universe, Ronan used 2 ways of crossing. One is his own secret door. The other is the Pime particle crossing developed by Tony Stark and others. Now this time of crossing is completely different from the above 2 methods. More like summoning. Yes, it is more appropriate to use this word to describe it. This time Ronan was summoned by someone in a very special way. So, this is why Ronan has to do so many tests. Make sure he has the means to protect himself and fight back. Ronan glanced around. Although this is the New York he is familiar with, it is also a familiar street. However, in order to determine which parallel universe this is, the best way to confirm it is one thing. So, Ronan stretched out his right hand and stopped a taxi. Opening the door, Ronan sat in the back seat. Go to 177A Brick Street. More than 10 minutes later, after experiencing the inhumane racing of this Indian driver, Ronan finally succeeded in reaching his destination. That is to say, Ronan has good physical fitness. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary person, he would have vomited in the car. These Indians are classic examples of people who only care about money and not their lives. Ronan has experienced this many times. Looking at the familiar door, Ronan walked forward and planned to knock on the door. Before he could stretch out his right hand, the door suddenly opened, and a boy walked out of the door. The boy wanted to say something, but the door slammed shut. Ronan, who was standing behind him, curled his lips because he saw the boy's appearance. Peter Parker. No, it should be said that Peter Parker with another look. A Peter Parker who is about the same age as Ronan, but looks more childish than Ronan. In an instant, Ronan understood which universe he had traveled to. He even knew why he came here. They have a bad temper. Peter Parker also saw Ronan, and he even tried to save his dignity. Ronan took a deep breath and walked forward to knock on the door. The door opened again, and the one who opened it was a young girl Ronan did not know. Who are you looking for? The girl seemed a little wary. I'll look for Wang or Strange. Ronan took a look at the interior decoration, and sure enough, it was still the New York Temple limited to the Ice and Snow Festival. Although the physical fitness of the mages is very good, will this really not affect the internal heating? Okay, come in and wait for a while. After saying that, the girl let Ronan in. Knowing the names of Wang and Strange is enough to show that the other party knows each other. Otherwise, he would not have found this place so accurately. Not long after Ronan walked into the New York Temple, Wang's figure slowly walked out from the other side. When he saw Ronan's face, his very serious face gradually turned into a surprised expression. Why are you here? Wang asked subconsciously, and Ronan couldn't help rolling his eyes. Do you think I want to come? Every time I come, nothing good happens. I might as well stay in my universe. Ronan almost couldn't help but raise his middle finger to Wang. It's obviously your problem, and you still ask me why I came. Is this reasonable? What on earth is going on? Could it be? Wang suddenly looked up and looked at the second floor. He also knew that Peter Parker, who had come to ask for help, had just left here. But what was even more coincidental was that Ronan actually came. Yes, I was summoned by you. What's even more outrageous is that you didn't even say hello when you summoned me. Ronan casually threw the magic ring into the fire, and the flames that had been a little dim burned again. He immediately sat down next to the fire. The interior of this magnificent New York temple was even colder than the street. Tell me, why did you ask me to come this time? It can't be that Thanos invaded the Earth again. Although Ronan knew what happened, could he tell it? Obviously not. He just wanted to go back quickly. After all, they were just a few enemies of Spider-Man, and they were no different from minions to Ronan. So just treat this as an unexpected trip. Don't worry, you are the only visitor from a parallel universe who has come here for such a long time. Our Earth is very safe. Wang walked to Ronan and sat down. He was also happy to reminisce with Ronan. Even if Ronan had cheated a spell from him at that time, it didn't matter. There are not many opportunities for people from two parallel universes to meet. Since there is no chance, you should send me back quickly. I have something important to do. Well, the important thing Ronan said was to go back and do his homework. It is very annoying that the clone cannot cross the parallel universe. Ronan couldn't leave his clone in his own universe to teach for him. Otherwise, he really wanted to play here for a few more days. I don't know what happened the whole time. If you want to ask Strange. Wang pointed to the second floor, indicating that he knew nothing. However, Ronan showed a look of contempt. I said that you, a dignified supreme sorcerer, don't even know what Strange did. Then what are you doing? Just as Ronan was speaking, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the second floor. Strange rushed down from the second floor in small steps. Wang, we have a new guest. Before he finished speaking, he also saw Ronan sitting opposite Wang. The new guest you are talking about, isn't it him? Wang looked back at Strange and pointed his finger at Ronan opposite, and for a moment, Strange was a little speechless. His mistake caused consequences, which were now in front of him. Strange, you didn't do something incomprehensible again, did you? Ronan crossed his arms and stared at Strange with a strange look on his face. He thought of something he had been complaining about. In the mirror dimension, he was trapped in the mirror dimension by a high school student who had never learned magic, using the knowledge he learned in class. Even after the ring was taken away, he could not get out of the mirror dimension. This should be the incident this time, right? Although I admit that there was a problem with my magic, the consequences should also be related to people related to Peter Parker. And you Strange stopped halfway through his speech. He seemed to have thought of something. Oh, speaking of Peter Parker, that was my best friend back then. Chapter 133. Your face is full of stories. Pa. After hearing what Ronan said, Strange slapped his forehead. His spell was originally intended to make all those who knew Peter Parker was Spider-Man forget this memory. However, he used the spell by mistake and summoned all those who knew Peter Parker was Spider-Man to this world. This is why Ronan came to this world. I'm just curious about one thing. There are probably countless Peter Parkers in so many parallel universes. Why did you find me so accurately? Ronan sat on the chair and looked at Strange helplessly. You know, in the vast parallel universe, it can't be that only these few parallel universes of Peter Parker know his name. The other Spider-Men are all hidden very well. So, Ronan was summoned by coincidence, right? I also want to know why. Because when I cast the spell, I found something wrong. But when I really saw you, I was sure that the door to the parallel universe was really opened invisibly. Strange shook his head with a solemn expression on his face. In fact, he saw and sensed it when he cast the spell. The purple barrier seemed like someone was secretly spying on them from outside. But he was not sure if he was too sensitive or if there was really some strange creature spying on them. Without any preparation, did you agree to let him cast such a large-scale forbidden spell? Although the Oblivion spell is not considered black magic, it is no different from black magic on such a large scale. Ronan looked at the king. The king said nothing, because he could not control Strange. Although the king was the supreme sorcerer in name, there was never a distinction between superiors and subordinates in Kamatage. Most wizards knew what they should and should not do. However, there was always a small number who occasionally caused big trouble. For example, Cassilis. For example, Strange. Well, since you have understood the source of the error in your spell, I believe you have a way to remedy it, right? Ronan sighed and turned his gaze to Strange again. Strange nodded, and a box appeared in his hands. Horcrux. Are you planning to trap the ruined spell inside, and then when the ritual is complete, you can reverse the spell, and then send us back to our original universe? Ronan took a look at what Strange took out, and immediately understood his idea. Ronan had played with this thing in the past, but threw it away not long after, because he never used the wrong spell. Yes, but before that, I need to catch them one by one. Strange nodded. What Ronan said was exactly what he thought. This is a good idea. Ronan glanced at the Horcrux, and then crossed his legs on the chair. In that case, I'll wait for you to send me back. I just defeated the Dark Elves in my world. Also, why did you use this trick? Ronan changed to a more comfortable posture, and looked at Strange with interest. After all, I'm a mature wizard, but I can still make such a low-level mistake. Why don't you say it out to make everyone happy? Wang on the side also had the same expression. He was also very curious about what Strange had done. Strange took a look at the expressions of the two people and knew that he could not avoid this matter. So, in desperation, he told the whole story. He emphasized the part where Peter Parker interfered with him. In his opinion, Peter Parker was the culprit. Peter Parker. At the end, Strange rubbed his temples with an expression that he couldn't say. Juan looked at him with a constipated face, not knowing what to say. Ronan pouted. I happened to meet Peter Parker when I came here, but it seems that he didn't recognize me. When Strange suddenly mentioned Peter Parker, Ronan suddenly remembered. According to common sense, he and Peter Parker had met, so the other party couldn't fail to recognize him. Unless Strange did something. Well, I cast the Oblivion spell on him, including most of the people who saw you at that time. They were all cast the Oblivion spell, so they won't remember you. Strange nodded and admitted what he had done. Although he didn't tell Ronan at the time, these things seemed necessary to him. Because after Ronan told him about the Hydra machine, he thought of this matter. So, he came up with such a solution. Most people. How many people did you leave? Ronan stopped what he was doing and looked up at Strange, a little surprised. According to Strange's character, not everyone is like this. Wang, don't we all remember you? Of course, Tony remembers you too, but this is the only one. Strange shrugged. Ronan couldn't recognize Strange. Unexpectedly, he actually left a slippery fish. That is Tony Stark. By the way, Tony Stark. Thinking of this name, Ronan remembered another thing. According to you, it was because a man named Mysterio exposed Peter Parker's identity. Then since Tony Stark is not dead, why did he give Friday to Peter Parker? This is a bit unclear. This is also the most confusing thing for Ronan. Of course, in front of Strange, he doesn't have to keep anything secret. Tony Stark's fate was changed by him. The only people who knew about this were Strange. Tony said he was going to retire, and Peter was his designated candidate. Strange sighed, not knowing whether he was sighing that Tony Stark's late reputation was lost, or sighing that he had a bad vision. He actually chose Peter Parker as his successor. Okay, then I almost understand it. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth. Think about Tony Stark's character. He had already retired before fighting Thanos. It is normal for him to continue to return to the cabin now. With the money in his hand, he can't spend it all in 10 lifetimes. At this time, a wizard ran over from the side. Master Strange, the people from the parallel universe you mentioned appeared on a bridge. One has been controlled by Spider-Man, and the other seems to be still destroying it. The wizard's tone was very urgent, and it was obvious that Strange had told him the importance of the matter. Okay, I know. Strange nodded, glanced at Ronan, and quickly came behind him. A familiar golden light appeared. Hey. Ronan just realized what happened and was taken away by Strange using the secret door. Wong just glanced at the place where Ronan disappeared and the chair that was taken away at the same time and couldn't help saying, how come these two people found each other again? And it was this kind of thing. Thinking of this, Wong could only open the secret door and go to the Xiangjiang temple. Out of sight, out of mind. He was afraid that, if he stayed here for a while longer, his heart would be angry. Don't let Thanos kill him. Dormammu's crisis was avoided, and finally die of a heart attack. That would be a big joke. On the other side, Peter Parker, wearing a spider suit, looked around blankly. This is a dim basement, with no one around. He carefully took off his spider suit, moved his steps little by little, and observed the surroundings. Until he was frightened by a lizard-like man. Next, Dr. Otto slapped a wall, which frightened Peter Parker again. Then, Strange came behind Peter Parker and frightened him for the third time. Parker, be careful of the consequences of making a wish. Strange looked at Peter Parker with a serious face, but his appearance made the scene seem not so serious. Because in front of him, there was Ronan sitting on a chair. What's going on? Peter Parker stared at Strange with a puzzled face. The two of them tacitly ignored Dr. Otto, who was shouting, "Let me out. You messed up the spell. You want everyone to forget that Peter Parker is Spider-Man, but you pulled people who know Peter Parker's identity from various universes." Strange slapped his hands on the back of the chair. Peter Parker also looked at Ronan. "Hi, Peter. See you again." Ronan greeted Peter Parker. "Do you know me? Or do you know anything about me?" Peter Parker looked at Ronan innocently, because he didn't know him at all. Strange patted Ronan's shoulder. He wanted to tell him to be careful about how he spoke. After all, Peter Parker's memory of Ronan had been cleansed by the forgetfulness curse. So, they shouldn't know each other. Ronan pouted, but soon returned to normal. "I don't know him, but your face is full of stories." On a small parallel universe on Earth, 2 dragons and phoenixes were cultivated at the same time. Ronan even wanted to applaud them directly. Peter Parker pointed at Ronan and was about to speak, but was stopped by Strange. "Look over there. Do you know that Peter Parker is Spider-Man?" Strange asked Dr. Otto. "Yes." Dr. Otto answered truthfully. "Is it him?" Strange pointed at Peter Parker next to him. "No." Dr. Otto answered decisively. Because in his universe, Peter Parker is not the little brat in front of him. He is a very mature Spider-Man. Did you hear that? Strange turned his gaze to Peter Parker again. Peter Parker also frowned, and he found that he seemed to have caused a big disaster. "Oh no, should I say there is really a multiverse in the world?" Peter Parker asked the question he wanted to ask the most. Strange opened his mouth first, and finally put his eyes on Ronan. Feeling Strange's gaze, Ronan couldn't help rolling his eyes. "Just explain it. Why are you looking at me? I didn't know if there was a multiverse." But, with his appearance, I can answer you. Yes, there is indeed a multiverse. Originally, according to Strange's cognition, he was actually not sure whether there was a multiverse. However, Ronan's existence told him in a real way. That's right, there is. Because according to Bruce Banner's statement at the time, the Ancient One personally admitted that Ronan was the next heir. Therefore, Strange can conclude, based on this point, when they wanted to travel through time to get the infinite gems, they actually just traveled to a parallel universe. Or, it just happened that they took the wrong path when they took the Space Stone and the Mind Stone. The other stones, including Thanos, came from various time nodes in the past. Otherwise, you can't explain why Steve Rogers will eventually grow old. Him? Peter Parker pointed at Ronan. Why him? It's not important. What's important is what we do next. Strange took a deep breath. Ronan was not the most important part of this matter. Because he knew Ronan's character, he would not have any big impact on the universe. The only thing that worried him was other people. I don't know how many more visitors there are. Strange opened his hands. This was the most troublesome point. I saw one, on the bridge. He's like a flying green elf. Peter Parker thought of the flying weirdo he met on the bridge. And Peter Parker's adjective also successfully made Ronan laugh. Flying green elf? If you say so, Norman Osborn may not have been wrong to betray you in the end. This name is too contemptuous. Interesting nickname. Let's start with him. I need to send them all back before anything goes wrong in reality. Next, Strange showed Peter Parker how to bring these people back. Peter Parker's spider suit was also engraved with Kamar-Taj's teleportation spell. A simple, small teleportation spell. After saying that, Strange was about to leave. Mr. Strange. At this time, Peter Parker called Strange again. Anything else? Strange turned around with a helpless look on his face. I will promise to fix my mistakes and solve this matter. But I need help. Peter Parker took a deep breath. At this moment, he thought of his godfather Tony Stark. He also has a team. It's just that this team, whether in terms of fame or strength, is almost the best on Earth. But he only has a few of his friends. Okay, I promise you. What do you think of him? Strange suddenly pointed to Ronan, who was walking out. Hearing this, Ronan stopped in his tracks. He is not a fool. He is the only one who is still outside, except those who have been locked up. Hey, you want me to work for you? I don't have the heart to play house with children. Ronan turned around and looked at Strange with dissatisfaction. It's better to teach you, Strange, to play house with Peter Parker. A mature person like me can't play this kind of game with a child. But I remember that you seem to be only 16 years old. Are you not older than him? Strange raised his eyebrows. When Peter Parker heard Ronan's age, he became interested. The people he led. And they are from a parallel universe. Since he is also from the other universe you mentioned, why don't you lock him up too? Dr. Otto, who was locked in the jar, expressed his dissatisfaction. Strange sighed. He glanced at Ronan. Ronan shrugged, and a golden portal appeared in front of him. Because he can't lock me up. First of all, it is true that Strange can't lock Ronan up. More importantly, he was convinced that Ronan would not do anything to harm their universe. Even though they had known each other for less than half a month. Of course, he also wanted to seek Ronan's help. He had to solve this matter as soon as possible, and according to the king's meaning, he did not ask the magicians of Kamar-Taj to help. The reason was very simple. This was the tradition of Kamar-Taj for many years. Whoever made the mistake would bear the responsibility, unless the mistake was related to the Dark Realm or other realms that coveted the earth. Therefore, Strange had to solve this matter himself. Of course, he also wanted to avoid the king's long-winded teaching to him. Finally, under Strange's kneeling beg, Ronan finally sat back in the basement, looking at Peter Parker and others fiddling with things in silence. Among them, the little fat man impressed Ronan the most. In addition to being able to use a computer to crack the program designed by Tony Stark and open all the functions of the spider suit, this person was self-taught and learned to use the secret door. From this point alone, he is a magic genius. A genius of science and technology and a genius of magic. Ronan curled his lips. Why did he suddenly think of Tony Stark? In a parallel universe, there might also be a supreme wizard named Tony Stark. According to the destiny of several Spider-Mans, his friends betrayed him in the end, and the relationship between the fat boy in front of him and Peter Parker. Ronan felt that he seemed to have guessed the plot of the next Spider-Man. Isn't this too exciting? Hey, well, I don't know your name yet. Just as Ronan was thinking, Peter Parker came over from somewhere. Ronan came back to his senses and glanced at Peter Parker standing not far away. Ronan, just call me Ronan. For some reason, when Ronan saw this Peter Parker, the first person he thought of was his aunt. Well, that is, May Parker. How to say it? This should be called the most profound impression. My name is Peter Parker. You can just call me Peter. Peter Parker took 2 steps forward and stretched out his right hand. Ronan glanced at his right hand and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The child is not big, but there are still many things to do. But out of courtesy, Ronan still stretched out his right hand and shook hands with him. Aunt May is in good health, right? Ronan asked politely. Well, she is in good health. You seem to know her? Peter Parker retracted his right hand and looked at Ronan with some doubts. He always felt that Ronan was very familiar, but he didn't know where he had seen him. But that inexplicable sense of familiarity could not be erased. You know, in my world, I have a good relationship with Peter Parker, I know. So, Ronan spread his hands, and the rest of the words were self-evident. Peter Parker nodded in sudden realization, and pointed to the 2 friends behind him. These 2 are my friends, but I don't know if you know them. Her name is Michelle Jones, my girlfriend. You can call her MJ. MJ waved to Ronan, and Ronan also nodded. His name is Ned Leeds. You can call him Ned, my best friend. Ned also greeted Ronan. Although such an introduction scene was very awkward, Ronan, as a half-sociable, still responded to them calmly. At the same time, he probably understood Peter Parker's intention to get close to him. Well, although we are not from the same world and don't know each other, but you came to me, I'm afraid you have something to ask me. Ronan didn't want such an awkward scene to continue. Because you can't imagine how uncomfortable it is to laugh and greet each other awkwardly. Especially Ronan. He obviously knows Peter Parker, but he has to pretend that he doesn't know him. Okay, I admit that I have something to ask you. Mr. Strange, does the multiverse really exist? Peter Parker took a deep breath. This was the biggest question buried in his heart. At this time, MJ and Ned both stopped what they were doing and pricked up their ears. They were also very interested in this question. Aren't I and them an example? I know Peter Parker. He is also Spider-Man, but not you. Ronan raised his chin towards Dr. Otto, who was trapped in the jar, which was already very obvious. Then your universe. How should I put it? Did Thanos appear? It was just a purple giant, wearing an infinite gauntlet, snapping his fingers, and killing half of the people in the universe. Peter Parker also forgot the previous embarrassment at this moment. He seemed very interested in this question. I know what you want to ask, but I'm sorry I can't tell you. Parallel universes are independent of each other. I believe you have heard about this. What happened in your universe does not mean that it will definitely happen in our universe. Maybe a small mistake will cause the entire world line to change. Ronan shook his head. In fact, he was not sure whether Thanos was still there. Of course, according to his guess, there is a high probability that he is still there. Otherwise, he would have lost a lot of fun. Then can you tell me about the Peter Parker in your universe? I don't mean to pry into other people's privacy. I just want to know one thing. How can I really become a superhero? I think I may be able to find the corresponding answer in them. Right? Asking for a guaranteed monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. Chapter 134. Morgan has extraordinary power. Superhero. Thinking of this word, and looking at Peter Parker's slightly eager eyes at this time, Ronan couldn't help but sigh. Peter Parker, the Spider-Man in this universe, is considered by many people to be the most naive and the most worrying one. Since he gained his ability, his life has been smooth sailing. Of course, the so-called smooth sailing means that there is always a godfather named Tony Stark who helps him wipe his ass. It is precisely because of this that people can't see any signs of growth in him. So much so that even Strange puts most of the responsibility for the failure of the spell on him. But if we are fair, Ronan, as a wizard of Camotage, thinks that the problem of this matter is still on Strange. As a wizard, and the former supreme sorcerer, don't you ever consider some unexpected situations? Letting so many people on the whole earth forget that Peter Parker as Spider-Man is not a simple forgetfulness spell that can solve it. But before you cast a spell, you always have to consider what the consequences will be if the spell fails, right? But Strange didn't. He just agreed to Peter Parker's request, and the most outrageous thing was that when he was casting a spell, he actually let Peter Parker, an outsider, visit. That's right, this is not allowed in Camotage. Although the wizards in this universe are already semi-public, even Strange himself has become a very well-known superhero on Earth. However, rules are rules. When a wizard casts a large spell, he does not enter the secret room and devote himself to the spell. Instead, he lets an outsider visit beside him. This is quite unprofessional for a wizard. From the beginning to now, Ronan almost always goes to the secret room whenever it comes to key matters. Even when developing the power of the space gem, he only tried to develop the space gem when the Ancient One was around. There is no way he is afraid of death. Strange does not seem to be afraid of death. So, in Ronan's view, just from today's incident, the responsibility of the two is at least 50-50. Even Strange's responsibility is greater. Of course, maybe Strange has some unspeakable secrets. After all, if he didn't do this, the subsequent multiverse might not appear. Should we say that this is the will of the universe? Peter, there is actually a saying in the East, I think I can share it with you. Don't be burdened by false reputation in your life. The title of superhero is just a false name for your life after all. Maybe it seems to you to be a very honorable thing, but in my opinion, it is an invisible shackle on yourself. After this shackle is put on, you will always live under the framework of people for superheroes. It is very likely that you will not be able to live your own life. Ronan looked at Peter Parker in front of him. This is a sentence from his heart. As strong as Tony Stark and Steve Rogers, the former is a billionaire, born with the spotlight on his head. And the latter is also the hero that America has been promoting since the last world. Have they never been burdened by the false name of superhero? Yes, and it is right in front of us. Tony Stark also suffered from severe anxiety and chose to lock himself in the laboratory because he was worried that he could not protect his family. In the end, he walked out of his inner demons and was no longer burdened by this false name. The same is true for Steve Rogers. He has been a superhero for a lifetime or 2 lifetimes, but in the end he chose the advice given to him by Tony Stark. Try the life of an ordinary person. In the end, he also put down his shield and became a husband. With the experience and vision of the above 2 people, they are still confused by the name of superhero. What about Peter Parker, who has just become an adult? I know what you said, but I don't know. Peter Parker hesitated several times. Since Tony Stark retired, he has been in a state of confusion. Tony Stark passed on all his mantle to him, but the process was not so smooth. Because of his one thought, he let Mysterio go. Mysterio, who was still alive, eventually exposed his identity and even put Peter Parker in the ranks of bad guys. From then on, Spider-Man was no longer a superhero in people's minds. Instead, he became an executioner who killed heroes. The world seemed to have changed overnight. He went from being an object of people's cheering to a street rat that everyone wanted to beat. From that moment on, Peter Parker was completely panicked. Only you know how to go on your own path. No matter how many suggestions you get, it still depends on you. I can't help you, sorry. Ronan patted Peter Parker on the shoulder. He was not interested in being a psychological teacher for others. If he was in terms of actual age, Ronan was even younger than Peter Parker in front of him. He didn't even understand life, but he acted as a life mentor for others. Let Peter Parker experience it himself. I know. Thank you. Peter Parker pursed his lips and nodded to Ronan. At this moment, Ronan's mobile phone made a beeping sound. This was a text message. The content of the text message was also very simple, just an address, a picture, and a name with a suffix. When he saw this name, Ronan couldn't help but smile. Excuse me, I have something to deal with. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Ronan took out his phone and waved it at the few people, and a secret portal appeared in front of him. What should we do? However, before Ned could finish speaking, Ronan had already stepped through the portal and disappeared into the basement. Several people looked at each other. What a convenient ability. On an unknown island in South America, a portal shining with golden light quietly appeared in front of a house. Ronan stepped out of the portal and could vaguely hear Ned's envious voice. The portal closed, and Ronan looked up at the villa built on the beach. It's so damn luxurious. In order to build a house on the cliff, he bought the entire cliff. In order to build a villa on the beach, he bought the entire island. This person was none other than Tony Stark, who sent a text message to Ronan. A local tyrant who can do whatever he wants. A little girl in a white dress was playing with sand next to her. When she saw Ronan, the toy in her hand didn't seem to be so attractive anymore. Her big eyes full of doubt seemed to be saying, "Where did this big brother come from? Hey, Morgan." Ronan recognized the little girl in front of him at a glance. It was Morgan Stark. Morgan Stark had not changed much since he left last time, just a little taller, but still the same. Uncle Ronan. When Morgan Stark's eyes regained their vitality, she rushed directly towards Ronan. Even when she rushed towards him, she stumbled and fell flat on her face. Ronan rushed to her in a flash and picked her up. "Morgan, be careful." It was that Ronan was fast enough, otherwise Morgan Stark was destined to have a close contact with the beach today. Morgan Stark laughed with his mouth open, as if he didn't feel any danger at all. Instead, he seemed to find it very interesting. "Badgie." Morgan Stark hugged Ronan's neck and kissed him on the cheek. Then he laughed again. During that time, in the huge Avengers building, the only one who could play with her was the uncle in front of her. At that time, she still called him brother, but Ronan stopped her. Not for anything else, but she couldn't be a generation younger than Tony Stark for no reason. Oh, someone's precious daughter is going to be cheated away by someone else. At this moment, another familiar female voice came from the side of the villa. Ronan looked in the direction of the voice. Pepper Potts and Tony Stark were standing at the door, and they happened to see the scene just now. But the expressions of the two were completely different. The former was smiling, as if he had discovered something very interesting. The latter was full of resentment, and he wanted to eat Ronan in one bite. If his eyes could turn into knives, Ronan must have become a hedgehog at this moment. "Long time no see. It seems that you are going to welcome a brand new family member. Congratulations." Ronan glanced at Pepper Potts' slightly bulging belly and roughly understood what was going on. Seeing that they had retired during this time, Tony Stark had not forgotten to work hard. "No need to congratulate. What are you doing here?" Tony Stark rolled his eyes, as if he had forgotten that he was the one who sent the text message. Ronan walked to the door with Morgan Stark in his arms and curled his lips at Tony Stark. "Of course I came here to see Morgan. No one would think that he is so arrogant that I have to take the initiative to visit him, right?" Ronan said with a smile. Damn. Classic yin and yang. Tony Stark's chest was blocked, and he almost couldn't breathe. Why was he beaten to a pulp every time he met Ronan? He couldn't figure it out. "Morgan, come to see your dad. Don't bother your uncle Ronan." Tony Stark decided that, if he couldn't figure it out, he shouldn't think about it first. It was the right thing to do to bring his baby daughter back first. Otherwise, she would be deceived by a human trafficker who looked like a human. However, something Tony Stark didn't expect happened. Morgan Stark hesitated in Ronan's arms, and finally did not throw herself into her father's arms, but hugged Ronan's neck, with her face pressed against Ronan's left cheek. Hiss. This scene made Tony Stark explode. His precious daughter was actually with another man. She even rejected him as a father. No. This is impossible. Tony Stark felt his heart sink at this moment. His precious daughter, whom he had raised for so many years, was actually deceived by a man he had only met a few times. F***K. As expected, good-looking men are not good. Hahaha, it seems that the heart of a daughter slave is about to break. Ronan winked at Pepper Potts, and Pepper Potts also laughed heartily. In fact, even Pepper Potts didn't expect that Tony Stark, who was known as a playboy before getting married, would become a daughter slave one day. Sometimes, Tony Stark would even show off to her at home. "She said she loved me 3,000 times, but she didn't tell you." Thinking of his childish behavior, Pepper Potts always felt confused. Until today, Ronan came. The thing I regret most today is sending you an invitation. You. Tony Stark was so angry that he couldn't find the right words for a while. I came across a parallel universe to see Morgan. This is not something some people can compare to. You mean compared to Morgan? Ronan shook Morgan Stark in his arms. Morgan Stark actually nodded in cooperation and even smiled brightly. In fact, as a child, she didn't know anything about parallel universes. It was just that she was particularly happy to see an acquaintance. Okay, don't stimulate him anymore. If this continues, he may not even be able to sleep tonight. Pepper Potts also came forward in time and took Morgan Stark from Ronan's arms. It was considered to give Tony Stark a face. I'll go prepare dinner, you guys chat first. Pepper Potts nodded to the two people and walked into the house with Morgan Stark in his arms. The remaining two men looked at each other. Of course, Ronan was full of smiles, and Tony Stark's eyes were as big as a bullseye. It seemed that he would transform into Iron Man in the next second and send Ronan away. A few seconds later, Tony Stark's expression relaxed, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He seemed to walk forward reluctantly, opened his arms, and hugged Ronan. Then, the two of them laughed at the same time. To a certain extent, Ronan is Tony Stark's savior, which is absolutely true. Last time before parting, this relationship had actually been made clear. At that time, Tony Stark thought he would never see Ronan in his life. So, he said thank you with a little emotion. But unexpectedly, they met again today. If I had known that Morgan would see you like this, I shouldn't have sent you the address to ask you to come. After the two hugged, Tony Stark still couldn't forget what happened just now. This is his precious daughter. How could she be deceived so easily by someone? This old father's heart is not so easy to accept. Ronan rolled his eyes and sat directly on the chair next to him. I haven't said anything about you yet. You and Bruce are worse than each other. When Bruce invited me, he said he would help me finish my homework for the weekend, but he didn't do anything. And you actually moved my time back 2 days. I spent a whole night doing my homework. A whole night. When talking about this, Ronan gnashed his teeth in hatred. He obviously had 2 days of vacation after returning, but he didn't expect that the vacation balance would be directly cleared. How hateful. Isn't it normal for high school students to attend summer camps on weekends? I just made you become that ordinary high school student, although it's a little early. Tony Stark looked away with a guilty conscience. His original intention was to make Ronan lose his vacation. As for the reason, just blame Ronan's mouth. You are the one who is stubborn, Tony. I sincerely hope Morgan doesn't inherit your stubbornness. Ronan pouted. If he had known this, he should have given him a big gift when he came. Let him experience what it feels like to fall infinitely again. Let's talk business. Why are you here again? Tony Stark switched his expression to serious in a second. Although he has retired, he was once the famous Iron Man. With the lesson of Thanos' time travel last time, he designed an early warning system. Once the gamma value reaches a certain limit, it means that someone has traveled through time or a parallel universe. So, he knew it the first time that someone from another universe had come. Of course, he probably knew about the other visitors. When he contacted Strange, he found out that the visitor was Ronan. Do you think I want to come? I'm chatting with you. Oh, you in my world. Who would have thought that I would be summoned by Strange? I still want to continue to be my salary thief. Ronan was very dissatisfied. All this was Strange's fault. Ronan was originally his salary thief, but he had to drag Ronan into it. What is this? So, all this is a wonderful mistake? Tony Stark also looked weird. Yes, just for the nephew of your old lover. Ronan nodded. Old. Tony Stark first looked back at the room, and after finding that Pepper Potts didn't hear any movement, he turned back and glared at Ronan. I have nothing to do with May. Don't talk nonsense. When mentioning May Parker's name, Tony Stark's voice was also lowered. I didn't say it was Peter Parker. Why did you admit it yourself? Ronan opened his mouth wide, as if he had discovered some major secret. Tony Stark quickly covered his mouth and carefully observed the surroundings again, and then relaxed. Shut up. Do you want to kill me? When he finished this sentence, Ronan also broke free from his restraints. Bah, bah, bah. Ronan quickly spat a few times. Have you washed your hands and disinfected them? You dare to cover my mouth with your hands. Do all of you Tony Stark like to cover other people's mouths? Ronan looked at Tony Stark with disdain, took out the tissue on the table, and wiped his mouth. Don't touch your hands during special times. What happened to Peter again? He got into trouble again. Tony Stark changed the subject directly. He was afraid that Ronan would say something shocking again. You use the word again very well. Ronan nodded and repeated what happened to Peter Parker. While saying these words, Morgan Stark ran out of the house and threw himself into Ronan's arms. Tony Stark became red-eyed again. Your godson really likes to do big things. Of course, Strange is not a good person either. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix together are simply amazing. Ronan picked up Morgan Stark and gently scratched her nose. This is a little spy. Come to eavesdrop on the conversation between him and Tony Stark. It must be that Pepper Potts heard the words old lover and sent out her most capable and least suspicious spy. Don't ask why Ronan knew, because Ronan's clones around saw Pepper Potts peeking over here. Forget it, I'm retired anyway. These things are not my turn. Tony Stark thought about it and finally said this. Retired? Hearing this, Ronan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He changed the position of Morgan Stark, who was playing with the buttons of his clothes, and then tapped the air with his left hand. The familiar Infinity Gauntlet appeared in his hand. When seeing the familiar Infinity Gauntlet appear again, Tony Stark straightened his back. But when he saw Ronan's next move, he almost jumped up. Because Ronan actually handed the Infinity Gauntlet to Morgan Stark. Morgan shouldn't be able to snap his fingers yet, right? Ronan raised his head and looked at Tony Stark with a smile. Tony Stark took a deep breath. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Morgan Stark put the gauntlet on his hand. Seeing this scene, Tony Stark's heart was about to jump out. The things on it are not good stuff. Don't worry, it's okay. Ronan touched Morgan Stark's head and comforted Tony Stark, coaxing the child and also coaxing the child's father. This is too tiring. On it at this time, Tony Stark also saw that there were only 2 Infinity Stones on it. Yes, this is the Infinity Stone of our world, which is considered a small collection of mine. Ronan smiled and looked at Morgan Stark at the same time. Morgan Stark was seen fiddling with her left hand with great interest, as if she had found a new toy. She imitated her father, raised her left hand, and pointed it at the grass next to her. This action scared Tony Stark again. Meow. At this moment, a cat's cry appeared in the yard. A kitten that was just a few months old appeared in Morgan Stark's arms out of thin air. Cat. Morgan Stark shouted happily and carefully held the cat in his arms. When he saw the cat, Tony Stark was stunned. You know, his family doesn't have a cat. More importantly, in the last second, there was no cat in Morgan Stark's arms. So, he immediately looked at Ronan. But Ronan didn't mean to answer his question, but just snapped his fingers lightly, and the Infinity Gauntlet fell off Morgan Stark's hand. It returned to his hand. Morgan, this is a gift from Uncle Ronan. Do you like it? Ronan looked at Morgan Stark with a smile. I like it. Morgan Stark held her very carefully and kept her secret in his arms. She even rubbed her face against the kitten. The newborn kitten seemed to feel Morgan Stark's love and began to meow. It can be seen that Morgan Stark really likes this kitten. Well, you have to promise your uncle to take good care of her. Okay? Ronan continued to ask with a smile. Morgan Stark nodded repeatedly, her eyes full of light. Seeing her so cute, Ronan couldn't help but touch her head. Go and see your mother. By the way, you can find something to feed her. Ronan put Morgan Stark on the ground. Before he finished speaking, Morgan Stark held the kitten and ran back to the house with her short legs. At that speed, it can be said that she couldn't wait to share her new partner with Pepper Potts. Ronan smiled and put the Infinity Gauntlet back into his own space. What's going on? That cat. Tony Stark's face was extremely serious. He was worried that the cat would bring some other harm to Morgan Stark. Ronan shook his head and motioned him to relax. Don't worry, it's just a cat transformed by the reality gem. If you take good care of it, maybe it can send you away. Ronan said with a smile. Reality gem? Huh? Tony Stark asked 2 questions in a row. At this moment, Ronan gradually put away his smile and looked at Tony Stark with a serious face. Tony, whether you believe it or not, Morgan has more extraordinary abilities than you. At least in some ways, she is even stronger than any superhero you know. And that cat was transformed by Morgan herself. Morgan transformed herself? When Tony Stark heard this answer, he was completely stunned. He had naturally heard about the power of the reality gem. Although he had not tried it himself, he also knew that the greater the power of the gem, the greater the price to be born. And Morgan Stark's small body actually has extraordinary abilities? Why did he, as a father, never discover it? You don't have to worry about this ability. This is something she was born with, and the cat may become her best friend in the future. And you, the old Iron Man who has been retired for many years, will be replaced one day. The person who replaces you may be Morgan. Ronan blinked at Tony Stark, and then his eyes were attracted by the excited cheers in the house. Obviously, Morgan Stark got the answer of yes from Pepper Potts. This kitten will settle down in her home. This is the second best news for Morgan Stark today. The first good news is naturally that Ronan came to see her. So today is a very happy day for Morgan Stark. The daughter follows in her father's footsteps. This is the beginning of a beautiful fairy tale. Recommend a book. Knowing the Way of Immortality. If you don't know the way of Taoism, you can't enter the way of immortality. If you are sent to the rivers and lakes, you will become a saint. Chapter 135. Holy Mother. From the beginning, Ronan felt a strange feeling from Morgan Stark. That feeling had been there since the first time, but it was not obvious at all. However, this time, the feeling became clearer. When he took out the Infinity Gauntlet, he could clearly feel that there seemed to be some resonance between Morgan Stark and the Infinity Stones. Finally, Ronan boldly put the Infinity Gauntlet on Morgan Stark. Of course, before that, Ronan also took some small precautions. For example, wearing the Infinity Gauntlet would cause some damage such as electric shock. Ronan used a small spell of camouflage to transfer this damage to Ronan. Well, after all, he was used to this kind of attack, so Ronan was just like nothing happened. Another precaution is that, if Morgan Stark accidentally used some uncontrollable ability, the Infinity Gauntlet would be unbound from her at the first time and return to Ronan's hands. Ancient One once said that each Infinity Stone actually has intelligence. For example, when the Reality Stone shrinks on Jane Foster, it will counterattack those who want to get close to it. Although this kind of intelligence is not high, it is there. Therefore, since he got the space gem, Ronan has been cultivating the feelings between the two sides. Simply put, it is the prelude to the Master Recognition ceremony. Of course, in order to complete the so-called Master Recognition, Ronan may have only walked 10% or even 5% of the way. But this distance is enough to make the connection between them closer. The minds of these two gems now are no different from those of children. If you play with him, he will listen to you. Therefore, Ronan is not worried about this. What really surprised Ronan was that Morgan Stark, who wore the Infinity Gauntlet, not only did not feel any discomfort, but easily created a kitten. And this kitten with a trace of the power of the Reality Gem will become her best partner in the future. Ronan, are you sure this is okay? This is an Infinity Gem. Tony Stark is still worried about his daughter. After experiencing the Thanos incident, he had a deep prejudice against the Infinity Gems. No, it's not prejudice. The bigger reason is rejection. Because there are too many unstable factors in this ability. Don't worry, one day you will find out that your daughter is so much better than you. Ronan smiled. He was not the kind of person who didn't consider the consequences like Strange. Or rather, he was more thoughtful than Strange. Okay, since you said so, I believe you. But whether Morgan wants to inherit my mantle in the future depends on her. I would rather she live happily and not get involved in these dangers. Tony Stark glanced at the location of the villa. From time to time, silver bell-like laughter could be heard in the villa. At least for now, Morgan Stark is really happy. No, you won't. However, Ronan shook his head. As a daughter slave, you won't leave Morgan alone. Because you can't accept that after you die, she will face the dangers of this world alone. Either you will pass on everything you have to her, or you will accompany her in another way. Ronan looked at Tony Stark in front of him and suddenly exposed his inner thoughts. Tony Stark looked at Ronan in shock. He remembered the mysterious feeling of Ronan when they first met, and it appeared again. If I wasn't sure that you couldn't read minds, I really wouldn't believe it. You seem to know everything. Tony Stark took a deep breath, confirming Ronan's words from the side. As a daughter slave, how could he bear to let Morgan Stark face the world unarmed? Especially there are many hidden crises in this world. When he was alive, he could protect Morgan Stark and Pepper Potts from the wind and rain. But what about when he died? People like Tony Stark, to put it nicely, are delicate, and to put it bluntly, are too sensitive. How could he not consider the future? In addition, he will leave Morgan Stark a huge business empire. If there is nothing to protect himself, can Morgan Stark really keep it? Not to mention that there is another child who is about to be born in Pepper Potts' belly. Therefore, Tony Stark will definitely not brush aside Morgan Stark's future, as he said. In Ronan's impression, it seems that in a parallel universe in the comics, Tony Stark survived as an AI after his death and continued his great cause as Iron Man. In another sense, he has also achieved immortality. I just don't know what Tony Stark in the 616 universe will choose. It's time to eat. Two gentlemen who didn't provide any help. At this time, Pepper Potts' voice came from the house. In addition, Morgan Stark imitated her mother's words and repeated them again. Ronan couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth and looked at Tony Stark with a puzzled look. Is she always like this? However, the only answer he got was Tony Stark's helpless shrug. Promise me that you will never let the lovely Morgan become the same as her mother in the future. I must promise me. After enjoying a very luxurious seafood dinner, Ronan also waved goodbye to Tony Stark's family. Especially in Morgan Stark's reluctant eyes, Ronan finally left. However, he promised Morgan Stark that he would come to see her again soon. However, the warmth here is as disturbing as the atmosphere in the basement of the New York temple. Strange, we can't send him back. When Ronan stepped into the basement, he heard this sentence at the first moment. This made him want to turn around and leave. Here it comes. The Virgin Spider-Man is here. If it is said that Strange made 60 to 70% of the mistakes that led Dr. Otto and others to come to this universe, then Peter Parker is to blame for all the stupid plots that happened next. There is no doubt about this. Not only did these villains run rampant in New York, but they even killed May Parker. It was all because of Peter Parker's temporary virgin heart. If it is said that Steve Rogers insisted on saving the Winter Soldier because the Winter Soldier was brainwashed by Hydra and did things he didn't want to do, this reason seems to be a little reasonable. But what Peter Parker is doing now is not justifiable at all. Who is the Winter Soldier? Steve Rogers' life and death brother. Similarly, he was brainwashed by Hydra anyway, which is also a reasonable reason. Because of this, Steve Rogers saved him in the end, and his personality almost collapsed. What about you? Do you, Peter Parker, have any intersection with these four villains? Just because they are sent back, they will all die. So, Parker. Strange looked at Peter Parker helplessly and continued, this is their fate. Fate. In fact, from this point of view, Strange did nothing wrong. He couldn't imagine what changes would happen to other multiverses if these people were left here. Because of their small action, what if it turned into a multiverse melee? This responsibility, even Strange, who has always had a big heart, can't bear. Please, be kind. Peter Parker was still arguing. Ronan stood at the door and leaned against the wall gently. Would he help persuade Peter Parker? No, he wouldn't. If this happened in his universe, perhaps Ronan would think about it for a few more minutes. However, in other people's universes, Ronan is not willing to intervene easily. Saving Tony Stark before was already the most outrageous thing he had ever done. Besides, being a psychological mentor for a child was not what Ronan wanted. Now he just wanted to get this mindless plot over with. He wanted to go home. For the sake of the overall situation of the multiverse, their sacrifice is far more important than their own lives. Strange gave his reasons. However, Ronan wanted to roll his eyes when he heard this. He wondered if Strange had never thought about persuading Peter Parker from the beginning. If he really wanted to persuade Peter Parker not to try, why could he say such cold words with his 37-degree mouth? Wouldn't such cold words arouse a young man's rebellious heart? Sorry, kid. They must die. In the end, Strange actually added another knife. Isn't this telling Peter Parker clearly that I don't care what you think, I care what I think? TSK, what kind of domineering president's speech is this? Sure enough, just when Strange began to cast a spell, Peter Parker finally couldn't help but take action. A spider silk directly stuck to the Horcrux. No. Strange turned his head and looked at Peter Parker. However, Peter Parker did not listen and directly pulled the Horcrux into his hand. Then he used the teleportation spider silk on his right arm to teleport Strange into the glass jar. Go, go. MJ and Ned hurriedly protected Peter Parker. Peter Parker did not hesitate and rushed directly to the door. However, the next second, bang, when Peter Parker wanted to pass through the door, an invisible door blocked him directly, even knocked him back directly. What? Peter Parker glanced at the door. There was obviously nothing there, but now was not the time to think about this. Peter Parker rushed to the door of the basement again. However, this time, bang, it was still exactly the same. He was still knocked back by an invisible wall. Peter Parker threw the spider silk on his wrist in disbelief, and with the power of the spider silk, his feet kicked hard towards the door. Bang. This time, Peter Parker saw it. When his feet were at the door, a ripple appeared at the door. In the ripple, he saw several golden runes that he couldn't understand at all. At this time, Strange came out of the jar, and the Sandman he was shaking hit the glass again. He walked around Ned and MJ, and walked behind Peter Parker. Thank you, Ronan. Strange nodded to Ronan, because he could see that this spell was the spell of camouflage among the people present, except for him, Strange. Only Ronan could use it. He had never cast this spell, so the rest of the results were easy to guess. You're welcome. Ronan shrugged. He wanted to go home, not to read the so-called Spider-Man's growth diary. Why? Peter Parker looked at Ronan with disbelief on his face, and Ronan sighed. Peter. When Ronan said this, he had disappeared from the spot. Do you know why you can't be a real superhero? Swish. Ronan appeared again, and he had come to Peter Parker's side. Snap. He gently brushed the back of Peter Parker's hand with the back of his hand. Peter Parker immediately felt pain and subconsciously let go of the Horcrux in his hand. The Horcrux fell smoothly into Ronan's hand. Because you are not cruel enough, Ronan threw the Horcrux to Strange, and then took the initiative to distance himself from Peter Parker. Strange reached out to take the Horcrux, and looked at Peter Parker with the same indifferent look. Why are they the same age, but behave completely oppositely? If he was facing Ronan when he cast the spell, would there be no such thing as failure? Not cruel enough. Does a superhero have to watch others die? Isn't it the responsibility of a superhero to save others? Peter Parker was obviously very angry at Ronan's words. Not cruel enough, so you can't be a superhero? This is something Peter Parker can't agree with at all, and it is also what he can't accept the most. However, Ronan shook his head and didn't mean to answer him at all. Being Spider-Man's life mentor? Forget it. The child in front of him is another stubborn kid who will not turn back until he hits the wall. Of course, it is not to say that hitting the wall is a bad thing, because many times, only when you hit the wall will you understand something. Oh, the wall is really hard, and it really hurts to hit it. It is better to let people experience it once than to say it 100 times. Because only when you experience it personally can you remember it deeply. However, if Peter Parker knew that the price he paid for this personal experience was to lose May Parker forever, would he choose to start over? Anyway, everyone has to bear the price of their own choices. Peter Parker is like this, Strange is like this, and Ronan is the same. However, smart people will leave more ways out when making choices, instead of rushing forward without caring about anything, when their heads are hot. Well, Ronan is talking about Peter Parker. But, this time, Strange did not make the same mistake as before. The golden rope tied Peter Parker tightly. MJ and Ned also rushed up at the first time, trying to help Peter Parker untie. But Strange didn't care. Sorry, Parker. I will help you to untie it after I complete the ritual. Strange said, and walked to the previous position again, and began to cast the unfinished spell. Ronan stood aside and watched quietly. Is he cold-blooded? Maybe. Maybe it's because he knows the plot, or because he is not from this universe. Or maybe, From the beginning, Ronan was only loyal to himself and the people he had to take care of. As for other people, they really didn't have much relationship with Ronan. But, as Strange gradually completed the spell, the Horcrux began to shine. Ronan smiled slightly. He wants to go home. Bang. Just when Ronan was imagining going home, a violent vibration swept through the entire basement. This violent vibration made Strange slip, and the spell that was about to be released was instantly declared a failure. Something is wrong. Ronan instantly released a ring of Ragador to block his side. Boom. An energy cannon directly hit the ring of Ragador. With the two forces cancelling each other out, Ronan was not hurt at all, and his right hand threw out a magic ring in the direction of the energy cannon. It is impolite not to return the favor. After throwing out the magic ring, Ronan instantly disappeared from the spot. He wanted to see who was attacking him. When Ronan appeared again, he had already reached the rooftop of the New York temple. He saw someone very familiar. That woman. That's right, it was the woman who attacked Ronan when he first came to the 616 universe. It's just that Ronan only dealt with a clone last time, and this time, he didn't know whether it was a clone or the real body. You again. You won't be a clone again this time, right? Ronan looked at the woman not far away and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. In fact, he was not afraid of this woman at all. Since he could deal with her last time, Ronan could still deal with her this time. Ronan, we meet again. I didn't expect that my clone would be destroyed so easily by you. The woman looked at Ronan calmly, as if there was no intersection between the two people at all. This attitude obviously feels a bit wrong. No, I didn't deal with your clone. She blew herself up in the end, and I was very passive. Ronan curled his lips. If you can't beat her, then you have to self-destruct. Who can stand this? No matter what, being able to kill my clone proves that you have grown a lot. It seems that the immortal Ancient One has indeed invested a lot of energy in you. The woman looked at Ronan coldly, and this time even changed the way she addressed Ancient One. This surprised Ronan very much. After all, the last time, the clone's attitude towards Ancient One was not like this. So, you know my name, but I don't know your name. Isn't this a bit unfair? Ronan spread his hands like a little bear. My name is Winnie, a name you should remember. The woman, oh no. Winnie glanced at Ronan and seemed to be immersed in some memories. Winnie? How old are you? Why are you still acting cute when you have a name? Can't we just be more mature and talk like adults? Ronan curled his lips. He really didn't want to be killed by some unknown river crab god. How could such a violent woman be called Winnie? I understand. If a woman named Winnie appears in Kamatage in the future, I will definitely find a reason to make her leave Kamatage. Then you won't appear in the future, right? Although Ronan knew that this was almost impossible, he still said so. Nothing else. He was just asking questions. No, you won't meet a woman named Winnie. Because I don't exist in your universe. Winnie didn't seem to worry about leaking his information at all. Oh. Then you are someone sent by another universe. I can know what deep hatred I have with you in the parallel universe. You are so infatuated that you have been chasing me to the ends of the earth. Ronan couldn't help but complain. Because of Winnie's performance, Ronan looked like a scumbag. How much hatred does she have to chase out several parallel universes and kill Ronan? I have to say that this woman deserves this name. After all, the lyrics once said it. I used up half a year's savings and traveled across the ocean to see you. This is not crossing the ocean. This is floating across the universe. Hey, you're such a mouth. Winnie narrowed her eyes and her indifferent expression finally changed. Of course, it was not to the point of breaking the defense. Forget it. Since you want to kill me so much, then do it. Let's not learn those bloody plots. You still have to hesitate to kill me. Let's fight quickly. After I get rid of you, I still have to go home to do my homework. Ronan rolled up his sleeves with an expression of I'm going to be serious. But the woman's eyes passed him and looked to the other side. Over there, Peter Parker had already taken the Horcrux and was chased out of a street by Strangela. This seemed to be what she cared about. Where are you looking at? Could it be that you have taken a fancy to that handsome boy over there again? I will be very sad if you do this. Ronan turned around and glanced at the place where the two disappeared. Wow, he has transferred his affection to someone else. However, when he glanced at Ronan calmly and moved her hand slightly, and the secret door suddenly appeared in front of her. It's not time yet. After saying that, Winnie was about to cross the secret door and leave here. But just as she finished her words, Ronan, who was originally some distance away from her, suddenly appeared in front of her. Want to leave? Why don't you ask my opinion? Bang! Ronan punched Winnie in the chest and knocked her out directly. Winnie, who flew backwards, showed a look of surprise on her face for the first time. However, before Ronan could continue to follow up with the next blow, Winnie's right hand drew a circle in the air, and the secret door appeared behind her. With this thrust, she directly entered the secret door. Before leaving, she only left a sentence. Next time we meet, you will be a dead bone in the tomb. After saying that, the secret door closed. Seeing the golden light that had disappeared, Ronan couldn't help but curl his lips. This was the first time he felt that the magicians of Kamataj were indeed difficult to deal with. Next time we meet, I'll let you see what true despair is. Chapter 136 Your choice and the price you pay. The battle between Strange and Peter Parker was extremely weird and funny. Especially when Strange used Kamataj's top space spell, the mirror dimension. It seemed that Peter Parker was at a disadvantage. Various things that violated common sense appeared, and Peter Parker was a little at a loss for a while. And then Strange was hung in the mirror dimension by Peter Parker with a spider web. Compared with Peter Parker, he was more like a spider. What's even more outrageous is that Strange, who lost the ring, was trapped in the mirror dimension. That's right, the former Supreme Sorcerer was trapped in the mirror dimension he created. It's funny to say it. And Peter Parker not only snatched Strange's ring, but also escaped from the mirror dimension safely. Archimedean spiral. Peter Parker fully confirmed a saying. Learn math, physics and chemistry well, and you won't be afraid to travel around the world. Now he is not only not afraid to travel around the world, but can even easily defeat a former Supreme Sorcerer. This is also the first time Peter Parker feels that learning is so useful. Peter Parker was very excited after returning to the basement. He shared with Ned and MJ the great event of defeating Strange. Moreover, he showed off that he had obtained Strange's ring. The ring also came into Ned's hands at this moment. I'm so excited, I actually beat Mr. Strange. Peter Parker still looked in disbelief. At this moment, he was excitedly describing the process of defeating Strange. For him, it was incredible to be able to defeat a famous superhero. Why did you save us? You could obviously watch us die. Why did you have to turn against him? At this time, Dr. Otto, who had been trapped in the glass jar, asked in a low voice. Because in his opinion, this was a very incredible thing. For a stranger, he actually fought with someone he was familiar with, and it was very likely that he would become an enemy. This kind of thing is simply impossible for a normal person. So, this is why Dr. Otto asked this question. He is not that kind of person. MJ answered first. I have thought of a way to help you get out of this deadly predicament. If we can cure you, you won't die when fighting Spider-Man. When the time comes, I will send you back. Peter Parker stepped forward and looked at the people in front of him very sincerely. This sincerity was almost unimaginable for the people in front of him. How to say it? For adults like them, especially the ambitious villains, they simply couldn't understand what Peter Parker was doing. Cure them? What does it mean to cure them? And, do they really need this little kid to save their fate? What do you mean by cure us? Electro asked this question first. Among these people, he was still an honest man. But the consequences of an honest man who was forced into a corner were often more terrible. We have advanced technology. We can. However, before Peter Parker finished speaking, Norman Osborn, who had been watching coldly, spoke up. I'm a scientist. I can help you. Norman Osborn looked at Peter Parker with sincerity, like an innocent old man. In this life and death decision, several people finally agreed to Peter Parker's request. Of course, Peter Parker was not completely stupid. He chose to keep a backup plan. MJ and Ned took the Horcrux away. As long as Peter Parker told them, they would press the button of the Horcrux. Complete this last step. Just when several people had discussed and were ready to leave the basement of Kamataj, Peter Parker suddenly found that Ronan had stood at the door without knowing when, looking at them indifferently. he suddenly became nervous. For some reason, his spider sense kept telling him the boy in front of him, who looked about the same age as him, was more difficult to deal with than the previous Strange. Do you want to stop me too? I just thought of another way to save them. I don't think I did anything wrong. Peter Parker looked at Ronan not far away, and his body was already tense, because he could clearly feel the unspeakable sense of oppression coming from Ronan's body. That sense of oppression forced his spider sense to frequently warn him. All this told him that Ronan in front of him was definitely not easy to deal with. Stop you? Why should I stop you? Ronan shook his head. This time he did not stand at the door, but actually gave up the door directly. His action surprised Peter Parker. Is there any conspiracy? Peter Parker threw a spider silk towards the door half believingly. This time, the spider silk did not stick in the air, but flew over the door and flew outside. The door was not blocked by the invisible wall. Why? Peter Parker still didn't understand. However, Ronan just shook his head and didn't intend to tell him why. No reason. If you want to do it, then do it. But Peter, people must understand one thing. Every choice you make, you need to bear the consequences yourself, whether the consequences are good or bad. Now you have made your choice, and I have no obligation to stop you. So, please. Ronan's mouth curled up a smile, a secret door lit up, and Ronan slowly stepped in. Peter Parker has been watching Ronan's actions the whole time. He was afraid that Ronan's previous words were just to paralyze him and then take the Horcrux when he was not prepared. However, until Ronan's figure disappeared and the secret door was closed, Ronan did not make any extra movements. He was not even willing to look back at Peter Parker. In the basement, it seemed to be quiet for several seconds. At this moment, it seemed that the breathing sound would stop. Is he really gone? Peter Parker swallowed his saliva. It was not until MJ gave him a positive response that he relaxed all of a sudden. However, the words Ronan had just said to him left a knot in Peter Parker's heart. What you choose, you have to bear the corresponding consequences? Perhaps Peter Parker never thought that one day he would lose his most beloved relatives because of his naivety. It was also his only remaining relatives. Kamatage. Ronan sat in the courtyard of Kamatage, enjoying the rare sunshine in winter, and felt very comfortable. Although he couldn't go back for the time being, he was not in a hurry now. Since this woman named Winnie tried every means to come and see him, Ronan gave him this chance. He really didn't want to go to a parallel universe again and meet this woman again. Ronan, do you know where Strange went? He's not in any of the 3 major temples. Just as Ronan was enjoying the wonderful sunshine, Wang appeared in front of Ronan. He was looking for Strange everywhere. What are you looking for him for? Ronan opened one eye and looked at Wang. Of course, to ask him why he hasn't solved his mistake yet. Wang looked at the leisurely Ronan and couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. Ronan didn't leave, which means that Strange hasn't completed his so-called plan. Although Ronan can be regarded as one of their own to some extent. However, when people from parallel universes stay in a certain universe for too long, there will always be some unpredictable crisis. For example, the last time the innocently destroyed New York temple is still vivid. I only saw him bring Peter Parker to the mirror dimension, and then Peter Parker returned to the basement. As for Strange, I have never seen him since then. Ronan closed his eye again and mercilessly broke Strange's underwear. When Wang heard this, he thought Ronan was joking. Don't be joking. Don't you want to go home quickly? Wang looked at Ronan helplessly. He really thought Ronan was joking. I'm really not kidding you. I watched Strange pull Peter Parker into the mirror space. Then, more than 10 minutes later, Peter Parker returned to the basement and let those people in the parallel universe go. As for Strange, I have never seen him again. Ronan repeated what he had said before. This time, Wang's face began to become a little strange. A former supreme sorcerer was trapped in his own mirror space by an outsider? Thinking of this, Wang immediately waved his right hand and drew a circle in the air. The golden light appeared again, and Wang and Ronan saw a very classic scene. At the other end of the circle, Strange was tied up in the air by spider silk, just like a spider on a spider web. Of course, you can call him the pig. A pig tied up. At this moment, Strange was twisting his body with all his strength, trying to break free from Peter Parker's spider silk. When he saw the golden light flashing, his body froze. Because the people who could open the secret door and find him, except for the few people he thought of in his heart, there was no one else. Among them, almost everyone was a heavyweight. No matter who saw him, Strange would feel what social death was. So, in this extremely embarrassing atmosphere, Strange slowly raised his head. When he saw the two heads appearing on the other side of the secret door, his heart sank, as if it had sunk to the bottom of the sea. He encountered the worst situation. Wang and Ronan were looking at him at the same time with an inexpressible look. That look was like looking at a fool. If only Wang saw it, it would be fine. He would just be scolded. If he couldn't afford to offend him, he could still hide. But if Ronan didn't see it, things would not be so simple. Because Ronan's very familiar laugh rang out. This undisguised laugh made Strange want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. You laughed too loudly. It's so embarrassing. Although Wang, who was standing aside, still had a cold face, the twitching corners of his mouth seemed to expose his inner thoughts. There was a reason why he didn't laugh. I'm the Supreme Sorcerer. I have to be serious. I can't laugh. Wang recited this spell in his mind at least 10 times before he spoke. Strange, why are you laughing? Haha. The moment he laughed, Wang covered his mouth and his face. A few seconds later, Wang immediately raised his head and his face returned to its previous state. If it weren't for his shoulders that kept shaking when he covered his face, Strange might really believe that Wang didn't laugh. But now, it was too late. Wang, you actually laughed. Strange looked at Wang with anger on his face. In his opinion, Wang should not laugh now, no matter how funny it was. No, I just thought of something happy. Wang shook his head and denied Strange's accusation. However, Ronan's almost suffocating laughter made Wang's mouth twitch again. He quickly covered his face and rubbed it hard. Why are you like this? Wang glanced at Strange, and his lips trembled when he spoke. He was so happy about what he thought of that he couldn't control his physiological reaction at all. What else could it be? He must have been defeated by someone with his IQ. In his own home court, he was defeated by a child using a method that he was not familiar with. Ha 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 ha. Ronan laughed again, although he didn't think it was so funny. However, the reason for his laughter was not because Strange was tied up. It was because, when Strange raised his head and looked at them, his eyes were full of grievances. It was the kind of aggrieved, helpless, and astonished why you? Anyway, these expressions mixed together, making Ronan really feel like laughing to death. Have you laughed enough? Help me untie it quickly. I want to stop Parker from making mistakes again. Strange looked at Ronan helplessly, and he had no way to defend himself. How to say it? If Ronan encountered the same situation as him, maybe he would laugh even louder. Soon, Wang couldn't stand it anymore. After all, he was the Wizard of Camotage, and being hung in the air like this, embarrassing in front of wizards in other universes, it would not sound good to say it out. So, Wang quickly released Strange. At the moment he stepped out of the secret door, Strange breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for Wang and Ronan saving him, with his current ability, he might really be trapped in it for a long time. Without the ring, he couldn't even open the mirror space. If Peter Parker forgot about him, maybe he would die of old age in his own mirror space. How terrible. Where's Parker? Didn't you stop him? Strange, who had just returned to the real world, breathed a sigh of relief and began to ask about Peter Parker. In his opinion, as long as Ronan was there, he would definitely be able to stop Peter Parker from making mistakes. No, why should I stop him? Ronan spread his hands, looking like he didn't care at all. He will get into big trouble like this. Strange looked at Ronan in disbelief. Ronan must know that, if he lets Peter Parker go on like this, he will get into big trouble sooner or later. But, again, this is his own choice. Strange, in my opinion, you did make a mistake when you cast the Oblivion spell. There is no doubt about that. But you have tried your best to make amends, but Peter Parker stopped you. Since he is trying hard to prove that his idea is right, why do you still want to stop him? Ronan looked at Strange, who was so close. He was very curious about what Strange was thinking. Tony Stark decided not to be Peter Parker's godfather. Is the second godfather going to appear again? I admit that it was my fault from the beginning. But now that I've gotten involved in this matter, I can't let it go so easily. I can't just watch Parker make a mistake. Strange took a deep breath, looked around, and wanted to reach out and take the ring from Wang's hand. Without the ring, he couldn't open the door to the secrets. Strange, each of us loses a lot when we make a choice. You lost your proud hands, but accidentally became a supreme sorcerer of Camotage. Likewise, you also paid the price of becoming a superhero. That is losing the woman you love. Ronan stood up from the chair. When he said this, Strange's hand that wanted to open the door to the secrets stopped. He turned his head, looked at Ronan in front of him, and opened his mouth to say something. But he didn't know where to start. Since we have already lost a lot of things when we made our choice. But why should we question or even interfere with Peter Parker's choice when it is his turn to choose? Even if his choice is wrong, that is the price he has to pay, isn't it? Ronan looked at Strange with a smile on his face. From Strange's point of view, Ronan's words were actually correct. He had tried his best to make up for his mistakes. Only the last bit was interrupted by Peter Parker. From this moment on, Strange no longer had to bear any consequences of his mistakes because he had already made up for the part he wanted to make up for. Everything else needed to be fought by Peter Parker because he chose another way to redeem these people. No matter what happens next, this is the inevitable path of Peter Parker's life. But he didn't want to do this. For Strange, although he had also complained about Peter Parker's mouth before, which led to his spell errors. But, in the final analysis, most of the mistakes should still be on him. This is why he has been accommodating Peter Parker. More importantly, in his opinion, he has made so many choices and lost so much. He didn't want the younger Peter Parker to repeat the same mistakes. He didn't want others to follow his path. Sorry, although what you said makes a lot of sense, I still can't choose to stand by and watch. No matter what, Peter Parker was once my comrade in arms. We went through life and death together and fought together. Just for this reason, I can tolerate his nonsense. Even if it's just once. Just this once. After saying that, Strange took a deep breath, and his right hand moved again, opening the secret door. The other side of the secret door is Queens, New York. That's where Peter Parker once lived. Do you know how to find him? Ronan raised his eyebrows. I don't know, but I will still go find him. Strange shook his head. Although he didn't know where Peter Parker was, he would still go find him. He couldn't let Peter Parker make the same mistake again and again. Here, take it. Go find him here. Ronan threw out a small card with an address on it. Ronan got this address from Tony Stark, which can be regarded as one of his little backup plans. Ronan always leaves himself a little way out. Strange took the flying note and looked at Ronan with some surprise. He didn't expect that Ronan would change his mind so quickly. Don't look at me. I'm just too lazy to be a psychological teacher for young people. Since you are willing, then go. Ronan rolled his eyes. He still had to save his energy to deal with the woman named Winnie. This insidious and cunning person who almost made him 404. Strange took a deep breath and nodded. You are a good person, but you are a little narrow-minded. After saying this, Strange went straight into the secret door and disappeared. Ronan couldn't help but be a little surprised by Strange's last words. He never thought that Strange would actually come back in the end. The words he said before the relationship, Ronan thought he really had real feelings. Thinking of this, Ronan couldn't help but look at the king beside him. But Wang pulled the corner of his mouth. Don't look at me. How do I know he is like this now? Also, I have to ask you something. Strange said that, before you left last time, you gave him an idea. Teach him how to take back the throne of the Supreme Sorcerer. Wang seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and turned to look at Ronan. Ronan was confused. When did I say this? Did I say this? Ronan scratched his head and quietly took 2 steps back. I think we need to calm down. Haven't you ever thought that this is Strange's plan to alienate us? With the friendship between the two of us, do you think I can say that? This must be Strange's conspiracy. Naked conspiracy. Our friendship? Do you mean that you learned the spell of mirror dimension from me? Wang glanced at him lightly. It's bad. He finally reacted. Ronan cried in his heart. He didn't expect Wang to react. There must be a master behind this. No, he had to find a reason to retreat first. Oh, there's hot water on my stove. I'll go back and check on the hot water first. Goodbye. Chapter 137 The Price. At this time, Peter Parker has come to his newest residence. Here, there is part of the legacy left to him by Tony Stark. A box that has been covered in dust can be turned into an extremely advanced high-tech equipment. Of course, there is also Tony Stark's arc reactor inside. Although it is an obsolete product, it is more than one level higher than those technological products on the market. More importantly, here, Peter Parker can complete his plan. Create vaccines that can cure Dr. Otto and others, so that they can return to normal life. This is also the only way Peter Parker can think of to save them from the Spider-Mans. However, Peter Parker has never thought about whether these people have this idea. Many people say, why can't bad people be given a chance to reform? But in fact, it is not the case. If bad people want to get a chance to reform, they must pay the price for their mistakes before they can have this opportunity. However, these people in front of them have never paid any price for their own price. Even, they may not feel guilty in their hearts. Look at these innocent people. Which one is not full of force? Which one is not morally corrupt? They are going to die, and Peter Parker's heart is broken. The great cause of the parallel universe has become what it is now in Peter Parker's hands. Peter Parker must save them. But have they paid any price for this? No, not at all. The reason why they stand on Peter Parker's side is just that they don't want to lose their lives. Peter Parker has never thought that, since these people will die in the process of fighting Spider-Man, what are their identities? Or, in Peter Parker's view, Spider-Man in other universes is the villain, and these people in front of him are the decent superheroes? Anyway, Peter Parker has already started to study these so-called antidotes. However, the group of people behind him have completely different ideas from him. Electro saw the arc reactor left by Tony Stark, and Dr. Otto and Norman Osborn saw the technology left by Tony Stark. As for the others, they also had another idea. If you want to ensure that their lives are safe, is there any other way besides being sent back? For example, stay in this world? Peter Parker, who was studying the antidote, suddenly stopped moving. An invisible premonition made him feel as if he was in another world. He ignored Dr. Otto's question and turned to walk into the living room, asking about May Parker's location. What's wrong, Peter? Just as he walked to the center of the living room, May Parker came out from upstairs. Peter Parker didn't say anything, but glanced at her. Seeing Peter Parker's eyes, May Parker seemed to understand something and quietly walked to the other room. She was taking the antidote. Peter? Dr. Otto looked at Peter Parker, who was standing there without saying a word and seemed to have some bad premonitions in his heart. Peter Parker's eyes turned around everyone and finally stopped at Electro. Why are you looking at me like that? Electro asked very dissatisfiedly. It seemed that Peter Parker's eyes hurt his self-esteem. In fact, it was true. He was an extremely sensitive person. Before becoming a mutant, he was a character ignored and looked down upon by everyone. Even the cause of his death was that he was ordered to work overtime to repair the machine on his birthday. It was at that time that he accidentally fell into the water tank where the mutant electric eels were kept. After becoming the Electro, he cared more about other people's eyes. So when Peter Parker looked at him with such eyes, he would react so much. Swish. Bang. At this moment, Peter Parker suddenly shot out a spider silk, directly sticking Norman Osborn's left hand to the instrument behind him. His action obviously shocked everyone. However, Norman Osborn smiled. That's amazing, your premonition. At this moment, the originally kind Norman Osborn seemed to have changed into a different person. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became extremely sharp. His other personality appeared. The personality that belonged to the Green Goblin, Norman. Dr. Otto stepped forward. He didn't understand why Norman Osborn said these words. He didn't know what happened in the middle. No more dark side? Norman Osborn tilted his head, with a mocking smile on his face. He looked at Peter Parker in front of him. The more innocent he was, the more he wanted to play with him. Play with his kindness. Play with his ignorance. Do you think I will surrender obediently? let you take away my power so easily because you don't know what those powers can bring? Norman Osborn. No, it should be said that the Green Goblin has completely controlled this body at this time. He can't allow Peter Parker to take away his power. You don't know me. Peter Parker looked at Norman Osborn in front of him, and his heart was mixed for a while. His spider sense was telling him that he seemed to have really done something wrong. Really? I saw how she forced you to complete her moral mission for her. We don't need you to save us, nor do we need to be cured. When Norman Osborn said this, May Parker on the side also stopped. The hand holding the cloth bag also tightened slightly. She knew that Norman Osborn was talking about her. Then, Norman Osborn looked at the other people around him. These are not curses at all. They are gifts. He said this to Electro because he knew that among these people, only Electro was the one who was most likely to be persuaded by him. And the instrument carried by Electro seemed to be the last bell. Or last so-called choices are fake. God does not need to choose. With Norman Osborn's words, it seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Electro pulled out the instrument on his chest, and Norman Osborn also broke free from Peter Parker's spider silk. May, run. Peter Parker shouted at May Parker, and May Parker did not hesitate at all, and rushed out of the door. At the same time, a flash of lightning passed directly in front of Peter Parker, and went straight to the arc reactor hanging on the other side. Spider Sense allowed Peter Parker to avoid this flash of lightning. However, it also allowed Electro to get the arc reactor left by Tony Stark. For a moment, a large amount of lightning began to burst out from Electro's body. The power of the whole building began to become unstable. Dr. Otto, the only one who still had some conscience, was thrown out of the window by Electro, and a big hole was blasted in the wall. Peter Parker also fought with Norman Osborn. It must be said that Norman Osborn crushed Peter Parker in all aspects. That's right, whether it is strength or IQ, Norman Osborn is more than one level higher than Peter Parker. Even if Peter Parker tried his best to resist, he was still beaten from upstairs to downstairs by Norman Osborn. The phrase beating from upstairs to downstairs does not refer to how fierce the battle was. It refers to how badly Peter Parker was beaten. Because every heavy blow from Norman Osborn can knock Peter Parker through one or even multiple floors. In front of Norman Osborn, Peter Parker has no room to fight back. In this kind of crushing level battle, even facing Thanos, Peter Parker has never suffered such grievances. Of course, with Tony Stark and Strange as the main force, he can only play auxiliary. As for Peter Parker's current fighting power, the dog shook his head. Boom. Boom. As Peter Parker descended layer by layer, Norman Osborn also landed on the ground with him. Of course, by coincidence, May Parker also came to this level. Peter Parker, who was pressed to the ground and hammered by Norman Osborn, did not even have the slightest chance to fight back. He could only let Norman Osborn launch a double attack on him physically and mentally. Your weakness, Peter. It's your fatal injury. It's pinching you tightly, can't you feel it? At this time, Norman Osborn pinched Peter Parker's throat tightly, just like what he said. The current situation is all due to Peter Parker's own weakness. If he didn't do this at the beginning, if he chose to stand by and watch at the beginning, would all this still happen? Of course, Peter Parker at this time was only hit physically. Norman Osborn's words only made him slightly doubt himself. Next, it was the most unforgettable moment in his life. May Parker took the antidote that belonged to Norman Osborn and jumped over from behind him. He inserted the antidote into Norman Osborn's neck. Norman Osborn pulled out the antidote casually, but it had no effect. If May Parker had held a pair of scissors or a dagger, he might have been able to save Peter Parker from the fire and water. Of course, he could have saved his own life. Unfortunately, Norman is right. You turned him into a poor creature. Norman Osborn threw down the antidote in his hand and stepped on Peter Parker, who was struggling to get up. Then, he squatted down, grabbed Peter Parker's hair, and pulled him up. He wanted Peter Parker to watch May Parker die. You want to heal me? Now, it's my turn to heal you. Norman Osborn whispered in Peter Parker's ear. At the same time, the Green Goblin's aircraft also flew to the gate. The target was naturally May Parker standing inside the gate. Although Peter Parker had been begging May Parker to leave quickly, it was too late. Boom. as the Green Goblin's flying machine smashed the door. May Parker was also knocked out by the flying machine at the same time. Norman Osborn. No, the Green Goblin stepped on his flying machine and finally evolved into a complete form. He turned his head and looked at Peter Parker. He smiled slightly and looked at May Parker, who was lying in the ruins. A pumpkin grenade was thrown directly at May Parker. No! Peter Parker shouted, and he used up the greatest strength of his life and ran towards the pumpkin grenade. He took a step forward and stretched his right hand forward. A second before the pumpkin grenade exploded, his fingertips touched the grenade and pushed it back. But the explosion came as expected. The flying Green Goblin also threw down a few bombs and disappeared in the sky in an instant. The violent explosion killed many people. The whole building was now half a ruin, and even on the building, people's screams and cries could be heard from time to time. The people that Peter Parker tried so hard to save finally became the enemies who dealt him a fatal blow. May, are you okay? As the smoke and dust from the explosion gradually settled, Peter Parker struggled to stand up and looked for May Parker. May Parker also stood up from the ground and looked at Peter Parker. The two immediately hugged each other and comforted each other. For Peter Parker, when he saw that May Parker was okay, he was relieved in his heart. Because this is one of the most important people in her life. It can be said that without May Parker, there would be no Peter Parker today. But Peter Parker almost put her in a desperate situation. Aunt May, did I do something wrong? I shouldn't have done this from the beginning. As Ronan said, my choice has brought me very painful consequences. Peter Parker looked at the ruins in front of him and listened to the alarm bells ringing in his ears. For a moment, he doubted his choice. May Parker grabbed his arm and looked at him with very firm eyes. Peter, listen to me. You did the right thing, and your choice was also right. Your current ability is a gift, and it is also a gift from God. With great power comes great responsibility. You must use your ability and take on greater responsibility. May Parker looked at Peter Parker seriously and said the most classic sentence in the Spider-Man series. Of course, when she finished this sentence, she seemed to have lost all her strength at once. Well, I believe you, Aunt May. Let's go. Peter Parker looked at the riot police who had surrounded the door and whispered. May Parker also nodded and wanted to follow Peter Parker's footsteps and walk out. But at this moment, her feet softened and she fell to the ruins. Aunt May, are you okay? Peter Parker quickly squatted down, his tone trembling. It's okay. I just need a little time. May Parker forced a smile. She could feel the power gradually draining away from her body. At the same time, Peter Parker, who wanted to help her up, also touched a hand of blood. He panicked. Ambulance. Can someone call an ambulance? There's a patient here. Peter Parker shouted heartbreakingly toward the door. However, May Parker held Peter Parker's hand tightly and wanted to say something. But she had no strength left. She could only force a last smile to encourage the child who had just grown up in front of her until she loosened her right hand powerlessly. Ah! Peter Parker's heartbreaking cry resounded throughout the building. Ronan stood behind a pillar not far away, silently observing all this. Can he save May Parker? Yes, he can. He only needs to use the power of the Reality Stone to erase the wound on May Parker, and nothing will happen. But he didn't do it. He wouldn't do that either. The reason is very simple, just as he said. All this is Peter Parker's own choice. The best mentor on the road of life is not a certain person, but a certain thing. Moreover, it is the kind of thing that is unforgettable. For example, right now, Peter Parker knelt on the ground, hugging May Parker's body and crying. He not only lost his dearest May Parker, many innocent residents also suffered a catastrophe. The sequelae of the explosion are far more than what is happening now. Letting Norman Osborn and his group go is like letting a group of wolves run away. No, they are more dangerous than wolves. And all this was caused by Peter Parker. When May Parker died in Peter Parker's arms, I wonder if Peter Parker will regret his choice today. Ronan glanced at Peter Parker's miserable back, turned around and disappeared into the darkness. In the pouring rain, Peter Parker stood in front of a huge screen, watching Jonah Jameson's sad annunciation. For a moment, he felt at a loss. He did not listen to Strange and Ronan, which led to the current situation. May Parker died in his arms, and the cause of the incident was all because of him. Until now, He still held the antidote that May Parker took out tightly in his hand. It was because of these things that May Parker lost his life, and so many people were buried with him. Now, Peter Parker has the heart to die. There was a crisp sound on the ground. A secret door appeared behind Peter Parker. Are you here to laugh at me? Peter Parker saw the secret door from the corner of his eye. He thought that the person who came was either strange or Luo Nan. And what was the purpose of their coming? I don't have time to laugh at you, Peter Parker. A strange female voice came from behind Peter Parker. Peter Parker immediately turned around and looked at the woman who appeared behind him with a vigilant face. He didn't know her. He had never even seen her before. Who are you? Peter Parker subconsciously made a defensive move. However, the woman didn't care about his actions at all, but just stepped forward 2 steps silently. Don't go any further. I don't know you at all. With the previous lesson, Peter Parker really didn't want to trust others in his heart, especially strangers. My name is Winnie, a person who also comes from another world. Winnie looked at Peter Parker lightly and said her name. When he heard Winnie say that she was also from another world, Peter Parker was visibly decadent. It was because of the so-called parallel world that he fell into such a situation. If there were no people in the parallel universe, he would not have made such a well-known choice. He would not have lost May Parker. He would not have completely confirmed this identity from a murderer who was hated by everyone. No, thinking of this, Peter Parker couldn't help shaking his head. He seemed to feel something was wrong. Although you don't know me, I sympathize with your experience. If I were you, I couldn't do better than you. Winnie opened his red lips, and his tone seemed to be full of empathy for Peter Parker. However, Peter Parker was still very wary of her. Because he had just suffered a loss, how could he trust others so easily again? If he really did that, he would probably not be a child, but a fool. What are you looking for me for? Maybe you also have a grudge against Peter Parker in another parallel world. If you have any grudges, I suggest you stop talking and just do it. Peter Parker also recognized Winnie as Spider-Man's enemy. However, Winnie shook his head. No, I'm not Spider-Man's enemy. On the contrary, I'm Spider-Man's friend. I can also be your friend. Winnie's voice was full of temptation. Friend? Peter Parker was stunned. In his opinion, since he made all these choices, he should have no friends. No, to be precise, he doesn't deserve any friends. What do you want to say? Peter Parker took a deep breath. He was increasingly confused about what the woman in front of him wanted. Winnie smiled. In my world, Spider-Man and I are comrades who fight side by side. At a certain moment, he also made a very wrong choice and suffered serious consequences for it. The uncle and aunt who raised him died in an explosion. But, he eventually resurrected his uncle and aunt. Boom. At this moment, a deafening thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. Although the lightning did not strike Peter Parker, it struck his heart. He resurrected his uncle and aunt. What did you say? Peter Parker took a step forward, and his originally depressed mood suddenly burst out this time. He seemed to have seen the last hope. The hope of bringing May Parker back to life. In our world, there is a way to resurrect the dead. And I happen to have this method. Winnie looked at Peter Parker with a smile. She slowly stretched out her right hand and gently drew a circle. A blue light appeared on her right hand. And Peter Parker saw at a glance who this light belonged to. This is May Parker's soul, and I need her body. You just need to find her body, and I will find a way to resurrect her. And you just do me a small favor. Chapter 138. Luo Nan is a murderer. A small favor. Just a small favor, to revive his Aunt May Parker. Revive the relative who lost his life because of his mistake. A few minutes ago, Peter Parker's heart had already fallen into a dead ash, as if everything had lost its meaning. What superhero, what selfless dedication. All these words lost their meaning at that moment, including everything he did. For Peter Parker, he did many things on a whim and did whatever he thought of, including going to Strange to release the Oblivion Curse, and also including saving Norman Osborn and his gang. Was it all Peter Parker's flash of inspiration, and he never considered the consequences when he thought of the solution? Luo Nan once told him that the choice you make today will bear the consequences of the choice tomorrow, whether the result is good or bad. Now, Peter Parker really understands the meaning of this sentence. He also understood the unexplained hint in Luo Nan's previous words. But now, everything is too late. No, it's not too late. Peter Parker raised his head suddenly and looked at May Parker in the soul state. That familiar face was the one who raised him and sent him to school. He couldn't let May Parker die like this. What should I do? Peter Parker looked at Winnie. At this time, Winnie smiled slightly and drew a circle in the air with his left hand again. The golden door of the secret law appeared again. This time, a person fell from the sky from the door of the secret law. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground. Although the face of this person could not be seen, judging from his clothes and the cloak on his body, this person was undoubtedly Strange. Mr. Strange? Peter Parker widened his eyes. He didn't know why Strange appeared here. Moreover, he looked like he was beaten. Wasn't Strange trapped in that mirror space by himself? What's going on? Peter Parker raised his head and looked at Winnie with a questioning face. But Winnie did not answer his question, but said, "The little favor I asked you to do is to kill him." Boom. A lightning flashed across the sky again. The light of thunder and lightning illuminated Peter Parker's blank face. Kill him. This is Doctor Strange. Kill him. Peter Parker repeated mechanically. Yes, kill him. Perhaps you don't know yet, if you want to revive a person, it's not as simple as moving your mouth. To revive a person, you must use a huge amount of mana and vitality, and he is the one who meets the conditions so far. As long as you kill him, I will absorb his vitality and mana, and then infuse May Parker's soul and his vitality into her body. The final resurrection ceremony can be completed. Winnie looked at Peter Parker with a smile, as if looking forward to his choice. But her words made Peter Parker fall into entanglement. The matter in front of him was also very simple. It was nothing more than a choice between two. Choosing to revive May Parker would mean sacrificing Strange, which was the necessary condition when he said. If Strange was not killed, May Parker would not be able to be resurrected, and Peter Parker would still have to bear the price of his choice. But Peter Parker could not accept either of the two options. Strange was his former comrade in arms, and had helped him a lot. More importantly, he couldn't do it. Except for the aliens who invaded the Earth, Peter Parker seemed to have never killed anyone. Even the mysterious man who took away the glasses left by Tony Stark, Peter Parker still didn't do it in the end. In the end, his identity was exposed because of this. Think about it. In fact, all these mistakes were caused by him, right? At this time, Winnie's voice sounded again. Peter Parker raised his head and looked at Winnie in front of him. If he hadn't made a mistake in casting the spell, he wouldn't have brought these people to your universe, including me and Ronan. If those people didn't appear in your universe, you wouldn't have made the previous choice, and May Parker wouldn't have died because of it. So, all the inner condemnation you are suffering now is all because of him. At this time, Winnie's voice seemed to have a very unique bewitching power. She seemed to have pierced through the last little thought in Peter Parker's heart. Did Peter Parker never think about the situation Winnie said? Of course he did. However, he couldn't say it. Now, Winnie spoke out an idea that Peter Parker had been hiding in his heart. This made Peter Parker a little overwhelmed. Think about it. Losing his life is a punishment for his spellcasting error. These punishments should not be borne by you or May Parker. So, do it. Winnie began to use words to force Peter Parker to act. Under the heavy rain, Peter Parker lowered his head and looked at Strange, who was lying on the ground motionless. He raised his arm gently. As long as he was willing to launch a spider silk, tie Strange's neck, and then pull hard, Strange would die on the spot. May Parker would also be resurrected. When May Parker is resurrected, I will also help you cast spells and fulfill your wish. Don't you always want those who know that Peter Parker is Spider-Man to forget this memory? I can help you too. Finally, Winnie threw the last bombshell. Peter Parker raised his head suddenly and looked at each other in disbelief. This was his initial appeal. This is also the reason why he went to find Strange. If it is really possible to revive May Parker and make everyone forget Peter Parker's identity as Winnie said, wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? The only problem is that it would sacrifice a Strange. Thinking of this, Peter Parker shot a spider silk directly from his wrist. The spider silk stuck accurately to Strange's neck. At this time, as long as his right hand used a little force, Strange's neck would be completely dislocated, and then he would die. Everything will start again. The heavy rain kept hitting Peter Parker's face, making him feel that he could hardly open his eyes. At this time, there seemed to be two voices entangled in his brain. One voice told him to do it. As long as he exerted a little force, May Parker would be able to return to your side. All your choices will start again. No one will know who you are anymore, and no one will disturb your life. You can continue to see May Parker every day, or you can play happily with Ned and MJ every day. Isn't this a good exchange for you? But the other voice tried his best to stop him. The voice told him, do you think that, if you do this, after May Parker is resurrected, will she really be happy? What will your friends and relatives think when they know that you choose to kill another person to make up for the mistakes you made? More importantly, this person is still innocent. In order to satisfy your own selfish desires, you choose to attribute all the mistakes to Strange. Spider-Man. Is he still the same Spider-Man? These two voices have been fighting in Peter Parker's mind. After a few minutes of silence, Peter Parker suddenly cut off the spider silk in his hand. No, I can't do it. He turned around, and 2 lines of hot tears had already flowed from his eyes. I don't want Aunt May to know that I killed another person when she wakes up. This is unacceptable to her, and I can't accept it either. I don't want them to ask me what happened when I faced my friends. And I need to use lies to make up for one lie after another. I don't want this. I can't do it. Peter Parker's voice resounded through the dark streets, and even the heavy rain could not cover it. In the dark clouds in the sky, lightning flashed across the night sky, as if foreshadowing Peter Parker's restless heart. Tonight is undoubtedly the most unforgettable night for Peter Parker. Not only did he lose his only relative, he also chose to refuse the choice of killing Strange while resurrecting May Parker. For him, all of this is undoubtedly unforgettable. He is weak, he is a saint, and he even faces the world with a child's mentality. But it is precisely because of this that he made his choice tonight. Just as Ronan said, there are good and bad costs, and you must always learn to face them. Winnie looked at Peter Parker's back quietly, her face as heavy as water. After a few seconds, a smile suddenly appeared on her face. Yes, you passed my test. When she said this, Peter Parker, who was still immersed in pain, froze in place. He turned around a little at a loss, and looked at Winnie with a puzzled face. He didn't know why the other party said that. What does it mean to pass a test? You don't really think that I would let you have a child and kill a person, do you? Winnie smiled and glanced at Strange on the ground. What she said at this time rekindled hope for Peter Parker, who had already been desperate. What do you mean? Peter Parker couldn't help but step forward. This sentence brought him not only surprise, but also the blazing fire of hope. If you are a person who chooses to use the lives of others to achieve your goals, I won't help you. In our universe, people who sacrifice others to achieve their own goals will not have a good end. So, everything just now was just a test for you. Now, your test has passed. Winnie waved gently and took out a ball. The soul belonging to May Parker on her right began to slowly merge into the ball. After it was fully integrated, Peter Parker could clearly see that May Parker's face appeared in the ball. However, she closed her eyes. However, before Peter Parker asked a question, Winnie threw the ball to him. Peter Parker hurriedly took the ball and checked it carefully at the first time, fearing that there was a problem. This sphere is one of my magic tools. It can hold a person's soul. As long as you find May Parker's body and then use the method I taught you, you can revive her. Winnie looked at Peter Parker with a smile. At this moment, she looked like an angel in Peter Parker's eyes. An angel who spreads happiness and destroys regrets. Why do you want to help me? I mean, we don't know each other, and today is the first time we meet. You are helping me like this. Is it because I want to help you? Peter Parker held the sphere in both hands and looked up at Winnie. Even if he was not familiar with the world, he knew that there was no such thing as a hamburger falling from the sky in the world. This level of exchange requires a price. First of all, I just think you are a good person, but because of immaturity, you made some mistakes. But these mistakes are not unforgivable, but can be tolerated. So, I want to help you make up for these regrets. Winnie smiled, and then she looked in another direction. Is it just because of this? Peter Parker still didn't believe it. Of course, as you said, if I help you, I also need you to help me. I need you to help me kill Ronan. This sentence still hit Peter Parker's heart like a bolt from the blue. The smile on his face gradually solidified, and his shoulders slowly sank. Still want to kill? Is there no other way? Don't think that killing is wrong. Everything in the world has two sides. If you are facing a murderer, you will definitely have the blood of a person on your hands if you kill him. But the price of your blood is to let a universe, or even multiple universes survive. What will you choose? Winnie seemed to see what Peter Parker was thinking, and continued to explain. Hearing this, Peter Parker raised his head again, his face full of astonishment. You said that Ronan is a murderer. Peter Parker was a little incredible, because he had contact with Ronan and even talked face to face. At that time, whether it was Ronan's conversation or expression, he didn't look like a murderer. More importantly, when he was about to let Norman Osborn and the others go, Ronan had already hinted to him verbally. However, Peter Parker didn't understand at that time. That's right. It was because of him that the Earth experienced an extremely terrible crisis. In that crisis, millions of people died, countless families fell apart, and people were displaced. Children can't find their parents, and parents have lost their children. The entire Earth has fallen into unprecedented terror. It was because of him. When it came to this, Winnie, who had always been very calm, rarely showed a face full of hatred. From her eyes, Peter Parker saw a strong murderous intent. It seemed that, if the person lying on the ground now was not Strange but Ronan, he would have been torn into pieces by Winnie long ago. He actually did such a thing. Peter Parker opened his mouth wide, as if he couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that the boy who looked a little indifferent could do such a thing that hurt the world. More importantly, how could he be so calm? As if he knew nothing. Maybe you don't believe it, but that's what I've experienced. He not only deceived you, but also deceived many people in this universe. They all think that Ronan is a good person. But in fact, Ronan is an out-and-out executioner. Just because of his. Winnie didn't continue talking here. However, her hatred has expressed a lot of things for her. Peter Parker took a deep breath, and at this moment, a belief called superhero began to burn in his heart. If what Winnie said was true, then he couldn't let Ronan return to the original universe. That kind of tragedy of devastation can't be repeated. I promise you. Peter Parker seemed to have made a decision. He raised his head and looked at Winnie with hatred. But before that, I want to put an end to the mistakes I made. I can't let those people go and hurt innocent people. Peter Parker thought of those people who were let go by himself. Each of them has very powerful abilities. If they are allowed to act recklessly, I don't know how many people will die. So, he must stop them. Hearing this, Winnie smiled. Okay, you can take these things away. After saying that, Winnie opened the secret door again, and 4 black boxes slowly floated in front of Peter Parker. Peter Parker reached out to take it, and he looked at Winnie with some doubts. Put these 4 boxes in 4 locations in New York City, and the locations will be shown on the boxes. The function of this thing can seal Ronan's magic power, and prevent him from escaping. When you find May Parker's body, you can find me here. Winnie said, his right hand lightly in the air. An address suddenly appeared in Peter Parker's mind. Peter Parker was slightly stunned. This method was simply unexpected for him. Also, I have modified the spell in the Horcrux. When it is used, it will only exile those who you took away back to their universe. And Ronan and I will continue to stay here. Wait until Ronan is eliminated. I will leave on my own. Winnie looked at Peter Parker, as if she had made all the arrangements. Peter Parker nodded, and put the things in his hand away. Go ahead and do your thing first. Remember, you must not reveal any flaws. You just need to follow your own script. After saying that, Winnie waved his hand gently, and a gust of wind blew on Peter Parker. Peter Parker shivered slightly, and the sadness that had already sunk surged into his heart again. He glanced at Winnie silently, and the spider silk in his right hand shot out again, and his figure flew into the darkness in the distance. Looking at Peter Parker's vicissitudes of life, Winnie's face slowly showed a smile. Ronan, the innocence and saintliness that you despise seem to be not useless. People always ignore some small details, don't they? You will always die in these small details. HU. In a hospital in New York City, Strange sat on the hospital bed, sneezing constantly. Ronan and Wong sat on the sofa on the other side, fearing that they would be infected with a cold by him. You're so weak. It's just a rain shower, but you caught such a severe cold. Don't tell anyone else what you said about our people. Ronan glanced at the pile of tissues in the trash can and couldn't help curling his lips. Who would have thought that a former sorcerer supreme would catch a cold from the rain? I'm afraid people would laugh at me if I tell anyone. Rain shower. That's as light as you make it. It was a night of rain. A night of rain. Strange glared at Ronan with dissatisfaction. His heavy nasal voice almost made it difficult to hear what he was saying. Getting rain showered and a night of rain shower are not the same thing. 4 broken ribs, multiple fractures on the body, severe fracture of the left leg and calf, with the risk of disability. At the same time, there are bruises all over the body, a mild concussion in the head, and nausea and vomiting from time to time. Before Wang finished reading Strange's medical records, Strange, who was sitting on the bed, began to dry heave. Seeing him like this, Wang pulled the corner of his mouth and threw down the medical records in his hand. Anyway, according to the doctor, with so many injuries on his body, plus a night of rain, it was lucky that Strange didn't have a fever and burn to death. If it weren't for the good New York citizens who went out for a walk in the morning and found Strange lying on the street, then the hospital notified Wang to pay the money. I'm afraid Ronan and the others might not know that Strange had become like this. You said you are also amazing, just dealing with a few superpowered villains, and let them beat you like this? I think you need to practice for a few more days in Kamatage. Wang turned his head away with disgust. As the supreme sorcerer, he felt a little embarrassed. When have you ever heard of the mages of Kamatage being wronged like this? Of course, except when Thanos snapped his fingers. But that was also a factor of force majeure, and in the end they got their revenge. I think he was probably not beaten by those people. Ronan narrowed his eyes. He felt that things were not that simple. Because when those people backstabbed Peter Parker, he was at the scene, but he did not see Strange. More importantly, the time was wrong. Why did Ronan say that? According to the time, when Ronan gave Strange the address, he should have found Peter Parker 2 or 3 hours before the incident. However, at that time, Peter Parker obviously did not meet Strange. If Strange was hiding and planned to ambush those people, that doesn't make sense. First of all, Strange could not predict that these people would tear Peter Parker apart. Even if he used his experience and was sure that these people would rebel, Strange did not show up when they really turned against each other. So, there must be something wrong here. Of course, things are not that simple. At this time, Strange, who had stopped retching, spoke. He blew his nose hard and then took several deep breaths. I just left Kamatage and ran into someone head on. Guess who it is? Strange looked at Ronan not far away. Ronan raised his eyebrows and a name appeared in his mind. The woman named Winnie? Because from Strange's tone, it seemed that Ronan also knew this person. In this case, someone who could beat Strange so badly, and Ronan knew it. It must be Winnie. When did you know her name? You two. What is the relationship between you two? Strange stared at Ronan with a covetous look, and 2 huge words were written on his face. Gossip. He didn't think Ronan had any collusion with the other party. After all, the last time they met, the two fought to the death, and even the woman blew herself up in the end, to trigger the energy of the dark dimension. If Ronan hadn't come forward to rescue, I'm afraid it would be uncertain whether this universe would still exist. What kind of relationship can we have? I've seen her twice. The last time we met was on top of the New York sanctuary. She was the one who caused the explosion. The time before that was when I met you. Ronan curled his lips. How could he possibly know such a crazy woman? Besides, if he really knew such a woman, then at the age of 16 or 17, when he was at his strongest, as a virgin, he would have made her obedient. No matter what you are like at 30 or 40, he would have knocked you down. You were beaten like this by her? Ronan seemed to have suddenly thought of something. However, his surprised look made Strange feel uncomfortable, no matter how he looked at him. What's wrong with being beaten like this by her? Do you know her strength? She not only knows all the spells I know, but also some that I have never seen before. Strange tried his best to defend himself. However, he looked like a famous person named Kong, saying it's not called stealing, it's called thievery. But the last time we met, I punched her away with one punch. It seems that she has no power to fight back at all. Ronan shrugged. He really didn't think how strong this woman was. His words made Strange's face darken. What are you talking about? You look down on my strength. I fought hard to get information for you, and I almost sneezed. I almost died on the spot, and you repay me like this. Strange almost sneezed and spit out his heart. Seeing his blushing appearance, Ronan didn't want to continue to provoke him, even if he really felt that this woman didn't have any strong strength at all. Okay, I'm wrong. That woman is too strong. She was just hiding her strength and trying to paralyze me when I beat her away. Ronan nodded repeatedly, and his mouth was very perfunctory. His thoughts have completely drifted to another thing. He was wondering why this woman named Winnie wanted to stop Strange. Strange's purpose that time was to stop Peter Parker. She stopped Strange, which means that there is something that she cares about Peter Parker. Is it those villains or some other reason? I want to know, did she find you directly, or did you run into her by chance? Ronan looked up at Strange. Of course I went to the address you gave me, and then I ran into her. I just emerged from the secret door, and she took me directly to the mirror space. Then, Strange stopped talking here. Although he didn't say what happened later, Ronan could guess the result. It was nothing more than a beating. In one day, he was defeated twice in the mirror space, once by intelligence, and once by force. I don't know which time made Strange feel more uncomfortable. Maybe it was the former. After all, it was in his own territory, and he was crushed by a child with intelligence. Strength can still be practiced, but IQ, it's strange to say, you are a surgeon after all, and you were a high IQ talent back then. How could you be trapped in the mirror space by Peter Parker using spider silk? Ronan finally couldn't help asking. He really wanted to know the answer to this. It's said that Strange has a low IQ, but that's unlikely. If he has a low IQ, how could he understand such obscure medical terms and various pathological knowledge? It's said that he has a high IQ, but he was bullied by a child. Who would have thought that when Ronan asked this question, Strange actually glared at him fiercely. Then, he covered himself with the quilt and planned to lie down. However, he forgot about his broken ribs and his poor left calf. Sure enough, the screams rang out as expected. Ronan grinned, as if he was in pain. He remembered that muscle tearing was so painful, let alone multiple fractures. At this moment, Wang winked at Ronan. The message inside was to carry Strange back to Kamatage, and not let him embarrass himself here again. Ronan nodded, and a secret door appeared in front of the two people. Wang took out a stack of US dollars, and put it on the table. This money was no less than Strange's medical expenses. It can only be said that, since he became the Supreme Sorcerer, Wang has become more generous. At least he has changed several sets of clothes. The two people quietly touched the side of Strange's bed, exchanged glances, and then suddenly started to act at the same time. The quilt was lifted, and the two people each held Strange's arm with one hand, and lifted him up directly. You guys have to MMMMM. Before Strange finished speaking, Wang turned into a silencing warlock and cast a silencing spell on Strange. Then, Strange was carried directly to Kamatage by two people in pain all over his body. Before leaving, Wang did not forget to put the quilt back on the bed. A few minutes later, a nurse with seductive eyes pushed the door open, only to see an empty bed. She was here to serve people, so why did the people she served leave? Looking at the pile of US dollars on the table, the nurse seemed to understand something. Is this Doctor Strange? It's so cool that he doesn't leave the front line even when seriously injured. 5,000 words of this chapter were actually written in the morning, but I have been hesitating whether to publish it. After all, today is a special day. Later I asked the editor, and he said it's okay to publish it. And 5,000 words felt a little insincere, so I wrote another 3,000 words, and posted them all together. Am I too diligent? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 139. When is past. Under the cover of night, Peter Parker shuttled through the streets and alleys of New York. According to the hint given by Winnie, he had buried all 4 boxes in the marked locations. The 4 directions were due east, due west, due south and due north. For a whole day, he followed the marks on the boxes and ran around the whole city of New York. Finally, at night, he finally buried all 4 boxes. Although he didn't know why he had to choose these locations, Peter Parker didn't ask much. Everyone has his own secrets. Moreover, Winnie also explained to him that the reason for burying the boxes was to prevent Ronan from escaping. For him, being able to revive May Parker was his biggest wish at this time. After completing these things, Peter Parker went to the morgue again and secretly stole May Parker's body. This move also scared away a man who worked the night shift at the funeral home. Another pillar of the family lost his job. After all, what in the world is more terrible than a body disappearing inexplicably at midnight? After doing all this, Peter Parker found Winnie's hiding place. No, this can't be called a hiding place, because Winnie lives across from the Avengers building. When she saw Peter Parker again, a very bright smile appeared on her face. I have done what you asked me to do. This is May's body. I think you should keep your promise, right? Peter Parker put May Parker's body on a bed and looked at Winnie quietly. May Parker's body had been handled very cleanly, and even the wounds on her body had been sutured. However, the stone grouper had appeared on her body. Don't worry, I can feel the power around us, gathering here. Take out May Parker's soul. Winnie was very satisfied with Peter Parker. All the basic work has been completed, and the last moment is waiting for Ronan to show up. Peter Parker took out the crystal ball that Winnie had given him before, and it could be vaguely seen that May Parker's soul was closing his eyes. Aunt May, I'm here to save you. Looking at May Parker, who had been sleeping in the crystal ball, Peter Parker pursed his lips. He handed the crystal ball to Winnie, and then looked at her very nervously. Winnie ignored Peter Parker's nervous look, and turned to the bedside, looking at the dead May Parker. She raised her hands slightly, then released them. The crystal ball that held May Parker's soul was suspended in midair. As Winnie's hands began to form seals quickly, black runes appeared in the air one after another. In an instant, the lights in the entire room began to flicker. Seeing this sudden change, Peter Parker suddenly became alert. He kept looking around, fearing that some unknown enemy would suddenly appear. Because the scene in front of him reminded him of the voltage of the entire building becoming unstable when the electric man left. Don't worry, these are all normal things. After all, resurrecting a person when his hands began to move in the air. These black runes began to change their positions one after another as her hands moved. A force that Peter Parker had never felt before began to gather at Winnie's fingertips. And in the crystal ball, the soul of May Parker slowly floated out. May Parker's soul came to the top of the corpse, and then began to slowly descend. Winnie moved until her soul merged with the corpse on the bed. It's not that easy. As Winnie finished speaking, she pressed her hands down suddenly. All the black runes began to merge into May Parker's body one by one. These black runes, like rivets, nailed May Parker's soul to her body. As the light bloomed, the wounds on May Parker's body began to heal visibly. The whole recovery process lasted for 10 minutes. When all the black runes disappeared, Winnie put down her hands. The lights in the room returned to normal. Is that all? Peter Parker swallowed and looked at Winnie nervously. Winnie took a deep breath and nodded to Peter Parker. Okay, but there are a few key points you need to know. First, she will wake up in 10 minutes. After waking up, she will forget about her death and will only remember that she was seriously injured. As for how to write the process, it's all up to you. After waking up, because the soul and body are not yet fully matched, she will have symptoms of weakness in her hands and feet. These are all normal. Wait until 3 days later, she will be able to move freely. At this time, Winnie was like a very caring doctor, telling the patient's family about the patient's condition. Peter Parker, who was listening on the side, nodded repeatedly. He has placed all his hopes on Winnie, not to mention the minor problems of temporary loss of consciousness. Even if she is paralyzed in the future, Peter Parker will keep May Parker, as long as she is fine. By the way, if she has any memory confusion, this is also normal. After all, after a person is resurrected, there will always be some different memories in his mind. Winnie seemed to have suddenly thought of something and mentioned this before leaving. At this time, Peter Parker just nodded and agreed, and his whole mind was on May Parker. Seeing him like this, Winnie just narrowed his eyes, turned around and left. In the next 10 minutes, Peter Parker seemed to spend every second like a year. He stood by May Parker's window, waiting anxiously. When the 10 minutes were up, May Parker actually opened her eyes slowly as Winnie said, "Where is this?" May Parker subconsciously wanted to raise her arms to block the light above her head, but she suddenly found that her arms had no strength. "Aunt May, it's me, Peter. You are in a very safe place." When Peter Parker heard May Parker's voice again, he was excited. However, he had to suppress this excitement. He couldn't let May Parker know the truth of the matter. "Peter, is it you?" May Parker tilted her head following the voice and looked at Peter Parker's face. The memory slowly emerged in her mind again. "Isn't it that they gave me?" May Parker frowned, as if trying to recall what happened at the beginning. Peter Parker grabbed her hand. He could clearly see that the corpse spots on May Parker's arm had disappeared. This proved that May Parker was really resurrected. Thinking of this, Peter Parker didn't even notice that his hands were shaking, because he was so excited that he couldn't speak. "It's okay, May. It's okay now. I found a good doctor. He has saved you and cured you." Peter Parker almost said revived you. He had to hide this news from May Parker, and the reason was very simple. If May Parker knew that she was resurrected, she might be really scared. It's better to hide this from her. "Is it cured? But I feel like my limbs don't seem to have much strength." May Parker's voice also sounded a little weak. "That doesn't matter. The doctor said that this is the sequel of the new treatment. Their treatment is to use brand new technology to give priority to the body's strength to heal the wound. That's why you feel that your body has no strength." Peter Parker explained anxiously. All of this was also his fabrication, just to prevent May Parker from being suspicious. As long as she succeeds in hiding it from May Parker this time, no one will mention this to her in the future. Because Winnie promised Peter Parker that he would help Peter Parker release the forgetfulness spell after everything is over. Those who know that Peter Parker is Spider-Man and those who have experienced what happened last night will forget the relevant memories. So, after killing Ronan, everything will return to the way it was at the beginning. "Look how anxious you are. Am I asking too many questions?" May Parker looked at Peter Parker with loving eyes, especially seeing the sweat on his forehead. Hearing this, Peter Parker shook his head repeatedly. For some reason, his eyes were already full of tears. "This is not a dream. This is all real." Aunt May really escaped from the arms of death and returned to his side. It was not until now that Peter Parker confirmed that May Parker was really fine, that he slightly forgave his previous mistakes. In the more than 20 hours before this, he spent almost every moment in regret. Now, he has finally made up for his regrets. "Silly boy, I'm fine, aren't I? Why are you crying?" "Don't cry. You're already a man. Don't cry so easily." May Parker wanted to reach out and wipe the tears from Peter Parker's face, but she couldn't raise her hand. Peter Parker quickly wiped away his tears and tried to stabilize his emotions. "You're right, Aunt May. I'm already an adult. I have to learn to be strong. But I still need you to tell me about my uncle and my father." Peter Parker smiled brightly. When May Parker heard him mention his uncle and father, May Parker also smiled. Unknowingly, she had raised Peter Parker to adulthood. In a way, she really lived up to her husband's expectations. "By the way, Peter, the doctor you found must be very expensive, right? If you need money, go home and take it out. The password is." At this time, May Parker thought about money. She has always known that medical expenses in the United States have always been very expensive, and even many people are sick, and they don't even dare to call an ambulance, because calling once is hundreds of dollars. Not to mention, the other party cured her serious injury. It must cost a lot of money. She is only worried that the family does not have enough money, because Peter Parker will go to college next, and the family needs to pay another tuition fee. With Peter Parker's current situation, even if a university accepts him, he may not get a scholarship. Therefore, they need to spend a lot of money to go to college. "It's okay, Aunt May. You don't have to worry about this. Your treatment this time is free." Peter Parker quickly comforted May Parker. He also knew that the family situation at home was not very good and there was not much savings. 3. Did you promise someone something? May Parker suddenly became alert. She knew that the so-called free is the most expensive. And with Peter Parker's character, he might really make the decision to betray himself in order to save her. This kind of betrayal is to let himself go to some laboratories and have blood drawn for research. This is something May Parker cannot accept. Don't worry, Aunt May, it's not what you think. The other party's goal is to get rid of a murderer who harms all living things. And they need my power, so they exchanged it for this. Peter Parker also knew what May Parker was thinking, because she had told Peter Parker more than once that he must not be caught. Otherwise, what awaits him is endless research. Murderer? May Parker asked back. Yes, it's a murderer named Ronan. He has committed many evils and killed countless lives. So I also have the responsibility to get rid of this bad guy. Peter Parker nodded and said Ronan's name. When May Parker heard the name Ronan, she couldn't help but frowned, because she felt that this name was very familiar. It seemed that she had heard it somewhere. Ronan. Ronan, didn't Ronan fight against Thanos with you? It seems that you told me about this. May Parker suddenly thought of where she had heard it from. It was from her nephew Peter Parker that she heard this name. Him? Have you fought Thanos with us? Peter Parker was stunned, but soon he shook his head. Aunt May, you may have remembered it wrongly. In my memory, I have never known this person named Ronan. It is not the case that he has fought Thanos with us. He is a bad guy, a performer who is good at disguise. He even deceived Mr. Strange. Peter Parker searched his memory and did not find any memory related to Ronan. On the contrary, because of Winnie's hint, he thought that May Parker had the so-called memory confusion. However, what he didn't know was that May Parker's memory was real. Maybe Strange didn't expect that the forgetfulness spell he cast would fail one day. Of course, this is also a crime without war. Most of these spells of camouflage are only effective on the living and have no effect on the dead. And May Parker is an exception among exceptions. She died, but she came back to life. So, camouflage's forgetfulness spell failed. Really? Why don't I remember it like this? May Parker shook her head. She always felt that something was wrong, but she was very weak now. Even if she could think of it, she didn't have the strength to argue with Peter Parker. Okay, Aunt May, don't think about these things anymore. What you need now is a good rest. Peter Parker patted May Parker's arm, and he also stood up from the chair. Seeing that he had signs of leaving, May Parker seemed to have thought of something. You are going? Peter Parker smiled and nodded, and said, I have to make up for my mistake first. Aunt May, you have a good rest. I will be back soon. After that, he picked up the mask on the table, and put it on himself again. Seeing Peter Parker become Spider-Man, May Parker also smiled. Go, do what you should do. As she finished this sentence, the two nodded to each other, and Peter Parker opened the window next to him, and jumped out from the side. Feeling the cold wind blowing from the window, May Parker couldn't help but shiver slightly. She also slowly recovered from the initial excitement. Ronan. Why do I always feel like I didn't remember? However, before she could say the word wrong, a feeling of fatigue came over her. May Parker couldn't help but fall asleep. At this moment, Winnie walked in slowly from the doorway. As she slowly walked into the room, the whole room began to slowly darken, as if swallowed by darkness. She looked at May Parker, who had fainted, and lightly tapped with her right hand. The corpse spots on May Parker's body that had disappeared unexpectedly reappeared. 7 days, Peter. I've given you another 7 days to reunite with your family. Thinking about it, your situation is much better than mine back then. As she spoke, Winnie's eyes began to slowly become blurred. She seemed to have returned to that time. In her universe, aliens also invaded New York. Just like in this universe, the superheroes defeated the invading aliens and restored peace to the earth. Just when everyone thought that life would become stable, unexpectedly, something even more terrifying happened the next day. A dark creature far more terrifying than aliens suddenly appeared on Earth, and the entire Earth fell into endless darkness. In that incident, Winnie lost her parents. After losing her parents, she was rescued by a camouflage wizard and brought back to camouflage. At that time, the Supreme Wizard of Kamataj used his life to drive this terrifying dark creature out of the earth. But even so, 1/3 of the human beings on earth died. What's more terrifying is that because of the advent of this dark creature, many people have become servants of darkness and have believed in the dark dimension since then. Another civil war broke out inside the earth. It was at that time that Winnie gradually grew from an ordinary person to a wizard of Kamataj. She gradually grew up in the battle with the dark creatures. After a few years, she became the best wizard in Kamataj with her extraordinary talent. In the process of continuous fighting, she not only improved her strength, but also finally became the Supreme Wizard as she wished. When she became the Supreme Wizard, she understood everything. That terrifying dark creature, named Dormammu, is the Lord of the Dark Dimension and an invincible existence. Although he didn't know how the previous Supreme Sorcerer drove Dormammu away, Winnie knew that he couldn't do it. In addition, Winnie also knew the cause of everything. In their world, the time stone suddenly disappeared, causing the magic circle set by Kamataj to fail. Because of the failure of the magic circle, a crack appeared in the defense against the dark dimension, and Dormammu took advantage of this crack to invade the earth. As for why the time stone disappeared, no one knew about it. In this way, Winnie, who knew all the truth, served as a supreme sorcerer and continued to fight against the darkness. This situation lasted for more than 20 years. Until more than 20 years later, the dark forces on the earth were removed one by them, and mankind was about to win. But when they attacked the last dark force stronghold, they fell into the trap of those people. In the end, all the mages of Kamataj, except Winnie, became sacrifices of those dark servants. And the person summoned through sacrifice is none other than Dormammu. The nightmare of the human beings on Earth more than 20 years ago has come back again. This time, people have no means of defense. Even if those superheroes risk their lives, they are unable to stop Dormammu's invasion. In the end, Dormammu swallowed the Earth directly into the dark dimension with overwhelming force. The human beings on Earth have also become slaves of the dark dimension. It was at that time that Winnie was captured by Dormammu and learned the whole truth from him. The universe they are in is actually a branch of one of the parallel universes. The reason for the branch is that a person took the time gem, but it was 2 days later than before. In these 2 days, there was no time gem on Earth, and a new timeline appeared. This timeline gave birth to Winnie's universe. This is why Winnie's universe will eventually be invaded by darkness. And from Dormammu's mouth, Winnie also knew who took the time gem. Ronan. And at this time, Dormammu proposed a deal with Winnie. If she could bring Ronan back to Dormammu, even as a corpse, Dormammu would spare the Earth where Winnie was. Let them return to their previous lives. Moreover, he promised that he would resurrect Winnie's parents and let her return to a peaceful life. A gust of cold wind blew. Winnie's blurred eyes returned to normal. She lowered her head to glance at the sleeping May Park and lightly tapped her right hand. A black rune once again merged into May Park's body. I have to give you some sweetness, so that you won't doubt that you have done something wrong. Ronan. Based on your personality, you should look down on such a saintly person the most, right? Coincidentally, I look down on him too. But it must feel good to be killed by someone you look down on, right? Chapter 140. Pretentious people are unforgivable. Ronan, who was bored, was mainly responsible for taking care of Strange, who was seriously injured. Well, taking care of him. It roughly means that Strange was lying on the bed and Ronan was sitting on the sofa beside him watching movies and eating snacks. It has to be said that no matter which universe it is, there are not a few people who will chase the wind. All the disasters that this world has experienced before have basically been made into movies. For example, the superhero group fought aliens in New York. For example, the artificial intelligence crisis. Where will mankind go? For example, what will happen when half of the world's population disappears? Of course, these cannot be regarded as science fiction films, and they are all regarded as documentaries. After all, the American people in this universe are living in more dire straits than Ronan knew in his previous life. Because no one here shouted, "Make America Great Again," there were only continuous disasters and various inexplicable terrorist attacks. Wow, sure. Strange, did you see that? The actor they found to play you actually looks so similar to you. Are you sure he's not your biological brother? Ronan looked at the Doctor Strange in the movie, who fought Thanos for dozens of rounds without losing, and couldn't help looking at Strange. Strange rolled his eyes, and had no interest in talking to Ronan at all. In fact, even he didn't know why these directors were so powerful that they could find someone who looked so similar to him. Let me see what his name is. Benedict Cumberbatch. He's British. It is said that his next work plan is to play Sherlock Holmes. TSK, with this name, you deserve these movies. Ronan curled his lips. He didn't make a fuss, because the actor in the movie was called this name. Anyway, Ronan didn't know the specific situation. Okay, is the task that the king gave you to watch movies in front of me every day, and keep eating and drinking? Strange interrupted Ronan, his eyes fixed on the food on the table. Because of his injury, he couldn't eat most of the food for the time being, especially greasy food, which he couldn't eat even more. However, Ronan's table was full of these big fish and meat. Don't make a mistake, the king can't command me. I'm a kind person. I saw that you were injured and no one took care of you, so I took the initiative to take care of you. Have you forgotten who called Rachel for you? Ronan glanced at him and calmly drank a sip of iced cola. Sure enough, even in the middle of winter, you have to drink iced cola. Coke at room temperature. Ha, even dogs have to shake their heads when they see it. You are so embarrassed to say Rachel. At this point, Strange almost jumped out of bed. If he wasn't injured now, I'm afraid he really wanted to fight with Ronan. The reason is also very simple. Because Ronan didn't call him early or late, just when Strange wanted to go to the toilet the most, he actually called Rachel over. That's fine. But what made Strange most uncomfortable was that Ronan called Rachel over, and in addition to helping him change the bandage on his wound, he actually slipped away. Strange held his urine for more than half an hour, and finally couldn't help it, so he asked Rachel for help. Then, something even more embarrassing happened. Because of his broken ribs and left leg, he couldn't get out of bed, so Rachel had to put the urinal into the quilt. Think about that scene. It's good enough for your ex-girlfriend to take care of you, and she did that kind of thing. What's more outrageous is that, because he held it in for too long, Strange's urine was also particularly long. When Rachel took out the urinal, she looked at the heavy urinal, and then looked at Strange. How to describe that look? Just two words stand out. Weird. It's as if to say, after being apart for so long, I didn't expect your kidney function to improve. For the next hour, the atmosphere between the two became more and more awkward, until Ronan came back, and Rachel left without looking back. Until now, the two have never contacted each other again. So what? Some people still can't forget me. I took the initiative to create opportunities for you, but you can't grasp them. Who should I blame? Ronan rolled his eyes and looked down on Strange in his heart. He can't even handle such a small matter, and you are useless, even if I give you opportunities. She already has a fiancé. Strange took a deep breath. This was something he didn't want to face. What if she has a fiancé? Anyway, you haven't married, and you haven't done anything. She is a nurse, and Wang has paid the fees. Isn't it natural for her to take care of the patient? Don't you think that, if you cheat mentally, the other party will cheat mentally like you? Ronan looked at Strange, and that indescribable look made Strange have the urge to die. Who said anything about mental cheating? Wang and I just thought that, if you find someone familiar to take care of you, you won't be so bored. Who knew you would do this yourself? Ronan poured a glass of water and handed it to Strange, as a way to comfort his injured heart. Strange took the water and stopped talking this time. As for Rachel, he was the one who had been thinking about her all the time, and he was the one who had kept the watch. Maybe Rachel's eyes didn't mean that at all, or even that was just a very ordinary look. Or this was Strange's own misconception. Okay, haven't you heard a saying? A wise man doesn't fall in love, but a fool repeats the same mistakes. If you can make up your mind to forget her and start over, you are still a good person. After saying that, Ronan patted Strange's shoulder, returned to the sofa, and picked up the potato chips he had just opened. Crunch, crunch. What a bullshit, love. It's really not as good as eating a bag of potato chips. And Strange sighed. Should I say he is worthy of being Ronan? No matter how he comforted people, it always felt so perfunctory. Forget it. In order to comfort your wounded heart, I'll ask you what your wish is. If possible, then I'll help you realize it. Ronan glanced at Strange, who was sighing, and decided to show his style. And Strange pulled the corner of his mouth. My only wish now is that you leave here as soon as possible. It would be best if a secret door appeared on your face right now, and then you were taken away directly. Strange had such a simple wish. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a secret door really appeared in front of them. What surprised Strange even more was that the secret door was open towards him. Wow, it's really him. Ned and MJ cheered from the other side of the secret door. However, when they saw clearly that Strange was hanging half of his leg with bandages and plaster, the cheers stopped quickly. Obviously, Strange in this state could not help much. My ring. Also, what is Peter doing now? Strange saw his ring at a glance, and Ned took off the ring in panic, directly past the secret door, and threw it to Strange. Facing the flying ring, Strange was not in a hurry, and reached out to catch it. Then his action affected the wound on his ribs. The sudden howl also brought Ned and MJ back to their senses. Mr. Strange, we need your help. No, to be precise, Peter needs your help now. He can't deal with so many bad guys alone. MJ quickly stated their request. Strange looked at them in surprise and didn't know what to say for a while. He could only point to his left leg, which was a silent answer. Seeing Strange's left leg full of plaster, MJ and Ned couldn't say the words they had thought of. Peter Parker had been extremely disrespectful to Strange before. The other party helped him, and he also trapped others in the mirror space. So, MJ and Ned wanted to say a few good words, but now these good words can't be said. Although I can't help you, I can find someone to help. When Strange said this, the sound of chewing potato chips next to him stopped. Ronan tilted his head and looked over here. What do you mean? You look at me like this. I always feel that the person you are talking about is me. Ronan always feels that Strange is not well intentioned. Sure enough, after hearing this, Strange also laughed. If you want to go home early, then help Parker get rid of those people. Then activate the Horcrux, and you can go home. And I'm already like this. How about you do me a favor? Strange pointed to his feet and made a very helpless expression to Ronan. The meaning is very clear. It's not that I don't want to send you, but I can't do it. Seeing him like this, Ronan couldn't help rolling his eyes. Forget it. Since you begged me so much, I'll agree to it. But you owe me a favor. Ronan walked to the front of the secret door with his hands behind his back, and without waiting for Strange to react, he stepped through the secret door. When the secret door in front of him closed, Strange came to his senses. After he came to his senses, the first thing he did was to give Ronan a middle finger. Fuck. This is all your plan. In the end, I still owe you a favor. After crossing the portal, Ronan came to a very familiar place. Liberty. Well, it should still be considered the Statue of Liberty, right? Although the torch in her hand was changed to a shield in memory of Steve Rogers, it should still be called this name. When they saw Ronan coming out of the portal, MJ and Ned took a step back at the same time. In fact, the two of them almost held hands. Hey, are you two a couple? Ronan raised his eyebrows and made a joke to liven up the atmosphere. However, the two of them shook their heads frantically, looking very nervous. Seeing them like this, Ronan couldn't help but feel a little curious. Could it be that all American high school students in this universe are so introverted? Or were they afraid after Ronan beat up Peter Parker before? Since you are not a couple, why are you so close to each other? Could it be an underground relationship? Ronan seemed to suddenly understand something. Hearing this, the two of them hurriedly separated, but their actions made it seem that there was really something wrong with the two of them. More importantly, the two of them were still nervous while separating. Why are you so afraid of me? Do I eat people? Ronan looked at them with a smile. However, the one who answered him was still shaking his head frantically. But the next second, MJ suddenly widened his eyes and looked behind Ronan. A whirlwind appeared behind Ronan, and the sand rolled up by the whirlwind gradually formed the face of the Sandman. The Sandman raised his right fist high and smashed it heavily on Ronan's back. Why, can't you talk? Or are you hiding something from me? Ronan tilted his head, and the next second he quickly turned sideways and stretched out his right hand behind him. Bang! His right palm just collided with the Sandman's fist. Although Ronan's hand looked very small compared to the Sandman's fist, it was just this hand that easily blocked the murderous fist. I hate it when someone interrupts me when I'm talking. Ronan sighed, slowly turned around, and looked at the Sandman who failed to attack. So, I'll start with you. As soon as the voice fell, Ronan's right hand gently pushed forward, and an extremely terrifying force directly knocked the huge Sandman away. MJ and Ned stared with wide eyes, looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief. You know, Peter Parker had fought with these people just now. It can't be said that they were evenly matched, but it can only be said that they were beaten badly. Bang, bang, bang. As the sound of continuous blows came, Ned hurried to the scaffolding nearby and watched the fight. How should I put it? Let's use the previous description. Ronan's fight with the Sandman cannot be said to be evenly matched, but can only be said to be a complete crush. The Sandman in midair could not make any effective counterattacks, and could not even defend. Anyway, with MJ and Ned's eyes, they could not see Ronan's figure at all. Bang! As Ronan punched the Sandman in the face. This time, the Sandman was no longer so stubborn, and took the initiative to turn himself into sand, trying to slip away from Ronan's hands. But how could Ronan let him leave? Sand? Since you like to transform so much, then be sand for the rest of your life. Ronan quickly formed seals with both hands, and a spell came into being. The Wind of Watum. As Ronan raised his hand and waved, a huge storm suddenly rose from the ground. The Sandman, who had turned into sand, never thought that he would be pushed into the sky again, just after he landed safely. But this time, he found that he couldn't transform. The most basic condition for him to transform from sand to man is to blend the sand together. Then he formed himself into a human shape. However, now that the storm is raging, the sand can't react according to his ideas. While the Sandman was thinking, the Wind of Vatum had swept up all the sand on the ground. Ronan narrowed his eyes and began to wave his hands gently in the air. The strong wind immediately followed the position of Ronan's right hand and began to move irregularly. Why is it irregular? Because the Sandman in the strong wind is still struggling hard. The Sandman saw clearly that the position where Ronan waved his hand was exactly the position of the sea. If he was put into the sea water, whether he could survive would depend on his fate. Therefore, he had to shake off some of the sand, and in the end he would be reborn with the sand. It's a pity. You thought wrong, silly child. Ronan smiled slightly, and the secret door appeared again. But this time the secret door appeared in front of the strong wind. On the other side of the secret door, there was a sky full of flames. Incinerator. When Sandman reacted, it was too late. He finally understood that Ronan was not going to throw him into the sea, but into the incinerator. However, no matter how violently he swung his body now, it was just his last struggle before death. As a large amount of sand was poured into the incinerator, the flames that were originally all over the sky were visibly extinguished. But a few seconds later, the raging fire burned again, and Sandman suddenly became a fireman. Oh no, sand plus fire, what can be produced? Glass? Ronan scratched his chin. The secret door closed, and Sandman's screams were forever locked in the incinerator. It was all his fault that he didn't study hard at the beginning, otherwise he would have to think of a new name for him. After ending Sandman, Ronan turned his attention to the other side. The Green Goblin and others over there were fighting Peter Parker happily. What surprised Ronan was that the 3 insects in the same frame that he was looking forward to did not appear. What about the other 2 worms? However, Ronan had just watched for less than 30 seconds when a bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky. Boom. A huge crack appeared on the ground beside Ronan. If he had not just taken a step outward, the lightning would have hit him. The old man said that he had a personal grudge to settle. So, your opponent is me. The electric man flew in the air with an arrogant face, and his whole body was emitting dazzling lightning. I don't care who the opponent is, but I have a question. I don't know if I should ask. Ronan looked at the electric man in the sky. Since you are about to die, just ask. After asking, take the answer to hell. The electric man's answer was extremely arrogant. Hell. Ronan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. If he went to hell one day, Mephisto would have to send him back to the human world obediently. After all, what the Ancient One did in hell back then was terrifying. Well, I'd like to thank you for your generosity first. I want to ask, did the Green Goblin order you to stop me, or did you come here voluntarily? Ronan crossed his arms and squeezed hard, but it was just a bee. The Green Goblin commissioned me to come. Why, is that all you have to ask? Is this question important to you? Electro frowned. He didn't understand why Ronan asked this question. After hearing this answer, Ronan couldn't help but sigh. Although you only answered one question for me, I'm also very generous and will answer both of your questions. This question is not so important to me, but it is very important to you. Have you ever thought about the possibility that maybe, because I'm too strong, the Green Goblin wants to use your death to delay time? Ronan shook his head helplessly. Some people are so shrewd and scheming that it's really scary. More importantly, the person in front of him seems to have no brains. Others are all brainless. Could it be that you are a brainless person? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You dare to look down on me, I'm going to kill you. What Electro hates most in his life is that others don't take him seriously. And Ronan happened to hit the mark accurately. As the Electric Man roared, a large amount of lightning began to burst out from his body. Seeing this, Ronan couldn't help but sigh. He didn't have a grandfather here, so why did these good kids come to him one after another? Could it be that today was the experience dungeon day given by the system? Of course, Ronan thought while his hands were moving fast. As he finished reciting the spell, another spell appeared. Shape of a Keen. Ronan made a seal with both hands in front of his chest, and one clone after another appeared from behind him. Of course, Ronan was definitely not showing off how many spells he knew, he just wanted to deal with the enemy as quickly as possible. Well, that's it. Go. With Ronan's order, all the clones used the same move in unison. Golden lightning appeared in the palms of all the clones, including Ronan's original body. It was another new spell. Since you like to use electricity so much, let me show you what real lightning is. Boom. As the roar of thunder and lightning sounded in the sky, the dazzling lightning instantly blasted towards the Electric Man. Similarly, the lightning on the Electric Man turned into long whips and attacked Ronan madly. Bang. The moves performed by both sides collided fiercely in midair. The visible lightning shockwave, with the two lightnings as the center, blasted in all directions. The Statue of Liberty, which had just been built, was not spared. Not only did the scaffolding next to it begin to break layer by layer, but even cracks appeared on the Statue of Liberty. Of course, the Electric Man had no time to observe these at this time, because he could clearly see that his lightning was not as good as the opponent's lightning. He was suppressed. But not only did he not have any frustrated expression, but he even smiled. When the Electric Man used lightning, he could be immune to the lightning he generated. Similarly, he could absorb these lightnings and charge himself. Since the opponent used this trick against him, the Electric Man felt that he should be disrespectful. When Ronan saw that the Electric Man actually let go of his lightning and let the thunder of Bossett hit him, his face became more and more strange. Although the thunder of Bossett looks like lightning, it is actually a pure energy attack. It's just that this attack carries some lightning properties, which can cause stronger tearing and destruction to the enemy. Although the Electric Man can absorb some lightning, he can't absorb energy attacks, right? So, when the lightning struck the Electric Man, the energy that the Electric Man expected appeared. But at the same time, the scream that Ronan had anticipated also rang out. The scream of the Electric Man made Ronan couldn't help but cover his ears. It's really ugly. A large amount of lightning wandered on the Electric Man's body. In this case, the Electric Man felt that he should enjoy it very much. However, the tearing and pain from his body forced him to face the problem in front of him. Could it be that these are not thunder or electricity? However, like the Sandman, when he thought of this layer, everything was too late. After figuring out this matter, even if he began to mobilize all the strength in his body to resist the thunder of Bossett, he suddenly found that his ability was completely useless. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the left half of the Electric Man's body was blown away. The blood sprayed out and turned into a bloody rain, which immediately filled the sky. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth and dodged away from the spot to avoid getting blood on his body. Really? Such a poor person still wants to show off. The crime is unforgivable. Especially those who show off in front of me. Chapter 141. Is it possible that you are too weak? For the Electro who had half of his body suddenly blown off, this was a way of death he had never thought of in his life. Perhaps he had thought of various ways of dying, but he had never thought of being beaten to death by a seemingly weak miner. And in this way, when half of his body was blown off, MJ and Ned were standing on a scaffolding that was almost as high as him. They saw everything that had just happened clearly, especially when a cloud of blood mist erupted. They were all terrified by the scene. Even a few drops of blood were sprinkled on their faces. The two were shocked. They didn't expect that Ronan would use such a cruel method. It seems that what Peter said is true. He is the murderer. Ned couldn't help but look at MJ beside him. And MJ didn't know how to answer, so he could only swallow his saliva. Peter Parker had told them before that this man named Ronan was a complete liar. He not only deceived them, but even strange. Ronan's true face is a murderer. What? Are you scared? At this moment, Ronan's voice sounded from behind them. The two turned their heads in horror and took a step back again. When did you come here? Ned asked with courage. After all, he had just said something bad about Ronan, and it was Peter Parker who asked them to keep it secret. Unexpectedly, the other party came behind them the next second. If the other party heard him, not only would Peter Parker's secret be exposed, but their lives might also be in danger. With the other party's ability, Ned thought of the half-blown Electro and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The end won't be so tragic, right? Just now. Ronan replied with a smile. Then did you hear what I said just now? Ned asked subconsciously. But after he asked this question, he immediately regretted it. Sure enough, when Ronan heard him ask this, he seemed to be interested immediately. What did you say just now? Did you say something bad about me? I have a very good advantage, which is that I hate evil. How do I define the word evil? Those who secretly say bad things about me behind my back are evil people. Ronan raised his eyebrows. His answer obviously scared Ned. The little fat man's legs began to tremble slightly, and the flesh on his face was also shaking. It seemed that his legs would soften in the next second, and he would kneel down to Ronan. We were just talking about why you wanted to kill him. At this moment, MJ suddenly stood in front of Ned and found an extremely suitable reason. Another steel plate. Why can't I kill him? If I don't kill him, will I let him continue to do evil? Ronan asked with interest. Of course not. You can choose to cure him with the antidote. As long as he is injected with this antidote, he will not have that ability. MJ quickly found a bottle, which was the antidote for the electric man. Looking at the bottle in front of him, Ronan couldn't help but sigh. What kind of world is this? Is it really easy for these mutants? It is said that the rich rely on technology and the poor rely on mutation. They have endured for so long and finally waited for the mutation to come, but you actually use technology to cure it? What's more infuriating is, how can you, Peter Parker, have both technology and mutation? You didn't tell me there was such a thing. Ronan curled his lips. Didn't I tell you? MJ turned his head and looked at Ned on the side, and Ned nodded stiffly. They really didn't tell Ronan about this. Seeing Ned nod, MJ also put away the antidote with an awkward smile on his face. Bang! Just when the scene was extremely awkward, a person appeared and broke the awkward atmosphere. This person was none other than Peter Parker, and his way of appearance was a little different. He flew sideways from the sky. He knocked down 7 or 8 scaffoldings along the way, and even the place where they were standing began to shake. Peter. Seeing Peter Parker flying sideways, MJ hurried forward to ask about his situation. Peter Parker shook his head and jumped up from the ground, saying that he was fine. However, the fresh blood on his face did not seem to match what he said. I'm fine. I have injected the antidote into Professor Lizard, and he has returned to normal. Where are the other antidotes? Peter Parker spoke very quickly, and it seemed that he had spent a lot of effort to inject the antidote into Connors. MJ quickly handed the remaining antidote to Peter Parker and carefully observed his injuries. However, Peter Parker's attention was elsewhere. It's you. Peter Parker naturally discovered Ronan. Of course it's me. Do you think that a seriously injured Strange can come to clean up your mess? Ronan shrugged and looked at Peter Parker with a strange look. This look was like looking at a mentally retarded child, and Peter Parker felt uncomfortable, no matter how he looked at it. He was going to refute Ronan, but thinking of Winner's explanation before, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Where are the Electro and the Sandman? Them. Peter Parker looked in other directions. They're all dead. I helped you eliminate 2 powerful enemies. Don't thank me. Ronan pouted in the direction of Electro's body, looking like he had helped a lot. Peter Parker quickly ran to the guardrail and looked down, and saw only half of Electro lying on the ground. Why didn't you use the antidote to save them? Why did you kill them? Peter Parker's eyes widened, and he began to question Ronan with anger on his face. And his attitude also successfully made Ronan, who was smiling, turn cold. Bang. Peter Parker, who had just flown sideways, flew out sideways again. Peter Parker in the air widened his eyes, looking at the position just now in disbelief. He didn't see Ronan's move. Even his spider sense only sensed it a few tenths of a second earlier, but he couldn't react at all. Of course, the pain on his left face told him that all this was true. Peter. Seeing Peter Parker flying out again, MJ and Ned shouted again. However, Peter Parker could no longer hear their shouts, because he was being beaten up by Ronan. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Peter Parker was like a sandbag, and Ronan punched him twice in the air. Finally, Ronan kicked him to the ground. Just these 3 attacks made Peter Parker lose all the strength to fight back. The severe pain made him feel a tearing sensation all over his body. He couldn't even lift his right hand. Boom. Ronan fell directly in front of him, straddling Peter Parker's body with his legs, looking down at him. To be honest, Peter Parker, I have wanted to beat you up for a long time. Although the first meeting was pleasant, you made me want to beat you up more and more later. Ronan grabbed Peter Parker's throat and lifted him up. Peter Parker's weak body made him unable to resist. He looked at Ronan with his eyes that were barely open, and there seemed to be a hint of mockery in his eyes. Ronan couldn't help but sneer at his attitude. You think every step you take is in your plan, but every step is beyond your expectations. But even so, you still refuse to grow up. Is this what you call the heart of a superhero? Ronan looked at Peter Parker in front of him. He really suspected that the man in front of him had a problem with his brain. It's not that he is wrong to be kind, but he used his kindness in the wrong place. He has obviously experienced so many things, but in the end he still chose the wrong answers to all the questions. Is it so difficult to be more rational? The most outrageous thing is that he doesn't seem to have grown at all, but seems to be regressing all the time. Growth. Do you mean killing people when you grow up? Peter Parker is still stubborn. Perhaps he didn't learn anything else from Tony Stark, his godfather, but only learned the unique skill of stubbornness. It's a pity that Tony Stark's stubbornness is based on his little strength. But the man in front of him only learned to be stubborn. TSK, it seems that you are really noble. Bang. As soon as Ronan finished speaking, Peter Parker's stubborn mouth was taught a lesson again. Just when Ronan wanted to test whether Peter Parker's words were tough or his fists were tough, the Green Goblin and Dr. Otto, who had not appeared. Ha 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 ha. So you decent people are also fighting among yourselves. It seems that you decent people are just liars in fancy clothes. It's so funny. The Green Goblin looked at Peter Parker, who was beaten badly, and couldn't help laughing. However, he never thought that his simple words would become the key to his death. Ronan raised his head and put down his right fist. Do you know? There are 2 things I hate most in my life. One is that others say bad things about me behind my back, not to my face. The other is that others interrupt me when I'm talking, especially when I'm pretending. Unfortunately, you violated the law of heaven. After Ronan finished speaking, 2 clones immediately appeared behind him, one on the left and one on the right. He tilted his head, and the 2 clones immediately disappeared on the spot. Bang. The Green Goblin and Dr. Otto interrupted Ronan's pretense, and the 2 figures flew backwards in unison. Ronan lowered his head again, and looked at Peter Parker. Do you know? Besides hating your saintly heart, I hate your tone of questioning others even more. It was Strange who begged me to help you clean up this mess. Besides, you never told me that you have the so-called antidote. So I want to ask you, from what perspective are you questioning me, why I killed people? Ronan sneered and looked at Peter Parker in front of him, wanting to know what he was thinking. It's just that Peter Parker's brain circuit always feels different from normal people. I just want to save them. Peter Parker raised his head and said only this sentence. Save them? Ronan smiled when he heard this. What you call salvation is to wantonly destroy the balance of other universes? From the beginning, everything you and Strange did has affected other parallel universes. If we let them return to their original universe as Strange said at the time, everything might be remedied. But now it's too late. Ronan threw Peter Parker down and looked into the distance. Just as he was speaking, his two clones had already dealt with the Green Goblin and Dr. Otto neatly, because experience has told him everything. Is this why you killed them? If you kill them, won't it also destroy the future of those parallel universes? Peter Parker lay on the ground with an expression of finding a loophole in your words. Ronan pouted and didn't care at all. How should I put it? I'm me, and you are you. I'm a very double-standard person. There are some things I can do, but you can't do. It's that simple. Ronan shrugged, walked past Peter Parker, and took 2 steps forward. Because his clone told him that an old acquaintance of his had already flown over here. That's right, this old acquaintance is Winnie. Looking at Winnie flying closer and closer in the sky, Ronan couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, this thing is the same as playing a dungeon. Get rid of the monsters first, and then you can face the big boss. But in Ronan's opinion, this final boss doesn't seem to be so tough. So, why do you like to join in the fun so much? Looking at Winnie descending from the sky, Ronan asked helplessly. You know, joining in the fun is not a good thing. After all, curiosity kills the cat. What you mean by joining in the fun is that I'm here to kill you? Or do you think I'm in the same group with those rubbish? Winnie glanced at Peter Parker who was lying on the ground, and a scornful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the same group with those people. This sentence is simply an insult to Winnie. You are so obsessed with killing me, I really want to ask why. Have I offended you in any way? Ronan looked at Winnie helplessly. He really didn't know how he had offended this woman. Although Ronan had said something like love is unrequited, and love turns to hate, when they met before, he was still quite curious. Who on earth was this person? Where did he come from? Where was he going? And why did he have to kill himself? If this is the answer you want to know most before you die, then it doesn't matter if I tell you. Winnie's face was as gloomy as water, and he didn't seem to be aroused by Ronan's words at all. Ronan sighed. Okay, just treat it as my wish before I die. Please be kind, and show me the way to go, a lost lamb. Ronan spread his hands. He was still a little curious. So, he really wanted to know why this was happening. Winnie glanced at Ronan, took a deep breath, and ignored Ronan's somewhat sarcastic tone. Remember that not long ago, you came to this world with the time stone. When talking about this, Winnie's face finally showed some expression. Yes, I was tricked by a few scammers, and helped them save the universe. Of course, I also encountered your perverted clone chasing me, and finally blew himself up. Ronan nodded. He remembered this incident clearly. If someone passed by, looking at the appearance of these two people, they would definitely think that they were just chatting. They were not the kind of enemies who would kill each other in the next second. That was the time when you went back 2 days late, and your universe lost 2 days of the existence of the time gem. It was because of that another parallel universe appeared from that node, and I belong to that parallel universe. Winnie looked at Ronan's face, and told Ronan everything she had experienced, including the Earth being swallowed by Dormammu, and becoming part of the Dark Dimension. She even told Ronan about her deal with Dormammu. After listening to Winnie's entire life, Ronan's face had no sympathy, no sadness, and even no happiness. There were only 2 words. Weird. Because in his opinion, there seemed to be no one in the world more stupid than Winnie. So, I have a reason to kill you. Winnie looked at Ronan in front of her. For some reason, the hatred in her eyes seemed to disappear. But the more such people are, the more difficult they are to deal with. Dogs that bite usually don't bark. Of course, Ronan doesn't count, because he is a human. Now I understand why you must kill me. But, have you ever thought that after you kill me, will Dormammu abide by his agreement? After all, he is the Lord of the Dark Dimension. Ronan sighed. If that is the case, then it is okay for Winnie to kill himself. However, there are still many bugs in it, and Ronan has to fix it first. We have already made a contract, and I guess he can't violate his contract. Winnie responded. Contract? Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth. This is the most ridiculous thing he has ever heard of. The master of a dimension, especially the dark dimension, Dormammu will actually abide by his contract? Even Mephisto in hell will use a little trick to make himself invincible. Of course, after all, there was already a precedent of Strange before, and Ronan couldn't say much about this. Maybe Dormammu really has a strong sense of contract. Okay, in that case, let's analyze the previous things again. Since you have become the supreme sorcerer, there is one thing you should know. That is the composition of a universe, or the emergence of a parallel universe, must have the existence of infinite gems. Otherwise, this universe cannot be formed, right? Ronan began to popularize knowledge to Winnie, but Winnie just looked at him lightly and did not answer. Anyone who has read books in the library for a few years generally knows this question. This is the basic of the basics. In that case, let me ask a question. After your parallel universe appeared, did you have space gems, reality gems, and other gems? Is the only missing time gem? Ronan continued to ask without shame. Winnie was stunned for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Does it matter whether there is or not? She asked in a low voice. Of course it is related. No Infinity Stone is missing in the formation of the Infinity Stones, because each Infinity Stone has a function. The Space Stone represents space, the Time Stone represents time, the Reality Stone represents the changes in the natural laws of the universe, and so on. If your universe did not have Infinity Stones, that parallel universe would not have been split. If it had split, it means that there must be Infinity Stones in your universe. Then the question is, since the other 5 stones are all there, why is the Time Stone missing? Ronan spread his hands and asked the most critical question. 6 Infinity Stones are the basis of the universe. Only when they are gathered together can a new universe appear. Otherwise, the new universe cannot be formed. Since Winnie's universe has been formed, it means that the 6 Infinity Stones definitely exist. The Time Stone was taken away by you. Winnie's face began to become gloomy. She seemed to have figured out something. However, she was unwilling to believe it. No. Let's make an assumption. If what I took away was the Time Stone of your universe, or the universe where the two of us are, there is only that one Time Stone. Plus the 100 billionth coincidence, your universe is composed of 5 Infinity Stones. Then without the Time Stone, you will not have the concept of time in the universe. So, is there a concept of time in your universe? Ronan's 100 billionth coincidence is actually an exaggeration, because the most basic law of the birth of the universe is to have those Infinity Stones, and they will not appear without them. Even if this parallel universe is split from the middle, that would not be the case. What do you mean? At this moment, Winnie's face changed completely, because he had thought of a very bad answer. Ronan smiled slightly, and nodded his head gently. My meaning is very simple. In fact, your universe originally had the Time Stone. Although a parallel universe was born during the 2 days, when I took the Time Stone away, what happened had nothing to do with me. More importantly, in this universe, a man named Strange once used the Time Stone to force Dormammu to sign a contract never to attack the Earth. Then why can't you use the more powerful Reality Stone, or other stones, to force Dormammu to sign the same contract? Is there a possibility? Are you too weak? Chapter 142. IQ is still overwhelming. Are you too weak? You are too weak. You are too weak. You are too enough. Ronan's last words were like a magic sound, which made Winnie very uncomfortable. What do you mean we are too weak? We have obviously raised the power of the Earth to fight against Dormammu, the ruler of the Dark Dimension. Are you saying this now, to tell me that all our efforts are actually in vain? Winnie couldn't calm down at this time, because Ronan's words almost overturned all their efforts. This is unacceptable to Winnie. No, I definitely don't mean that. Ronan, just like to tell the truth. Of course, it may not be, because you are too weak, but because you are not smart enough. So, can you accept it? Ronan waved his hands repeatedly, but the meaning he wanted to express in his tone was only 7 words. You are very self-aware. Of course, People with high emotional intelligence like Ronan would not be so straightforward, so his words were very euphemistic. So Ronan always suggested that his friends learn how to speak from him. Winnie pointed at Ronan and was so angry that she couldn't speak. She even pointed at Ronan's right hand and was shaking with anger. Seeing Winnie like this, Ronan shook his head and couldn't help sighing. He couldn't accept his high-ex speech. It seems that Winnie is not a person who can accept opinions humbly. Of course, Ronan is not someone who gives up so easily. If he can't convince her, at least he has to practice his mouth. This is a must-have trump card for many protagonists. Don't be so angry, we are both reasonable people. Let's go back to the example I gave before. Look, it's strange. The one who was beaten up by you before and is still lying on the hospital bed. Such a weak person can deal with Dormammu alone. You use the power of the earth to sign such an unequal treaty with him. In contrast, doesn't it seem that you... This time, Ronan didn't continue speaking, but switched to gestures. The classic fingertip universe is the gesture that the men of a certain stolen country hate very much. Oh, it feels like I'm going to lose another group of fans from the stolen country. Enough. 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 Even if it's just like what you said, we are not smart enough, nor strong enough. But as long as I kill you, I can still restore peace to our earth. Do it. At this time, Winnie's anger could no longer be tolerated. There is no doubt that Ronan's words hit her pain point again. A person who was easily defeated by her can think of a way to use wisdom to force Dormammu not to invade the earth. Then what is the time she spent with them to resist Dormammu? Is it a joke? At the same time, at the moment when Winnie shouted do it, Peter Parker, who had been hiding behind Ronan, suddenly jumped up. He directly stabbed a syringe into Ronan's waist. In an instant, all the liquid in the syringe was injected into Ronan's body. Feeling the pain in his waist, Ronan turned his head with a shocked face and looked at Peter Parker in disbelief. Peter Parker also quickly retreated, keeping a safe distance from Ronan. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds passed by little, and Peter Parker looked at Winnie with some doubt. It was said that it would take effect in 3 seconds. But he did not dare to be careless and looked at Ronan with vigilant eyes. Just like that, Ronan glared at Peter Parker, and Peter Parker was vigilant to Ronan. The two looked at each other. They just said, "What are you looking at? And what's wrong with you looking at me?" Time passed quietly for more than half a minute, and the poison injected into Ronan's body seemed to have no signs of taking effect. Peter Parker became more and more anxious. He had seen Ronan's strength and had experienced it himself a few minutes ago. If these toxins were useless to Ronan, then Peter Parker would definitely be the first to die. It is well known that you cannot kill the enemy, but you must kill the traitor first. You actually. At this time, Ronan, who had been silent, spoke. He raised his right hand tremblingly and pointed to Peter Parker's position. However, Peter Parker kept his lips tightly closed, and his eyelashes were trembling. From his eyes, one can clearly see the emotional struggle. I'm sorry. Peter Parker kept repeating this sentence, but his voice was so low that only he could hear it. In any case, he had no choice but to do so. Ronan was a murderer because he had killed countless people. In order to avenge those who died, Peter Parker could only comfort himself in this way. I didn't expect it. I, Ronan, was stabbed in the back by a comrade who had fought side by side with me. The person who stabbed me was actually the person I saved. Ronan pointed at Peter Parker tremblingly, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His puzzled eyes and regretful expression seemed to question Peter Parker. Why did you do this? Impossible. We have never fought side by side. Don't try to lie to me again. In my memory, we didn't. However, before the 3 words "I don't know" were said, Peter Parker was suddenly stunned. The reason was simple. He suddenly thought of what May Parker had said to him before. After May Parker woke up, she said something similar when she learned that the person Peter Parker wanted to kill was Ronan. Ronan and Peter Parker were once comrades who fought side by side. However, because there was no such incident in his memory at that time, Peter Parker thought that this incident was May Parker's memory confusion. However, when Ronan said this again this time, he hesitated. Yes, it's normal that you don't remember. After all, Strange's forgetfulness spell is also very strong. Puff. Just as Ronan said this, a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. The blood sprayed very accurately on the ground in front of Peter Parker. Looking at the scarlet blood on the ground, Peter Parker was stunned for a moment. Forgetfulness spell. Strange. In an instant, he seemed to remember something. Don't worry, I'll take care of your Aunt May and MJ. The alien named Ebony Moore was just impressed by my temperament. I'll take care of your wife. These familiar fragments kept flashing back in Peter Parker's mind. He remembered his stunned expression at that time, and also thought of the way he looked when he saw Ronan saving them. All this. It's familiar and strange. Impossible. Peter Parker kept repeating impossible. But this time, his tone was not as firm as before. Puff. At this moment, Ronan spit out blood again, and the hand pointing at Peter Parker fell down weakly. He looked up at the sky, and his body began to fall backwards involuntarily. Ah, I'm dead. When he finished saying this, he collapsed to the ground. Dead. Dead. When seeing Ronan's death, MJ and Ned just came to Peter Parker's side. The two of them hugged Peter Parker's arms on the left and right, as if they were afraid that Ronan would come back to life, and as if they were comforting Peter Parker. After all, Peter Parker didn't do much killing. But for some reason, the people present always felt that Ronan's death was a bit sloppy, perfunctory, or exaggerated. Anyway, no matter which one it was, Ronan really fell straight to the ground. It's just that the syringe at the back of his waist fell to the other side at some point. No. Looking at Ronan's figure lying on the ground, Peter Parker broke free from the support of MJ and Ned and rushed directly to Ronan. Unfortunately, Ronan had closed his eyes now. He hurriedly tried Ronan's breathing. It was gone. And then the pulse. It was also gone. This meant that Ronan was dead. Peter. At this time, May Parker rushed here from somewhere. When she saw Peter Parker kneeling in front of Ronan, she couldn't say the words she wanted to say, because she had sorted out all her memories. Those previous memories were not wrong, but what Peter Parker really said to her. But now it seems that everything is too late. Winnie slowly approached and looked at Peter Parker's fallen body, her face full of happy expression. For so many years, she has lived to this day by killing Ronan, her enemy. Now, Ronan really died in front of her. She can finally fulfill her wish and take Ronan's body to complete the final contract with Dormammu. Get out of the way, Winnie said lightly. There is no doubt that her words were said to Peter Parker because she wanted to reclaim Ronan's body and complete the deal with Dormammu. You lied to me. Peter Parker raised his head, his eyes full of anger. But Winnie smiled. When did I lie to you? I helped you resurrect May Parker, and my condition is that you help me kill Ronan. This is a deal between us. From what point of view, I lied to you? Winnie looked at Peter Parker in front of him, and couldn't help sneering. At this moment, her views were almost the same as Ronan's. She really looked down on this child, who was ignorant of the world in front of her. If it weren't for the fatal blow to Ronan, I'm afraid she wouldn't want to say a word to Peter Parker. He's not a murderer. Peter Parker was stubborn. So what if he is? So what if he isn't? The deal between us is that you kill Ronan, and I help you revive May Parker. What kind of person is Ronan? A good guy or a bad guy? What does it have to do with the deal between us? Winnie emphasized the deal again. When this was said, Peter Parker was speechless. That's right, the deal between them was to use May Parker's resurrection in exchange for Ronan's death from the beginning to the end. And this was the basis of everything at the time. Although Ronan is a bad guy, it is the last straw that overwhelmed Peter Parker. However, even without this straw, would Peter Parker really refuse the risk of losing May Parker for Ronan? Peter Parker didn't know. Because he didn't dare to think about it. No matter what he thought, no matter what he chose, there was only one ending in the end. He would always be the one who suffered. I won't let you take him away. I will defeat you, and then let the Lord judge my crime. Peter Parker stood up and looked at Winnie with his eyes. Since he did something wrong, he should pay for it. If he could defeat Winnie in front of him, he would definitely apologize for killing Ronan. Whether it was the death penalty or life imprisonment, this was what Peter Parker should bear, and he would not escape. Unfortunately, Winnie laughed when he heard this. Boom. Without saying a word, she blasted Peter Parker standing in front of her away. Although Peter Parker had reacted and blocked his chest with both hands, he still couldn't block this move. Because he didn't even know what this move was. Looking at Peter Parker flying backwards, Winnie sneered on his face. "Just you?" After saying this, she looked at Ronan's body. However, something happened that shocked her. Ronan's body disappeared. She quickly looked up in other directions, especially Peter Parker's position, but she didn't find Ronan's body. The body disappeared out of thin air, or when he suddenly turned around and looked behind him. Sure enough, Ronan appeared behind her at some point. He was still sitting. Well, what Ronan was sitting on was the Green Goblin's flying machine. What a pity, you could have defeated me by just a little bit. Although my clone acted a little exaggerated when dying, it was a bit too much. But it's okay, with your IQ, you really didn't see it. Ronan looked at Winnie with a smile and said the most murderous words. Clone. Acting? When hearing these two keywords, Winnie's face immediately changed drastically. She never thought that she would be deceived by Ronan like this. It's not that she was careless, but she never thought that Ronan's icon form was completely different from the icon form she learned. Ronan's spells were a little different from hers. I originally thought that you were lying to me in order to win Peter Parker's sympathy, but I never thought of that. You are so stupid. Ronan looked at Winnie helplessly, and his words were not sarcastic. In fact, he really thought so. Before, he even thought that Winnie was making up stories to deceive him after listening to Winnie's experiences and past. After all, she has become the supreme sorcerer. Don't you know the composition of the world? In addition, although Kamatage is jokingly called a battle mage, learning spells still requires a little intelligence. So, Ronan thought Winnie was just joking at first. But what he didn't expect was that after the clone tried a few words, Winnie was really angry. And that anger didn't feel like it was pretended at all. So, Ronan understood. Oh, the other part his brain is really bad. Shut up. You shut up. Winnie rubbed out a classic chainsaw of Kamatage with both hands and threw it at Ronan fiercely. It's bad. She's angry. The chainsaw hit Ronan's front, but it was like breaking a layer of glass. The next second, Ronan and Winnie entered the mirror space directly. A mist gradually dissipated from Winnie's eyes, and in an instant, her pupils slightly dilated. Then the next second, she recovered immediately. This is Ronan's home court, and Ronan chose a place that Winnie was very familiar with. Of course, it was also the place where Strange had brushed his proficiency. Dormammu's dark dimension. Where they were standing, there was Dormammu's big face on the side, lifelike. It's you. You dare to invade my dark dimension. Just after the two people landed, Dormammu's unpleasant voice rang out. When Winnie heard this familiar voice, a look of horror appeared on her face. It was this monster that swallowed their entire Earth into the dark dimension. How did she get here? Could it be that Dormammu used some means that she didn't know about? Hey, Dormammu, it's been a long time since we last met. I heard you've been looking for me, so I came to see what you want to do. Ronan waved at Dormammu. Not only was there no nervous look on his face, but he was even very relaxed. The winners on the side were dumbfounded. This is Dormammu, brother. What's the matter with you greeting me like a neighbor? Then let me crush you to death, and then I'll tell you what I want to do. Dormammu roared, and a huge phantom hand fell directly from the sky. Boom. There was only a loud bang. Winnie flew out from the spot. Bang. 3 seconds later, Winnie landed. However, she landed with a face full of confusion and puzzlement. Aren't you still bickering with each other and then starting a fight? Why did you suddenly start attacking me? I didn't say anything. Hey, Dormammu, is this all you can do? Your attack just now didn't even knock off half of my hair, that's all? However, at this moment, Ronan's mocking words rang again. Damn human, I swear, you will taste the greatest fear in this world. I will tear you apart in 10,000 ways. After saying that, Dormammu roared again, and countless spikes appeared on the ground again. Swish, 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 whoosh, whoosh. With the appearance of the spikes, Winnie dodged very quickly. Almost at the same time, when the spikes were about to pierce her, she would dodge nimbly. However, there are always some mistakes in defense. After a few seconds, Winnie's dodging speed was not fast enough, and her right arm was scratched by the spikes. Blood spurted out directly. and where she looked, Ronan seemed to be trying his best to avoid the attack. But for some reason, Winnie always felt that the spikes attacking Ronan didn't seem to be that fast. What made her even more unacceptable was that Ronan's jumping position at this time was right next to Dormammu's mouth. Even Dormammu could swallow Ronan directly if he opened his mouth at this moment. There is no need to do these fancy things. And why is it always her who gets hurt? Enough. Enough of you. Dormammu, have you forgotten our previous agreement? I have brought Ronan to you. You have to fulfill your promise. Winnie covered her right arm, her eyes wide open, staring at Dormammu in front of her. For some reason, she always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't put it into words. However, just as she finished this sentence, the entire dark dimension fell into a strange silence. Winnie looked at Dormammu, and Dormammu looked at Winnie. The two just looked at each other. After a few seconds, Puff laughed. He actually laughed. Winnie opened his mouth wide, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Because the person who laughed was not Ronan, but the ruler of the dark dimension in front of him, Dormammu. Dormammu actually laughed out loud. What the hell is going on? Puff cough cough cough. Of course I cough. Of course I remember our Puff deal. I puff a scene that made when his three views collapse happened. Dormammu, who has always been characterized by fear, darkness, and villainy, actually laughed. And it was this kind of laughter? No, it's impossible. Winnie subconsciously felt that she was dazzled, because this is not in line with Dormammu's character at all. However, this is the fact. At this moment, Dormammu is not only laughing, but also rolling around and laughing. She saw Dormammu's big face, which had fallen in front of her, and rolled over and over on the ground. While rolling, he was laughing. I don't know what he was laughing at. Ronan, who was standing aside, kept shrugging his shoulders and lowering his head, and his expression could not be seen. Finally, after a few seconds, Ronan also laughed. The two identical laughs seemed to merge together and turned into magic sounds in the air, constantly pouring into her ears. What a great move of double harp piercing the ears. How should I put it? This move belongs to the famous mental attack. This not only attacked the ears of the locals, but also made Winnie feel that her IQ was insulted. Why is this happening? She even began to doubt her life. Why does God torture me so much, making me experience these people again and again? What's more terrifying is that all this happened in front of her eyes. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I forgot the professional ethics of an actor. Let's start again. Ahem. This time, Dormammu returned to his previous appearance, and the big face returned to the air from the ground. Of course I remember our agreement. Now, what is your dream? Dormammu's serious face appeared again. However, Winnie couldn't bear it anymore. Ronan, I'm going to kill you. I didn't go to any other websites. You can rest assured about this. Other websites are not me. Chapter 143 Winnie's Conspiracy. Even if Winnie's IQ was low, she could see that Ronan was playing tricks on her. Dormammu, Dark Dimension, Fake Attack. They were all fake. Ronan used some strange methods to trick her. Winnie, who had figured out this, wanted to slap herself. How could she believe everything so easily? Although Ronan repeatedly said that she was not smart enough, she was not as bad as he said. Ronan knew that Winnie was not so easy to fool. However, he used a mental attack. Dormammu, who devoured their planet, was naturally Winnie's inner demon, and her biggest inner demon. So when Dormammu appeared, Winnie couldn't help but be stunned for a second. Then Ronan's illusion took advantage of the opportunity. So there was a world famous painting before. I forgot who said it. We are actually not smart people, but only you are special. Ronan looked at Winnie in front of him, and his face seemed to be a little emotional. Special? What's special about me? Winnie frowned. She didn't know what tricks Ronan was going to play. You are particularly retarded. Ronan covered his chest in great pain. He was a little embarrassed to take advantage of him. As the saying goes, most educated people have a bottom line. You bully a fool once, and you think it's quite interesting. Bully him twice, and you think it's not bad. But after a long time, you will feel that the fool is very pitiful, so you can't bear to bully him again. Ronan is now at this stage. Whoosh. This time, the answer to Ronan came from the counterattack of the fool. Winnie didn't mount the horse with a gun, but flew up, and the scarlet chains of Sitorak condensed in her hands. She swung her hands, and the two chains instantly locked Ronan, and rushed towards Ronan. Ronan was not panicked at all. He also flew forward, got rid of the lock of Sitorak's scarlet chains at a very fast speed, and rushed directly in front of Winnie. Winnie's pupils shrank slightly. She knew one thing very well. Once Ronan got close to her, her chance of being defeated would greatly increase. Although she had only fought Ronan once, she had seen Ronan deal with the other people. Although he was not invincible in close combat, he was at least one level higher than Winnie. So Winnie made her change immediately. The scarlet chain of Sitorak disappeared quickly from her hand, and was replaced by two red semicircular shields on the left and right. The Ring of Ragador. Although this is one of the most basic spells in Kamatage, it is also the most commonly used one. Winnie's hands began to shake rapidly, and one magic ring after another rushed directly towards Ronan. She wanted to use this move to block Ronan's progress. It must be said that she used this move well. At least she achieved her goal. Ronan, who was rushing towards her, had to stop, and his hands turned into the Ring of Ragador, and began to dodge and resist these magic rings. Taking advantage of this time, Winnie began to retreat. She wanted to distance herself from Ronan. However, before she began to retreat, she suddenly felt that there was another person behind her. "Don't worry, let's spar." The voice was Ronan. Winnie's eyes widened, and suddenly he thought of the clone Ronan had used before. So, as soon as Ronan finished speaking, his hands immediately restrained Winnie's body, and a huge force came, and Winnie could not move. "Ha!" Ronan shouted, and his arms began to exert force at the same time, and a huge force directly picked up Winnie. But at the moment of picking him up, Ronan suddenly stopped in place. Winnie's expected fall to the ground did not happen. And with that moment of stopping, Winnie's body swung upwards unconsciously due to inertia. Of course, this was also due to Ronan's waist straightening. At this moment, another Ronan appeared in front of Winnie in a half-squatting posture. The ring fingers and pinky fingers of his hands were crossed together, while the remaining three fingers were stretched out and merged. Special move: finding the dragon and determining the acupoint. After seeing the movement trajectory of Ronan's hands and analyzing the final landing point, Winnie's face suddenly changed. She secretly cursed Ronan for being shameless, but did not continue to curse. It was not because she was at a loss for words, or because she did not want to curse, but because she had no time. If she cursed one more word, Ronan's finding the dragon and determining the acupoint would find her most critical acupoint. The next second, the clone who originally used the finding the dragon and determining the acupoint was suddenly entangled by something. He looked down and saw that a pool of black mud had appeared on the ground at some point. The black mud turned into an extremely strong rope, firmly fixing the clone's hands in place. This also gave Winnie time to breathe. Winnie stepped heavily on the shoulders of the clone, and while stepping the clone into the ground, she also flew out with another Ronan. The black mud immediately turned into a huge mouth, swallowing the clone in one go. Winnie also pressed the other Ronan under her body and hit him on the ribs with an elbow, successfully breaking free from control. The black mud surged out again, swallowing the other Ronan, who was knocked to the ground. So far, Winnie and Ronan have once again become a 1v1 battle. Sure, I said you were mentally retarded before. It seems that my evaluation of you was wrong. At least you are very talented in fighting. Ronan glanced at the bubbling black mud on the ground and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He didn't even notice when these black muds were placed here. Winnie didn't say a word, just let the bubbling black mud slowly climb up her body and finally gathered in her right hand. Bang! Winnie turned around and punched behind her. Crack! A clearly visible crack immediately appeared behind her. The mirror space was instantly shattered by her, and she rushed out of Ronan's mirror space as soon as possible. Because in Winnie's view, that was the mirror space controlled by Ronan, which had already affected Winnie in some aspects. Therefore, she could not fight in Ronan's home court. The two flew out of the mirror space one after the other and returned to the real world. I don't know when it started to drizzle in the sky. You are willing to put away the black mud that has been secretly arranged, and you have to leave my mirror space. It seems that my mirror space does have some influence on you. Ronan looked at Winnie standing not far away and couldn't help raising his eyebrows. You know, from the feedback from the clone, when they were pulled in by the black mud, they suffocated to death immediately. Normally, people can still live for more than 10 seconds to more than 1 minute in a place without oxygen by holding their breath. The specific situation is different for each person. According to Ronan's physical fitness, at least he can live for 2 or 3 minutes in a place without raising his breath. This is why Ronan let the clone be pulled away by the black mud. However, when the clone was pulled away by the black mud, it was instantly suffocated, and the oxygen in the body was drained in an instant. No, this may not be death by suffocation. There may be something else that the clone has not discovered. According to this situation, Winnie gave up such an advantage and chose to escape from Ronan's mirror space. There are only 2 possibilities. The first is that Ronan's mirror space has a great influence on her. At least, it is a move that is very restraining to her. The other possibility is that Winnie has left some backup in the real world. A trump card and backup that she can rely on very much. Don't dream, I won't be tricked by you. From now on, I have only one purpose in living. That is to kill you. Winnie growled expressionlessly and threw out the black mud with his right hand again. The black mud turned into 2 huge wolfhounds in midair, with scalloped eyes, sharp teeth, and a strong body. It can be seen that these 2 wolfhounds are not so easy to deal with. Roar. The next second, as the 2 wolfhounds roared in unison, they quickly attacked Ronan. Ronan was also very calm. 2 resurrected clones appeared from behind him, attacking the 2 wolfhounds from the left and right. Ronan's real body rushed towards Winnie. Looking at Ronan approaching rapidly, Winnie directly released a golden lightning. The thunder of Bossert. Ronan narrowed his eyes, kept his steps, and quickly formed seals with his hands in front of his chest. A huge shield suddenly appeared in front of him. The ancient body of Hogs. This move was exactly the one Ronan learned from the king last time. He usually used the Ring of Ragador, but now, facing the thunder of Bossert, the Ring of Ragador was obviously not a defensive means of the same level. Therefore, this move that had been hidden for a long time appeared. When the ancient body of Hogs appeared, Ronan did not covet its powerful defense, but directly pushed the huge shield out. When the lightning and the shield collided fiercely, although the shield was slightly broken, it still attacked Winnie. Winnie naturally knew this move, and the only way to deal with it was to do it the same way. Boom. The 2 huge shields collided fiercely. In the air around them, it was as if a mirror had shattered, and then under the 2 offsetting each other, it suddenly turned into fragments and disappeared into the air. At this moment, Ronan had already come to Winnie. What Winnie had been worried about happened. She was approached by Ronan. Of course, Winnie was not without any ability to fight back. As a melee mage trained by Kamataj, her close combat was not weak. It's just that she can't compare with Ronan. So, the next second, the 2 of them were already fighting together. Although they were all students taught in the same system, when the thing called talent began to work, the gap became apparent. Within 20 moves, Winnie could barely fight back with Ronan. However, after 20 moves, Ronan almost figured out her routine, and the fight between the 2 was almost one-sided. First, Winnie was hit by Ronan 1 or 2 punches, but she could still hold on. But soon, her steps became more and more chaotic, and her hands began to slowly lose the rhythm. Bang! Ronan punched Winnie on the shoulder, and the huge force almost made Winnie fall to the ground. But she knew that she must not fall to the ground at this time, and she couldn't even show Ronan a flaw. However, before she could finish her thought, Ronan rushed up again. This time Ronan's speed became faster, and the force of his punch was even greater than before. Bang! With a muffled groan, the pace of her feet was immediately disrupted. The punch in the chest was heavy, but this was not the most frightening thing for her. What frightened her the most was that she began to gradually see Ronan's fist unclearly, and even if she could see it clearly, her body began to fail to keep up. This was not only the decline of her physical strength, but also Ronan began to gradually exert strength. Yes, Winnie felt it right. From the beginning, Ronan had no intention of using all his strength. The reason why the initial attack was considered to be back and forth was that Ronan was holding back and wanted to find out Winnie's fighting routine. For a young man of 16 or 17, it is not easy to learn and fight without using full strength. In fact, Ronan's good habit can be attributed to Ancient One. Because Ronan's teacher is Ancient One, although Ronan usually trains with Mordo and Wang. However, Ronan's opponents were all Ancient One at the beginning. At the beginning, when Ronan and Ancient One fought, they all wanted to use their full strength and make a burst. Although they certainly could not beat Ancient One, they would not lose so badly. But Ronan was wrong. Every time he wanted to use full strength to attack, Ancient One not only did not fight back, but even stood still to avoid. When Ronan finished this set of bursts and his physical strength began to weaken, Ancient One began to fight back. She only needed a simple sweep and kick to sweep Ronan to pieces. Every time he fell to the ground, Ronan could feel the pain from all parts of his body. Because of this, the bedding in Ronan's bedroom was once marinated with drugs. So since being taught a lesson by Ancient One, Ronan never used his full strength at the beginning. Of course, he didn't dare to do it. According to Ancient One, if you keep 3/10 of your strength in the battle, you will have a 3/10 of your strength. So, when he finally realized what it means to be beaten step by step, bang, Ronan punched Winnie in the face and knocked her out. But Ronan didn't want to let her go so easily. He immediately kicked the ground with both feet and rushed up again. At this time, Winnie finally had a little breathing space. "Don't think about continuing," Winnie shouted, and his body turned 180 degrees in midair. At the same time, a huge dark energy burst out of Winnie's body, and the dark energy turned into a huge palm in the air, smashing towards Ronan. Ronan braked urgently, and Hogs's ancient body made another move, directly turning this huge palm into a firefly. This is the most unsolvable part of Hogs's ancient body. It is not a defense, but a fundamental change of nature. For example, the dark energy just now changed its nature because of this move, from a huge palm to a harmless firefly. This is the most terrifying part. It seems that Dormammu is willing to lend you all the energy of the dark dimension in order to get me. He really thinks highly of me. Looking at the dark energy surrounding Winnie, Ronan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This kind of treatment really made him feel a little flattered. This reminded Ronan of the dark energy that exploded when Winnie's clone appeared last time. How much did Dormammu want to get Ronan that he sent people to capture Ronan again and again? And every time, he generously gave them so much dark energy. Then why did you react so violently when the Ancient One borrowed some dark energy from you? I really didn't expect you to be so difficult. I have to say that Dormammu is a little foresighted and agreed to my request. Winnie gently raised her arm, and the dark energy obediently wrapped around her right arm. It can be seen that she has completely tamed the dark energy in her body. I'm curious that you obviously know now that the murderer who destroyed your universe is not me at all. That's all just a lie made up by Dormammu. Why are you still fighting so hard? Do you really think that Dormammu will keep his promise? Ronan looked at Winnie opposite and asked curiously. In fact, in his opinion, Winnie must know that Dormammu will not fulfill his promise so easily, but she still chose to fight Ronan to the death. Why is this? However, Winnie smiled. You are such a smart person, can't you figure out what happened in the middle? Winnie tilted his head and looked at Ronan with a very strange smile on the corner of his mouth. It seems that she has been expecting Ronan to give such an answer. Let me think about it. You made a deal with Dormammu, and the deal itself was me. You may have known that this matter has nothing to do with me, but you still want to kill me. The reason you want to kill me is either because you really believe Dormammu's words and think that taking my body back will make Dormammu spare the earth, or you have other purposes. Ronan narrowed his eyes, and he seemed to have analyzed something incredible. And when he stood aside and looked at him, still with that weird smile on his face, it seemed that Ronan seemed to have guessed right. What are your other purposes? If your ultimate goal is to save the earth in your universe, then, is there any other way to solve all this? Ronan touched his chin and seemed to be lost in deep thought. And Winnie's face became more and more interesting. She seemed to have concluded that Ronan could not guess and seemed to have some other emotions. Bang! Suddenly, Ronan clapped his hands together heavily. He seemed to have thought of something. If there are other ways to save your Earth, then if you can't save the original Earth, you can choose to change it. Is this Earth the one you're eyeing? Ronan looked at Winnie. At this moment, the playfulness and weirdness on Winnie's face had disappeared. Instead, she was shocked. Now Winnie even suspected that Ronan had the ability to read minds. His guess was exactly the same as her plan. It can even be said to be exactly the same. Wait, since you've set your sights on this earth, why do you keep chasing me? After all, your main goal is to migrate the people on earth, or the people you care about, to these earths. So, your main focus should be on that. You pay too much attention to me, which means that I'm useful to you in this matter. And the effect is not only not small, it may even play a decisive role. Ronan clenched his right fist and hit it hard in the palm of his left hand. He seemed to have figured everything out. Meanwhile, Winnie's expression became increasingly ugly. She really regretted it now. Why did she stop and let Ronan guess about this matter? If she hadn't wanted to delay time, she would never have let Ronan think in this direction. She never thought that Ronan could actually follow the clues and guess the biggest plan in her mind. So which part of me do you like? Or, in other words, what do you need to do to achieve the migration between the two universes? Ronan clenched his right fist and gently hit his left palm, as if he was beating the rhythm. After a few seconds, Ronan stopped and the movements in his hands stopped at the same time. Yes, what you need to do most is to build a bridge. In other words, you need to open a portal so that people from that universe can cross the universe and come here. According to common sense, parallel universes are not allowed to cross each other, but there are exceptions. For a universe that has achieved crossover once, it will be easier for the second and third time, and this universe will also be targeted by other universes. So, you must do it before other universes. Ronan looked at Winnie, and all the emotions he had before were thrown out. He thought Winnie was a little stupid before, but now it seems that Ronan underestimated her. More importantly, she is planning a huge plan behind the scenes. My arrival this time may be explained by Stranger's spell error, but I believe you don't know Peter Parker, so you won't be summoned by Stranger's spell. So, you must have other channels that allow you to travel here. Then who gave you the news that I came to this universe? And why do you have to wait for me to come before you show up? I still say that if you find any book similar to this book, then tell me the name in the book review area, and then you can report the book and that's it. I only wrote this book on Gideon. If it appears on other websites, it is plagiarism and copying. Why are there always a few people with bad brains who insist on saying that I plagiarize? Look at the plot development and chapter numbers. Don't you understand? Chapter 144. I have seen through all your plans. At this point, Ronan has gradually guessed the truth. At least, he has guessed most of the truth. According to his analysis, Winnie's ultimate goal must be to save the Earth where she is. But as Ronan said before, there are two ways to save it. One is to trade with Dormammu normally, so as to exchange her own Earth from Dormammu. But who can guarantee that Dormammu will not cheat in the process of the transaction? Even if Dormammu abides by the agreement, the contract does not say that Dormammu cannot invade the Earth again, right? So, Winnie is not stupid at all, but very clear. In the end, she chose the second option. Move the humans on that Earth, or the people she cares about, to the Earth in this universe. If this is the case, Ronan will not stop him, and even Strange and Kamatage in this universe will not stop her. The reason is simple. The Earth has never been decided by one person or one organization. However, Winnie did not do this. If she wanted, she could do it secretly, but she targeted Ronan with great fanfare. This also means that Ronan is closely related to her plan. At least it has a very important influence. After thinking about it, Ronan only thought of one reason. If my guess is correct, although you can travel through other parallel universes, only you can do it. This teleportation array, or something like a portal, only allows one person to travel, not large-scale travel. So, you need to use a method to expand the scale of that portal or something like that. That means I have something that can expand the number of people that can be teleported by that portal. Energy, physique, or something I don't know. Ronan looked at Winnie not far away, and the last sentence was quite murderous. Yes, Ronan actually guessed right. From the beginning, Winnie's purpose was not to trade with Dormammu at all, but to plan another plan. She knew that the deal with Dormammu was tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. The biggest possibility is that after she killed Ronan, she was rejected by Dormammu with another excuse. Even if Dormammu really abided by the agreement in the end, there is still a difficult point. Will Dormammu not invade next time? After all, the contract between them is that Winnie brings back Ronan's body and Dormammu returns the Earth to Winnie. There is no mention of the next invasion. So Winnie thought of another way. Immigration. Save all the humans who are trapped in the dark dimension and still struggling to another Earth. That is where she is standing now. But it is impossible to achieve such a large-scale cosmic crossing by relying solely on the previous transmission method. So Winnie set his sights on Ronan. Yes, you are right. My target has always been you. To be precise, it is the dark energy in your body. Winnie looked at Ronan and couldn't help saying. It was so easy to guess, which shows that Ronan is really very smart. Perhaps in the eyes of some people with not so high IQ, her actions are like a joke. Who is Dormammu? The master of the dark dimension. Can bad guys like this believe what they say? This is the thinking of ordinary people, but Winnie just wants to use these ordinary people's thinking to cover up her real purpose. But what was unexpected was that Ronan actually thought of another layer in the end. Dark energy. You mean, your way of teleporting between universes is to use the energy of the dark dimension? Ronan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Winnie nodded. She gently waved her right hand, and the dark energy controlled in her right hand began to rotate at a high speed. Soon, these rotating dark energies combined into a black door. To open this door, you need dark energy. And the dark energy that Dormammu gave me is just enough for me to travel between two parallel universes. He doesn't believe me, and he has been guarding against me. Winnie waved his right hand again, and the portal disappeared. It can be seen that neither she nor Dormammu trusts each other at all. But this is also normal. The two sides are not on the same side from the beginning. Dark energy. What information did your clone pass to you last time? No, that's not right. Your clone died last time, and I checked it too. It's impossible to pass on information to you. More importantly, whenever I appear, you or your clone will definitely appear. So, there should be a means left by you in this universe. Or, there is a spy on Earth. Ronan suddenly thought of what happened last time. The only people who could let Winnie know that she also has dark energy, besides her own clone, are Strange and Tony Stark. This time, Tony Stark did not participate in the whole process, and Ronan also went to find him on purpose, and left some means. Those early warning arrays were not triggered, so it means that Winnie did not appear next to Tony Stark and his family. As for Strange, although he was beaten up quite badly, according to his description, the other party did not ask him about it, and there is no sign of memory tampering. So, Strange is also unlikely. So, who else? You don't have to guess. Now that things have come to this, I can tell you directly. Zora is the artificial intelligence of Hydra. When my clone arrived in this universe, I used the method of our planet before to contact Zora. And all this was told to me by him. At this point, Winnie had no need to hide anything. She directly told the reason. This is also one of her magic weapons to win. Zora. When he heard the name, Ronan couldn't help but frowned. He remembered that he had reminded Strange about this matter when he left last time. Could it be that after so long, they have made no progress at all? What surprised me more is that in our universe, the Hydra that fought against Dormammu with us and protected the Earth from invasion. In this world, it turned out to be a villain organization. But again, there will be more or less connections between parallel universes. And Zora happened to recognize it. Winnie smiled. This was the most critical and important step in her plan. If she couldn't get in touch with Zora, many things would be very troublesome for her, including Peter Parker. His personal information, family background, life experience and personality were all provided to Winnie by Zora. What Winnie needs to pay is that after the people from that universe come to Earth, they must cooperate with Hydra to regain control of the world. Also, I have to say that your strength is really strong. My clone was transformed from a mutant corpse that I specially selected. Even after Zora's test, it was considered a very perfect body. But you defeated it so easily. At this moment, Winnie was not stingy with her praise for Ronan. Because in her opinion, everything will be over soon. If it's Zora, then I can understand it. You use some means to let Zora contact you after I came to this world. But I still have a question. If I came here last time and never appeared in this universe again, what would you do? Because in your plan, I seem to be a very important part. Ronan narrowed his eyes. He always felt that Winnie should have a backup plan. Otherwise, if you have to rely on the dark energy in Ronan's body, the randomness and uncertainty are too strong. This is not in Winnie's interest. Of course, you guessed right, I do have a backup plan. It's just that the success rate of my backup plan is much lower than your plan A. If you don't come to this universe for a while, maybe I will really activate the backup plan. But unfortunately, you're here. Winnie finally showed a very happy smile. Because now everything is going according to her plan, and now it has reached the last step. Her plan is about to be completed. Well, it seems that you have really completed an amazing plan. But the most important thing has also appeared. How can you kill me? Ronan pursed his lips. After all, the result of the battle between the two of them just now was clear at a glance. It is probably not very realistic for Winnie to want to kill Ronan with his ability. Unless she has some very terrifying moves hidden. Then why do you think I told you all these things? I'm not stupid enough to tell you all my goals before dying. As you said, you want to know the answer and I need to delay time. Then I'll tell you, so what? As Winnie shouted the last sentence hoarsely, the sudden earthquake swept across New York. That's right, the whole New York. The violent shaking caused the earth to begin to break. A large number of cracks began to appear on the ground, and countless buildings began to crumble. From the four directions of New York City, southeast, northwest, a bright beam of light appeared at the same time, rushing straight into the sky. In the end, the bright beam of light gathered at the top of New York City, where Winnie was. I don't know when Winnie had flown into the air, and the hair that was originally tied behind her was also spread out. These hairs also floated behind her, and with her hideous face, they looked like white hair. Oh no, a black-haired witch. Seeing her like this, Ronan couldn't help but pull the corners of his mouth. Is this a big move? Ronan, this is the gift I prepared for you. You should be thankful, and you should also think that you have made a contribution to this universe. Because if you hadn't come, my backup plan would have been to use the lives of all New Yorkers to open that door for me. But now, your existence can keep the entire New York City alive. Winnie stood in midair, her face looking extremely ferocious. It seemed that in her opinion, Ronan now had no means of counterattack. However, before Ronan could speak, Winnie spoke again. Are you thinking about how to use your clones to avoid my attack now? Although I don't know what method you used, your two clones have been trapped there. That's why I wanted to entangle your clones from the beginning. You're dead. Winnie shouted, and she raised her hands high, palms facing up. The dark energy that had been wrapped around her right arm also left her arm and flew into the sky. Looking at her like this, if her hair color hadn't changed and her hair wasn't flying up into the sky, Ronan would have really thought that some perverts called Saiyans were about to appear. This action looked like a Saiyan's ultimate move. The dark energy filled the sky and merged with the four beams of light. A black portal loomed in the air. At this time, the whole of New York was in complete chaos. The violent earthquake caused all kinds of problems, including car accidents and trampling. There were even people who were still insisting on buying for free. Peter Parker, who was standing not far away, had been stunned in place for a long time without saying a word. No matter how MJ and Ned pulled him, he had no intention of leaving. Because he could clearly see that the four directions where the light beams were located were exactly where he had buried the box before. In other words, all the things that happened now were caused by him. Damn it. Peter Parker roared, and he jumped over the guardrail and jumped into the center of the battlefield. At the same time, a spider silk shot out from his right wrist, which stuck to Winnie's feet very accurately. Then he pulled hard with both hands. Winnie, who was originally floating in the air, was pulled and staggered. As her hands fell, the changes in the dark energy in the air slowly stopped. This is her weakness. As long as she doesn't raise her hands, her moves can't be launched. Peter Parker shouted at Ronan. At first, he was just guessing. After all, such a powerful move can't be without any cost. So, Peter Parker tried it. Although his action was very dangerous, and it was very likely that Winnie would be the first target. However, in order to make up for the mistake he found, Peter Parker had to do this. Peter, I thought we had a good cooperation, but I think I was wrong. Winnie turned his left hand into a knife and cut off Peter Parker's spider silk. She didn't mean to be angry at all, but looked at May Parker not far away with a smile. May Parker, who was originally looking at this place with great concern, suddenly froze and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Then, she fell backwards. Aunt May. MJ held on to May Parker. Hearing MJ's cry, Peter Parker quickly looked over there. Just as Ronan said, I'm indeed making a deal with the devil. But isn't the deal between you and me also a deal with the devil? Winnie looked at Peter Parker's back as he ran towards May Parker regardless of everything, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Is Peter Parker at this moment just like herself at that time? Thinking of this, Winnie raised her hands again. She still has a chance to change her fate. Ronan stood there, looking at the earth-shaking scene above her head, and couldn't help saying, it is said that people learn a lot from their mistakes, but there are always people who realize their mistakes, but never change them. For example, the one in front of him. It seems that you must think you can kill me. Ronan put his hands in his pockets and asked with a smile. Don't be so stubborn. It's useless to keep being stubborn. Besides, I won't give you any chance to turn the tables. As you said, villains die because they talk too much. I won't make the same mistake again. After saying that, Winnie put her hands together, and the huge dark energy in her body all emerged at this moment. At the same time, the portal in the sky has a tendency to open. But it seems that something is missing. Ronan, after you die, I will erect a statue for you. You will become one of the saviors of our universe. So, thank you for your efforts. Boom. There was a loud noise in the sky, and a blue-black pure energy poured out towards Ronan. For a moment, the ground, which had gradually become quiet, began to boil again. The surrounding wind began to become more and more manic, and the street lights on the surrounding streets shattered one after another. Even the cars parked on the roadside seemed to have been hit hard, and they were smashed into disgust by invisible forces one by one. The Statue of Liberty, which had not yet been completed, was crumbling, and the shield representing Captain America in its right hand was also directly shattered. All this looks like the end of the world. According to this level of energy, Ronan will turn into ashes the moment he touches it, and disappear from this world forever. Oh, and he can also get a statue built by Winnie for him. Exchange my life for a statue. I don't think it's that cost effective. So, sorry, I choose to refuse. Ronan shook his head and slowly raised his left hand facing the energy cannon that was about to reach his head. A glove that frightened strange appeared in his hand. Snap. The snap of fingers sounded. The energy pouring out from the sky seemed to stop above Ronan's head at this moment. Everything seemed to be frozen. At this moment, the wind stopped, the vibration disappeared, and the Statue of Liberty, which was still swaying left and right, returned to normal. Everything that happened just now seemed like a dream. Time stone. Winnie shouted this subconsciously. But soon, she rejected this idea herself. The reason is very simple. Even if Ancient One allowed the time stone to be brought over, everything that happened in front of him could not be the effect of the time stone. Because Winnie could move, the wind was blowing, and even the shaking of the earth continued. Only the energy in the air just stopped there. Let's have some snow. Ronan whispered softly. Then the next second, this energy suddenly turned into flying snow all over the sky, falling from the sky. This weather happened to be snowing. Although I know that doing this is quite a blow to you, I have to say that the snowflakes you gave me are still pretty. Ronan raised his head and waved at Winnie in the air, even with a smile on his face. No, impossible. Ronan, you must die today. Looking at the snowflakes floating in the sky, Winnie was like crazy. Seeing that her plan was about to be completed, but at the last step, such a change happened. Moreover, this change was not even counted by her. Die. Winnie roared again, and the same energy poured down from the sky again. The target was still Ronan bathed in snowflakes. But this time, Ronan shook his head. The snowflakes are too big, and will easily ruin the mood, so let's not have snow. Give me a blackboard eraser. Ronan raised his hand again, and began to wave it gently. However, this time, Ronan was not greeting Winnie, but wiping the blackboard. With each wave of Ronan's left hand, Winnie could clearly see that part of the energy that jumped down from the air disappeared. Such a terrifying energy attack was actually wiped away little by little. It was like wiping away some insignificant things. Seeing this scene, Winnie seemed to suddenly understand something. Reality gem. You actually brought the reality gem from your world? Winnie seemed a little bit unbelievable. Ronan smiled at her, clenched his left fist again, and focused his eyes on Winnie's left arm. But a space vortex directly cut off Winnie's left arm. Winnie didn't even react at all, and he lost his left arm. Blood spurted out immediately. Space gem. Winnie was already stunned at this moment. And then, next to Ronan's body, another clone appeared again. This clone did not have the infinity gauntlet on his hand. At this moment, Winnie's face had turned as hen. She seemed to understand Ronan's intention. Did you see it? I actually have countless ways to avoid your attack and then kill you. Even if I don't use the reality stone and the space stone, I still have an avatar waiting for your ultimate move. Of course, if you think this is not enough, then I have another little surprise for you. After speaking, Ronan picked up the phone and dialed a number. After ringing 3 times, Ronan hung up the phone. Then, the 4 beams of light in the sky disappeared at the same time. This means that the 4 boxes that Winnie asked Peter Parker to bury have been discovered. They can even be dug out so quickly, which means that they have seen through everything. Do you know? In fact, all your plans have been seen through by me. Chapter 145 ending. What Winnie never expected was that almost all of her actions were seen by Ronan, and they were cracked one by one. The trump card she was proud of seemed so ridiculous in front of Ronan. Actually, it was a coincidence to find the location of these 4 boxes. Since Strange was injured, he has been worried about Peter Parker's safety, so he went to Tony Stark for help. As the developer of the spider suit, Tony Stark can naturally figure out Peter Parker's location. When we found that Peter Parker's route had a strong purpose, so we didn't rush to find Peter Parker, but observed what he was doing. Then, Ronan didn't continue, but when he understood what he meant by this, it turned out that her so-called plans from the beginning were all exposed in Ronan's eyes. What made her even more unacceptable was her previous words and actions. Those extremely arrogant words, and Ronan pretending to know nothing, playing along with her. All of this made Winnie feel a term. Social death. Of course, she didn't necessarily know what the word meant, but she felt the same way. You did a pretty good job. After all, you beat Strange so badly. And, since he woke up, he has been dealing with everything you want to do in this way. Ronan clapped his hands, and several golden mystical gates lit up around him. It can be clearly seen that one after another famous superheroes walked out of the mystical gates. The new Captain America Falcon, carrying the Winter Soldier, walked out of the first portal. Looking at them, I wonder if Steve Rogers will remember the glorious years of the past. On the other side is a team led by Black Widow and Hawkeye. Oh, yes, Barton is the former Hawkeye, and the new Hawkeye is a little girl named Kate Bishop. She also followed Barton. Tony Stark, who had not been seen for a long time, and had announced his retirement, walked out of the third portal. He first glanced at Ronan, and the two nodded to each other. Then, he looked at Peter Parker, who was crying, while holding May Parker, with a complex look in his eyes. May Parker was still dead. That's right, after Winnie extracted the dark energy from May Parker's body, May Parker became a corpse again. She didn't even have a chance to say goodbye to Peter Parker. Reality is so cruel. In the last portal, Strange jumped out of it with a cane. Well, his eyes were firm. Although he had zero output in this battle, as a handsome guy, many Avengers fans said that just seeing his face was enough. As for whether he fights or not, it doesn't matter. After all, he is the new generation leader of the Avengers. Such a big battle, the last one to enjoy it was Thanos. And it was Thanos wearing several infinite gems. Ronan showed the people behind him, all of whom were team battle idiots. One by one, they were eye protecting Ronan, and no one was even willing to assist Ronan. So, you should feel honored. After all, so many people are going to see you off together. At least you won't be so lonely when you leave. Hearing Ronan's words, Winnie slowly raised her head. At this time, a large amount of blood was lost, and her face began to turn pale. It won't be long before she bleeds to death in her current state, even without Ronan's help. If she were an ordinary person, she would probably be in shock now. I just want to save the people of our universe from the bottomless darkness. What did I do wrong? Winnie looked at Ronan with his eyes, his tone filled with anger. However, Ronan shook his head. You are wrong, and you are very wrong. If everything is the same as you imagined, then everything is too simple. Has anyone told you that a person who is eroded by darkness, even if he can keep his humanity, is a dark creature? Once you successfully summon the Earthlings from your universe to this universe, then the only thing that will greet this universe is Dormammu's dark dimension. Ronan looked at Winnie, who still looked unconvinced, and couldn't help but sigh. The most terrifying thing about the dark dimension is actually here. If a person is occasionally contaminated with the energy of the dark dimension, it can actually be restored if it is cleared and treated in time. However, the premise is the word timely. If you are contaminated with even a trace of the energy of the dark dimension, and you don't notice it, then that trace of dark energy will eventually assimilate you as a whole. More importantly, if this is the case for people who are contaminated with a little bit of dark energy, then what about the Earth that has been swallowed by Dormammu into the dark dimension? How much dark energy have those Earthlings been contaminated with? Perhaps you thought that Dormammu would go back on his word and do something to the contract. But what you don't know is that Dormammu knew from the beginning that even if he really abided by the contract and let the Earth of that universe go, that Earth, what is left, is just a group of dark creatures. Ronan's words made Winnie no longer have the courage to raise her head. Maybe she didn't know that in fact, Dormammu might have thought of these so-called plans earlier than she did. Just imagine that so many Earthlings who were contaminated with dark energy came to the Earth of another parallel universe. That is tantamount to providing Dormammu with an opportunity to invade. Since Dormammu had made a contract with Strange, he himself could no longer invade the Earth of this universe. So, Winnie summoned so many people from parallel universes, it must have nothing to do with Dormammu himself, right? So, Dormammu must have thought of it a long time ago. So, was I wrong from the beginning? Winnie fell to her knees with a plop. At this moment, her eyes were dull, as if she had no hope of living. In fact, this is also normal. After all, everything she pursued was now exposed by Ronan, like a joke. From the beginning, her so-called plan was a chess piece of Dormammu. Whether she really killed Ronan and sent him to Dormammu, or she completed her plan and brought all the Earthlings in that universe to this universe. In either case, Dormammu will get what he wants. Of course, the reason why I stopped you is not because of these things. The fundamental reason is that you want to kill me. How can I let someone who wants to kill me go? If you chose the backup plan at that time, I dare not say the success rate, at least in this universe, few people can stop you. At that time, I would not care about you. Ronan shrugged. This is the most fundamental reason. This Winnie has a bad idea to hit someone, but he actually hit Ronan. In fact, Ronan doesn't want to care about these things at all. After all, this is not his home court, and he came to this universe, not on his own initiative. But there is no way the villain chose a more powerful opponent. What can we do? Ahem, ahem, ahem. Just after Ronan finished saying this, Strange on the side couldn't help coughing twice. What do you mean you don't care? We call this teamwork, team. Do you understand? It seems that I really underestimated you. Maybe I should find a way. Start over. After saying this, a golden secret door suddenly appeared in front of Winnie. She jumped in without hesitation. She wanted to run. Before, her right hand had been behind her back, and she had been preparing to use the secret door to escape. Now, she finally seized the opportunity. While no one was doing anything to her, she grabbed the empty space, opened the secret door directly, and ran away. Fuck. She actually ran away. Strange's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe what he saw. It was said that the villains would fight to the death. Why did you learn from Thanos at that time and directly run to another place to snap your fingers while fighting and retreating? Just as everyone was stunned, Ronan still stood there, with no intention of chasing. Why don't you chase her? Are you going to let her escape? Tony Stark looked at Ronan with some curiosity. After learning about Winnie from Strange, he was actually quite scared. especially after listening to what Ronan had just said. What if the other party gave up Ronan as a target and switched to a backup plan? Then the Earth would be really dangerous. By then, even if he wanted to retire, I'm afraid there would be no place on Earth for him to spend his old age. Don't worry. She can't run away. Don't say you're anxious. If she really runs away, there will be a large number of powerful people who are more terrifying than you, who will spit at me to death. Ronan sighed. He is not the protagonist in a mentally retarded TV series. He can let the villain escape while talking, and then continue to play the plot. Ronan is not that kind of person. After speaking, Ronan raised his right hand and opened a secret door again. Swish. A figure jumped out of the secret door. This person was none other than Winnie, who had just tried to escape. When Winnie saw Ronan again, her face changed dramatically. What on earth was going on? Question mark? Since I already have the reality stone, I used it to modify the destination of your mystic gate. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Ronan shook his left hand and even showed the back of his hand and turned around in front of the people behind him. His action made Tony Stark and the others want to hit him because they were too familiar with this glove. The nightmare of the past. Winnie wanted to say something else, but was blocked by a hand. Ronan's clone had gone around behind her and locked her tightly at this moment. The clone did the dirty work, and the real body did the pretentious work. The two sides cooperated very well, and Ronan also gave his clone a thumbs up. Prepare more homework after returning. You talk too much, so don't talk before you die. After saying that, Ronan waved his hand. Click. The clone did not hesitate at all, and twisted his hands hard. Winnie's neck was broken just like that. Experience plus 54. Looking at the experience floating in front of him, Ronan nodded with great satisfaction. Then the clone threw Winnie's body away with great disdain, fearing that his clothes would be stained with blood. There was only one situation in which Ronan was willing to have blood on his clothes. That was when he was wearing a raincoat. Is she dead now? Tony Stark walked up and asked Winnie's fallen body. You can try it yourself to see if she is dead or not. But I warn you, she might have some virus from outer space. Once you are infected, you may die. Ronan blinked at Tony Stark and turned away. Hearing what he said, Tony Stark, who was still eager to try, stopped immediately. Die? No. Maybe it was possible 10 years ago, but not now. He still had to watch Morgan Stark grow up and then beat up his future son-in-law before he got married. Die so early, that is absolutely not allowed. So, he stopped his curiosity without hesitation. Is it solved? Looking at the dead body, Strange limped forward and asked. Ronan nodded. He glanced at the people behind him, nodded and greeted the familiar ones one by one. Although these people didn't play a big role, it was good enough for them to come all the way to help. Although this is their Earth, I suggest you find a way to seal her body. I'm not sure if there is still dark energy in her body. If there is any problem, don't blame me for not reminding you. Ronan patted Strange's shoulder with a serious expression. Strange gritted his teeth and glared at Ronan fiercely. You can talk if you want to. What's the habit of patting shoulders? Don't you know that my ribs are broken? I know. Wang will handle this matter, don't worry. Strange nodded. He also knew the importance of such things. But to be honest, I didn't expect you to call so many people over. It's fine to call them over, but why can't you come out to intimidate the other party? Even if you come out to cheer for me, it's fine. Ronan looked at the group of people behind him and couldn't help curling his lips. These people are like the idiots in the team dungeon. They don't do any damage, and they don't even want to be in the front row. Apart from showing up at the end to give Ronan a boost, what else is there for them? Didn't you ask me to call some people over? What do you mean? Let the other party see what a cloud-piercing arrow is and what comes after 1,000. Strange was so angry that he forgot. Ronan rolled his eyes, and the middle finger of his right hand wanted to break out of the ground several times. Then why didn't you come out when I sent the signal before? Forget it. I shouldn't have trusted you so much. Remember to deal with the scene, Winnie's body, and those boxes. Don't tell me again that you have caused any trouble. Ronan stretched out his right hand, intending to pat Strange on the shoulder again. But this time, Strange managed to dodge. Don't worry, even if something happens again, I won't come looking for you. Strange vowed. Ronan was very suspicious of his flag-raising behavior. Don't make trouble next time. Seeing Ronan's unbelieving eyes, Strange could only change the subject. As for Parker, Strange looked at Peter Parker, who had been kneeling on the ground. Hearing this, Ronan quickly stepped back and planned to stay away from Strange. He looked at Strange with a vigilant face and even felt that he was a little bit brainless. You don't want me to use the reality stone to rewrite May Parker's death, do you? No, there won't really be someone who doesn't think the Infinity Stone is an Infinity Stone. Ronan guessed Strange's idea at once. After all, to some extent, Strange still felt a little guilty about May Parker's death. Strange opened his mouth and didn't know what to say for a moment. Don't dream, the reality stone is not used that way. Don't think that I can easily erase those terrifying dark energies, but in essence, it is just a beam of energy. Compared with human life, the price paid is completely different. More importantly, people always have to learn to grow up, right? Ronan also looked at Peter Parker's position. Perhaps after this incident, Peter Parker will really mature, right? After all, he has already experienced the weight of the word price. But such a price, for a child like him, is it too much? Strange was a little reluctant. However, Ronan shook his head. Tony's parents died when he was very young, so he created the current Iron Man. Steve lost countless companions on the battlefield, so he became the respected Captain America. And you also lost your proud identity as a doctor, so you learned the spells of camouflage and became one of the supreme sorcerers. No one can be smooth sailing without growing up. Ronan smiled. The examples of these people are here, isn't it obvious? At this time, Strange turned his head and looked at Ronan. What about you? What price did you pay to become who you are today? Strange asked with a smile. Ronan shook his head and did not answer Strange's question. What price did he pay? Does a life count? No one can mature without experiencing the world, no matter who he is, no matter how mature he is. So, I hope that Peter Parker can really grow up this time. Can he really be worthy of the title of Spider-Man? Maybe the people of New York have become accustomed to various crises that appear every now and then. Compared with alien invasions of the Earth, the crisis of artificial intelligence, and the sudden disappearance of half of the population on Earth, a small earthquake can't even become a topic of conversation for New Yorkers after drinking. Except for a few news stations reporting last night's earthquake and the small natural phenomenon, no one mentioned it again. After all, no matter how used to New Yorkers, they can't tell them everything. So, the next morning, the whole of New York was revitalized again, except for those areas that were shattered by the earthquake. At Wang's request, Ronan also stayed for a day and helped them seal Winner's body. Although sparks are the most effective way to destroy corpses, however, no one can guarantee whether dark energy will overflow during the burning. Once the dark energy escapes, the consequences for the Earth are almost immeasurable. Camouflage. Wang stood aside with the set soul return device. As long as he pressed the button, Ronan would return to his original universe. Who would have thought that so many people came together, and when they left in the end, Ronan was the only one left. When you leave, Morgan will definitely come to me and cry. Tony Stark looked at Ronan in front of him and couldn't help but make a joke. Although it was a joke, it was actually the truth. The relationship between Morgan Stark and Ronan even made Tony Stark a little jealous. Then you have to coax Morgan well. Remember to tell her not to learn from this uncle in the red cape and like to mess things up. Learn well in camouflage. Ronan smiled and patted Tony Stark on the shoulder. That's right. After discussion, Morgan Stark also became an apprentice wizard of camouflage. It's just that she is too young now, so she only comes here to learn the basics on weekends. It's like spending a small vacation. This proposal was also what Tony Stark thought of what Ronan said. One day Tony Stark will not be able to protect her, so if you want Morgan to be safe for a lifetime, you have to make her strong. At that time, an Iron Man who can use camouflage spells is exciting to think about. You can't give up this idea. Even if she has this ability, I won't allow it. I can't love my own baby daughter enough. How can I let her take such a risk? Tony Stark rolled his eyes, but soon, the two smiled at each other. Then there was a big hug. Anyway, although the two had not met many times, they were surprisingly compatible. Although Ronan was a harsh person, more handsome than him, and also snatched Morgan's affection from him. But Tony Stark still felt that Ronan was a good friend. Okay, let's stop making such comments. I'm really afraid that one day, you crows will make me carry a bag of rice to several floors. Ronan waved his hand, turned around very casually, and nodded to Wang. Wang understood and pressed the button and the Horcrux. With a burst of light, Ronan's body was shrouded in it. Others also waved to Ronan and said goodbye to him. Peter Parker, who was standing at the end of the crowd, pursed his lips and then took a deep breath. Thank you. Now I know how to be a qualified superhero. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 146. Is this a parallel universe? Finally back. On the rooftop of a building, Ronan felt the cold wind mixed with snowflakes and closed his eyes contentedly. In the last second, he was still saying goodbye to Tony Stark and others, and in the next second, the scenery in front of him changed. Ronan opened his arms and embraced the wind. That was no different. But as I said, it feels so good to be home. There is an old saying that a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as your own doghouse. No matter how wonderful the things in that universe are, for Ronan, he is just a passerby. Only everything that happens on this earth is what he should experience. Young man, don't get excited. You must stay calm and don't do anything stupid. Just as Ronan was feeling the air of his hometown, a voice came from behind him. Hearing this, Ronan turned his head in confusion and looked behind him. He saw an old man in his early 70s with grey hair, glasses, trembling legs and feet standing behind him. What made Ronan even more confused was that the old man was actually wearing a security uniform. At the first moment, Ronan had a hunch that something was wrong. Could he have traveled to another parallel universe again? Could such a strong person also be a security guard in New York? Uncle, I didn't mean to do anything. To be polite, Ronan turned around on purpose. Unexpectedly, his turn scared the strong security guard. Don't move. Don't move. Young man, you are still very young. Don't do these impulsive things. There is nothing in life that cannot be solved. I know that a lot of strange things have happened recently, which makes people unable to hold on. But, those superheroes are already working hard, aren't they? The old man didn't listen to Ronan. It seemed that he was really worried that Ronan would jump. The more he said this, the more panicked Ronan became. Don't make a fuss, uncle. What happened recently? I remember that New York was quite peaceful when I left. Young man, let me tell you, I have lost 3 children, and the remaining 2 grandchildren are crying for food at home, waiting for me to eat. I really don't want to lose this job. Please don't jump. The old man felt like he was about to kneel down to Ronan. Ronan curled his lips. He was just standing on the rooftop to blow the wind, and he didn't do anything at all. Besides, at this height, even if he fell, he might not be crushed to death. What's more, he didn't want to die. I really don't want to do anything. Why don't I come down first and tell me about your recent situation? However, before Ronan finished speaking, he suddenly realized that there was a person behind him. To be precise, it was a person gliding in the air. Ronan turned around instantly, and the ring of Ragada appeared in his right hand, blocking the flying kick of the person. With inertia, Ronan jumped to the center of the rooftop and distanced himself from the person. When he saw the clothes the person was wearing, he was stunned. Peter Parker? Oh no, it should be Spider-Man. When Peter Parker landed on the rooftop and saw Ronan's face clearly, he was stunned. Why is it you? Peter Parker asked subconsciously. Ronan rolled his eyes. Why can't it be me? Thank God, you finally came down. If you jump from here, I'll lose my job. The old man with white hair seemed to be relieved. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth. Could it be that everyone standing on the rooftop was going to jump off the building? Isn't there one who is? Well, Ronan sighed. He really didn't think of any other reasons. Don't worry, I still have a lot of youth. It's impossible for me to end my life so soon. Ronan patted the old man's shoulder and turned to look at Peter Parker. So, failed man, can you give me a ride? Hearing Ronan say this, Peter Parker shrugged, grabbed Ronan's arm, and threw him out directly. Ronan didn't resist at all, letting Peter Parker throw his 140 pounds into the sky. After throwing Ronan out, Peter Parker immediately followed him and shot out 2 spider silks, one for him and the other for Ronan. Watching the 2 people moving forward in the sky above New York like a swing, the old man couldn't help but take off his glasses and rub his eyes. Isn't this more exciting than the suicide just now? 10 minutes later, as Ronan landed steadily on the ground, the 2 came to a remote place. This is Peter Parker's secret base. In fact, this is an abandoned air raid shelter. At that time, Ronan just mentioned it casually to Peter Parker, but he didn't expect that he really found such a place. It's cool. This way of swinging is much more exciting than the Mystic Gate. Ronan wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead, his face full of surprise. The Mystic Gate spans a long distance in one step. It just looks cool and sounds like that. But Peter Parker's way of walking is completely different. It looks exciting, and it's even more exciting to play. Welcome to my secret base. But it's still a little shabby here. I'll be able to improve it after my internship salary is paid. Peter Parker took off his mask and looked very satisfied with his secret base. Ronan took a look at the interior of the air raid shelter. Well, it can't be called shabby, it can only be said to be bare. In addition to the most basic lighting, a few tables and stools, there is only one sofa that is valuable. It is estimated that this sofa is at least 5 hands or more. Internship salary? Your ideal is a bit too ambitious, isn't it? You've only been working for a few days, and you're thinking about the salary. Ronan sat on the sofa. Although the sofa looks old, it is very clean. It can be seen that Peter Parker really looks forward to liking this place. However, when Ronan finished this sentence, Peter Parker's eyes suddenly became strange. Did you lose your memory? Peter Parker gently sat on the sofa on the other side and asked tentatively. Lost memory? What memory did you lose? Okay, your prank is a bit low level. You can't tell me that 3 or 4 years have passed when I woke up and I forgot everything in between. Ronan rolled his eyes. This little trick has no effect on him at all. When it comes to pranks, Peter Parker is still a little naive. Although it hasn't been that long, you are right. The last time I saw you was a month ago. Can you tell me where you went during this month? Did you go to the legendary place where mages can practice in seclusion and enhance their strength? Peter Parker suddenly started gossiping. Ronan curled his lips. That's it? 1 month. Why don't you say it's 100 years? I went to a place you can't imagine during this month. A man named Peter Parker caused a huge disaster and summoned the great villain from a parallel world. And as a man who saves the world, I have to travel through a parallel universe to save the world. Ronan leaned back on the sofa and told his glorious history of the past few days. Since Peter Parker likes to joke so much, why not make a bigger joke? Anyway, what he said is the truth. It depends on whether Peter Parker believes it or not. Sure enough, after hearing Ronan's experience, Peter Parker also showed an awkward smile on his face. Ronan, don't joke. When have I ever made such a big mistake? Peter Parker was speechless. You joked with me first. Didn't you say what I did in a month? I'll tell you, I did something in this month. But after I told you, you didn't believe it, and you made it difficult for me. Ronan spread his hands. What he said was indeed the truth. It's just that this Peter Parker is not that Peter Parker. I really didn't lie to you. You really disappeared for a month. If you don't believe it, look. Peter Parker seemed to suddenly understand something and quickly took out his mobile phone and found the date. Then, he handed it to Ronan. Ronan glanced at the time on it and found that it was February 11th. He remembered clearly that the date when he left was January 11th, which was exactly 1 month. Hey, I don't believe it. Ronan curled his lips, but in fact he was a little panicked. According to common sense, Peter Parker didn't need to play such a prank. After all, it was meaningless. Then look at this. This is today's news. I don't have the ability to ask American TV stations to help me with pranks, right? Peter Parker quickly opened a news page. On the news page, the time that popped up was also February 11th. Hiss. This time, Ronan really believed what Peter Parker said. He had only been in the 616 universe for a few days. How could a month have passed here? It was obviously not like this last time. Do you believe it this time? At that time, I heard that you took a long leave, and I was actually quite surprised. But then I thought, you should be doing something important, right? Peter Parker took back his phone. Ronan waved his hand, indicating that he should calm down first. A month. He still remembered that the last time he went to the 616 universe, it was only 2 days before he came back. And it was under the circumstances that Tony Stark deliberately did it. What about this time? What's the reason? Could it be that Strange made some spell errors again? Strange, who was far away in the 616 universe, sneezed. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about what happened recently. I heard the security guard on the rooftop say that something big seemed to have happened recently. Ronan was more eager to know what happened recently. Peter Parker nodded and began to tell Ronan about what happened recently. Some time ago, about half a month ago, a bunch of information that no one had ever heard of suddenly appeared on the internet. These materials tell why aliens invaded the Earth in the first place and who Thor is. Of course, there are a lot of confidential information, all disclosed on the internet one by one. And the person who disclosed these materials, or the organization, is an organization called SHIELD. Peter Parker began to talk about what happened in the past month. When Ronan heard the name SHIELD, he finally understood everything. So that's what the old man was talking about. However, he didn't interrupt Peter Parker. Besides that, there are many things that people don't know, all of which are published on the internet. For example, SHIELD has been on guard against alien invasions, and all the things that happened when Thor arrived on Earth. Of course, it also mentions what SHIELD has done over the years. Whether it's good or bad, it's all disclosed on the internet. Peter Parker took the tablet computer next to him. He only downloaded part of the information. More information has been deleted by governments, so only those who are quick to save it have a backup. After all, most of what SHIELD has done is related to those countries. Of course, the most sensational news here is about Hydra. Hydra did not disappear because of the end of World War II. They adopted an undercover plan and successfully infiltrated SHIELD. It can be said that most of the agents in SHIELD are all Hydra people. Peter Parker downloaded all the information in this part. In fact, he knew more about the Hydra organization because of Captain America Steve Rogers. After all, his glorious deeds in the past have been promoted by the American government. Hydra. Then I roughly understand why the security guard said that. Ronan rubbed his temples. He still remembered the plot. After all, the protagonist's halo is invincible. Steve Rogers, with Black Widow, almost single-handedly challenged the entire SHIELD. How to say it? It is worthy of being a superhero blockbuster. It's so authentic. Yes, because of the appearance of these materials, the hidden identities of many SHIELD agents have also been exposed. For example, Black Widow, no one thought that she was actually from Russia, and the missions she had performed before, now she is wanted in many countries. Peter Parker nodded. It was because of this that some security personnel in many places were vacant. This is also the reason why the old man could become a security guard. Apart from these, is there any other news? Ronan was almost clear about these things, but he wanted to know more about whether there was anything he didn't know. Yes. Mr. Stark announced that he would develop an instrument to record the appearance and physical characteristics of those Hydra agents. When people wear this instrument and encounter those Hydra agents, the instrument will automatically alarm. Also, Mr. Stark once came to the school to find you. Do you know Mr. Stark? Compared with the previous things, Peter Parker was more curious about the latter. After all, he was a super fan of Tony Stark. No, I'm just a small intern under him. Maybe Mr. Stark cares about his subordinates, so he came to ask me why I didn't go to work. When answering this question, Ronan couldn't help but look at the ceiling. Because even he himself knew that this lie was too unconvincing. Peter Parker shrugged his shoulders. He understood what Ronan meant, and he didn't want to say it, so he wouldn't ask more. Everyone has their own secrets, right? Besides this, is there any other news? Ronan quickly changed the subject. Any other news? By the way, there was another woman who came to the school to look for you. She called herself Sky. When she came to see you, Gwen's face was a little unhappy. Brother, you have to be careful when you go back. Peter Parker winked at Ronan, obviously wanting to see him laugh. And Ronan rolled his eyes. Ridiculous. You kids still want to see me laugh. Sooner or later you will see what's happening. Okay, if there's nothing else, then I'll leave first. After all, I've been out for a month, and I have some things I need to go back to deal with. Ronan sighed and stood up directly from the sofa. He was about to lift his legs and leave, but he looked at Peter Parker's environment again, and finally stopped. Peter, have you decided to set up your secret base in a place like this? What do you usually do? Ronan asked about Peter Parker's recent situation. This secret base doesn't seem to be of any use. I usually change clothes here, and then search the internet for wanted criminals and the like. Then I go wandering around the streets. Well, I spend most of my weekends here. Peter Parker scratched his head. In fact, he didn't know what the so-called secret base was for. It's just that it feels cool to have such a place. Well, I'll give you a little suggestion. Come closer. Ronan waved at Peter Parker. Peter Parker looked at Ronan with excitement and quickly came up. Ronan whispered a few words into Peter Parker's ear. Every time he finished a sentence, Peter Parker's eyes would light up. In the end, Peter Parker couldn't help cheering. Ronan, how did you come up with this good idea? I think you are really a genius. Peter Parker was very surprised. Ronan waved his hand, looking calm. In fact, he didn't give Peter Parker any powerful ideas, just asked him to eavesdrop on the police channel. After all, in those channels, if there is a problem somewhere, they will inform each other at the first time. Therefore, if Peter Parker wants to participate in these things, he can also get the news at the first time, and then fight against the criminals. After all, this is Peter Parker's dream. As for how Ronan came up with this idea, is it still necessary to think about it? In those crime movies in the previous life, when those bad guys committed crimes, didn't many of them operate in this way? Ahem. However, they are good people, not criminals. After saying goodbye to Peter Parker, Ronan returned to Kamatage as soon as possible. After a month away from Kamatage, Ronan couldn't help but sigh when he came back. Still a bird. Kamatage, hidden in a small village in Nepal, has almost the same seasons for 10,000 years, and basically there will be no changes. You are back. When Mordo saw Ronan appear on the training ground, he was the first to express his surprise, because he hadn't seen Ronan for a month. People who don't know thought Ronan had defected from Kamatage. I took a vacation occasionally, to rest my body and mind. I'm not like the king and you. I like to stay in Kamatage every day. Even if I go out, I just go to the temple. A few big otakus. Ronan put his hands in his pockets. He had no rival in making up nonsense. Yeah, our life is indeed a bit boring. We wake up every day to train. After training, we just play games, surf the internet, and then it's time to eat. Unlike you, you can go to class and do homework every day, and your life is not that boring. Mordo nodded seriously. Ronan's face darkened, even darker than Mordo's. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I want to find my lawyer. Mordo's words have seriously affected the mental health of a minor like me. I will sue you. HMPH. Ronan raised his head. He planned to ignore Mordo in the near future. Mordo is different from Wang. There is nothing wrong with him, and Ronan can't force him to find it. When he thinks of a good way to fight back, he must fight Mordo to the death. Don't humph, the Ancient One has been looking for you every day recently. Be careful. Mordo patted Ronan on the shoulder, and turned to train those trainee mages. Ronan shrank his neck, and the momentum that had just returned disappeared. Could it be that the king did not tell the teacher Ancient One? Ronan patted his head, quietly touched the door of the Supreme Sanctuary, and looked inside through the crack of the door. Seeing Ronan like this, Mordo couldn't help laughing. In the whole Kamatage, Ronan was not afraid of anything except Ancient One. The fact that Ronan made mistakes before, Ancient One neither beat nor scolded him, so he needed Ronan to do one thing. Discuss. Oh no, it should be said to be training. Who is the opponent of the discus? It's still Ancient One. The reason is also very simple. Who made Ronan have bad luck? Every time Ronan needed to spar, oh no, he needed to train, Ancient One would take out a big box and let Ronan draw lots. And every time Ronan drew, it was the note with Ancient One's name on it. So, she had no choice but to personally guide Ronan. You have to know that Ronan was only 8 years old at that time, and he had only been learning the magic of camouflage for 2 years. Let's put it this way, at that time, there were not 90% of people stronger than him in camouflage, but 80%. But Ronan always picked the slip with the word Ancient One. You ask about the result. Need I say more about the result? When did Ronan learn the habitual way of holding back his strength? Wasn't it learned at this time? Of course, Ronan was not without doubts. He even suspected that all the slips in the box were written with the word Ancient One. However, when he drew the name of Ancient One again that time, he took out all the slips in the box. After opening it, he found that there were many people's names written on it, including Wang and Mordo. At this moment, Ronan was dumbfounded, and he accepted his fate obediently from then on. Until now, Ronan didn't know why he was so unlucky at that time, and could draw Ancient One every time. But he knew one thing, that it was definitely Ancient One who was causing trouble. Absolutely. What are you looking at outside the door? Come in. Just as Ronan was standing at the door and looking around, Gu Yi's voice came from inside the door. Hearing Gu Yi's voice, Ronan smiled awkwardly, then gently pushed the door and walked in. Teacher, long time no see. Ronan walked in front of Gu Yi with a smile on his face, and sat down tentatively. Seeing that Gu Yi did not object to him sitting down, Ronan's hanging heart was also half relieved. After all, he had been gone quietly for a month without saying hello, which was really wrong. But in his situation, he couldn't say hello. It's indeed been a long time no see. Your teacher called yesterday and asked when you could return to school. Gu Yi looked at Ronan with a smile, and he didn't seem to be angry at all. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth. It's over. It's over. In this situation, there is definitely nothing good. Teacher, it's not what I want to do. If you want to blame someone, you should blame your good apprentice Strange in that universe. You told him in that universe that he was the strongest among all the supreme sorcerers. But he actually did such a thing. Ronan told Ancient One all the good things Strange had done. This matter had nothing to do with Ronan, and he was also passive, so this is not considered as passing the buck, right? More importantly, he helped the people in that universe save their Earth during this trip. If Winnie succeeded, then the 616 universe would probably be annexed by Dormammu. When Ancient One finished listening to Ronan's story, especially when she heard the part about Winnie, the smile on her face gradually disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a seriousness that Ronan rarely saw. Only when things were very serious would Ancient One show this expression. You mean, the supreme sorcerer in their universe, the person named Winnie, was not me? To be precise, the previous supreme sorcerer? Ancient One asked. Yes, teacher, and she also said that the formation of their universe was because I came back 2 days late, so the time gem was gone for 2 days. Then I took the space gem and the reality gem this time. Will someone from another parallel universe come to trouble me? Put 7,000 first, and there are 5,000 left. I was busy until 6 in the evening, before I went home, and I only wrote 7,000 words in 2 hours. I'm such a loser. The remaining 5,000 will take about an hour, 12,000 as promised. Wait for me. Chapter 147 Ronan, time is running out. This is what Ronan is more worried about. Winnie said before that last time he brought the time stone over, so a parallel universe was formed. And this time, not only did he bring 2 infinity stones at once, but it took a whole month. If you count it this way, wouldn't he have a lot more enemies? Thinking of this, Ronan's eyes went dark. He wanted to rush to the 616 universe again and beat up Strange. No, that's okay. The emergence of parallel universes is not absolute, and it also requires very harsh conditions. The fact that a universe can be generated is also an accident among accidents. But what makes me more curious is that the Supreme Sorcerer in that universe is not me. Ancient One raised his eyebrows with interest, and the seriousness on his face disappeared without knowing when. Even Ronan thought he had seen it wrong before. Could it be that there is really something wrong here? Teacher, is this problem serious? Ronan asked in a low voice. In fact, in his cognition, there are many Supreme Sorcerers in parallel universes who are not Ancient One. Of course, these are what Ronan heard from those Upmasters who analyzed Marvel Comics in his previous life, and he couldn't be sure. More importantly, he seemed to have heard that the parallel universe is written and the comics were started at any time. It still feels quite unreliable. No, it's not serious. The Earth in that universe has been swallowed up by Dormammu, so there is no need. I just feel curious that, if according to what the person named Winnie said, her universe was split from this universe, then at the moment of splitting, the Supreme Sorcerer should still be me. The change in this is quite interesting. Ancient One took a sip of tea slowly. Now there are very few things that make her feel interested. After all, in terms of knowledge, she has lived for so many years, and the knowledge in her head can no longer be described by quantity. Ronan opened his mouth, but nothing came out. After all, according to his shallow knowledge of parallel universes, it would be useless to say it out. Even if he knew in his previous life that Marvel has countless parallel universes. However, this is reality, not the so-called comics and movies. Actually, you don't need to worry about this. I can probably guess why. Seeing Ronan's hesitant expression, Gu Yi smiled and comforted him. Teacher, did you guess it? Ronan's eyes lit up. In fact, I have always urged you to move forward with an almost harsh requirement. But you always look like you haven't grown up and have repeatedly refused to take over the responsibility of the Supreme Sorcerer from me. In fact, you can also guess that part of my duty is to prevent the Earth from being invaded by enemies outside of reality. But more of the responsibility is to train a qualified successor. Gu Yi looked at Ronan and finally told her secret hidden in her heart. In fact, this matter can't be called a secret, at least for Ronan. It is not a secret. Because Ronan can also feel that there has always been such a sign of this matter. Although I don't know why, over the years, I have always had the idea of giving up my position to you. Even if you have rejected me again and again, this idea has not stopped, but has become more frequent. I think that for this universe, my responsibility is to train a qualified Supreme Sorcerer to take my place. So, I will have this idea again and again. Gu Yi looked at the sky in the distance. The scenery there was almost the same every day, but it seemed that Gu Yi could see different things every time. And Ronan, who was sitting opposite her, said nothing. How to say it? In fact, someone in the previous life joked that it was because of insufficient funds that Marvel forcibly removed the role of Gu Yi. Others said that, if Gu Yi was alive, it would not be certain whether Thanos dared to come to Earth, so how could there be the next plot? Of course, more people believe that Gu Yi is not dead, she just wants to take a vacation. But now, Ronan heard another statement from Gu Yi. Teacher, we are all mages of Kamatage. Is a so-called title really that important? What does the title of Supreme Sorcerer have to do with the universe? Ronan was still a little skeptical about this. He suspected that Gu Yi wanted to retire, so he made up this kind of thing to deceive him. No, he must not be fooled. How about we give it a try? Wait a minute, I will announce that I will give you the title of Supreme Sorcerer, and then we will see if there is any change. Gu Yi smiled and looked at Ronan. Ronan rolled his eyes. He knew it was like this. Okay, teacher, just pretend nothing happened today. Now I'm back too. Next time if I go out passively, I won't send a message to Wang, I will send a message to you. This will never happen again. After saying that, Ronan jumped up from the chair. Are you kidding? He was afraid that, if he stayed here for a few more minutes, he would really become the Supreme Sorcerer of Kamatage. Just as he was about to walk out of the Supreme Temple, Gu Yi's voice rang again. Remember to report to school tomorrow. The teacher said that when you come back, I will make up for your lessons, so that you can catch up with the progress. Otherwise, if you don't have enough credits, you will have to stay in high school for another year. After saying this, Gu Yi saw Ronan stumble and almost fall flat on his face. Ronan stumbled out of the door as if he had lost his soul. When Ronan left the Supreme Temple, the smile on Guyi's face gradually disappeared. Time. Not much. In order to express his excitement about the upcoming makeup lessons, Ronan challenged Mordo and Wang alone in the training ground. Although Ronan had a lot of bruises on his body, Wang and Mordo were beaten to the ground by the very excited Ronan. The former was because he had been weird to Ronan before, and Ronan wanted to fight back. But later he was so angry that he solved it together. As for Wang, Ronan simply wanted to park with him, because Wang actually forgot the secret code between them. He recorded the most urgent matter represented by 6969 as a general event represented by 69. Let's use an incident as an analogy. The former may be that Wang fell into the toilet, while the latter is just that Wang went to the toilet without toilet paper. The difference is so big. As for why Wang was used as an example, then Ronan used himself as an example. He didn't seem like someone who could fall into the toilet. After discussing with them, Ronan suddenly felt refreshed, and the excitement brought by the tutoring also dissipated. He had just taken a shower and changed into new clothes when he received a call. A call from Tony Stark. "Hello. What's the matter, Mr. C?" Ronan was quickly getting dressed while holding the phone. He had to pick up Gwen Stacy from school later. After all, he hadn't seen her for a month, so he had to show some appreciation, right? "Mr. C, are you calling me?" Tony Stark's puzzled voice came from the other end of the phone. Obviously he didn't understand what Mr. C meant. "Don't worry about these details. Just tell me what you want to say. I'm still busy here." Ronan didn't want to explain to him what he meant. "You disappeared from my sight, and I haven't asked you what happened yet. Also, you disappeared for a month. What did you do?" Tony Stark was obviously more interested in this matter. When Ronan left, he disappeared right under his nose. Because of this incident, he even lost his appetite for several days and didn't have sex with Pepper Potts. Pepper Potts thought he was out there and was being drained by some little vixen. The two almost had a fight. "I did a big thing. I went to the future and saw your daughter, and I also saw you in the future." Ronan randomly picked out some clips that Tony Stark was interested in and then told him. Hearing this, there was silence on the other end of the phone for a while. When Ronan was completely dressed, he noticed that Tony Stark hadn't spoken for a long time. Hello. You are a rich man. Can you buy me a cell phone with better signal? Why did you stop talking?" Although Ronan knew why Tony Stark didn't speak, he still wanted to tease him. After all, who made him like to ask about things so much? "You just said his daughter?" This time, another person's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Pepper Potts. Miss Potts. I'm kidding. Don't mind it." Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth. Why is Tony Stark so unreliable? How could he let other people listen to the fact that he said these things to him? He could tease Tony Stark, but as for Pepper Potts, the two were not very familiar with each other. So, he could only explain that he was joking. "Just kidding. Ha 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 ha. It's okay then. I thought we would have a very cute daughter in the future," Pepper Potts said with a smile. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Ronan heard something different from this sentence. She wanted to know if the two of them in the future really had a daughter, or if she was the one who gave Tony Stark a daughter. Women are so thoughtful, so delicate. You will definitely have a lovely child in the future, whether it is a boy or a girl. Ronan smiled. He didn't have any annoyance with Pepper Potts' little thoughts. After all, it was not a very annoying thing to say. Hearing this, Pepper Potts seemed very satisfied and then handed the phone back to Tony Stark. However, Tony Stark did not speak immediately, but waited for more than 10 seconds before he continued to speak. "Will I really have a daughter? Is she cute? What does she look like? Does she like me as a father?" Tony Stark asked a series of questions directly. Ronan couldn't help but want to complain. Has this kind of daughter-slave mentality already existed? Are you sure you want me to tell you? The future I'm talking about is your future in the parallel universe. If I reveal something that shouldn't be revealed, it will change the future. If you give birth to a naughty and lawless bad boy like you in the future, don't come to me," Ronan said with a smile. Hearing this, Tony Stark quickly shut up. In his opinion, having a daughter is definitely much better than having a boy. "Then I won't ask. You can play first, and don't tell me," Tony Stark said quickly. You don't let me say it, but I have to say that you will definitely give birth to one in the future. Beep beep beep. But before Ronan finished speaking, there was a busy tone on the other end of the phone. Obviously, Tony Stark hung up the phone. Ronan, who pressed the hang up button, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Let you delay my time. Ding. After hanging up the phone, Tony Stark immediately sent Ronan a text message. The content of the text message was also very simple. Steve Rogers wanted to meet Ronan. The specifics of what to do were not mentioned in the text message. Tony Stark only said that Ronan would tell him when he was free. He would notify Steve Rogers and let the two sides meet. Of course, this was also based on Ronan's consent. Ronan was not surprised by Steve Rogers' intention to meet. After all, he had left them some hints at the beginning. If they couldn't think of it, then Steve Rogers was really a fool. After turning off the text message, Ronan glanced at the time on his phone. It was almost time for school to be over. Ronan did not reply to Tony Stark's text message. He directly used a secret door and crossed to an empty alley. This place was close to Ronan's school. Of course, many stories happened in this place. The first time Ronan was seen using the secret door by an outsider was in this alley. That outsider was Peter Parker. And the first time Peter Parker revealed his identity to others was actually in this alley. It can be said that this alley has experienced a lot. After walking out of the alley, Ronan stood at the school gate and looked at a group of students rushing out of the school. The teacher in the previous life said that the first student to rush out of the classroom must be a student who doesn't like to study. Ronan used to think that the teacher's words were a mockery. But when he was always the first to rush out of the classroom in this life, he felt that the teacher was right. He just doesn't like to study. These students were obviously not told by the teacher, so they all rushed out of the school gate as fast as they could. After the first wave of people passed, fewer people came out of the school. There is no doubt that Ronan also saw Gwen Stacy among these people. Gwen Stacy was seen holding a bicycle alone, slowly walking out of the school with an expressionless face. During this period, many boys wanted to come forward to say hello, but they were all scared away by her icy face. Of course, this is also related to the fact that her father is the director of the New York Police Department. It can be seen that Gwen Stacy was not so happy during this period. Unless she met a very familiar female classmate, she would show a little smile on her face. At other times, she always had a cold face. Ronan watched her walk out of the school and turn into this alley. Ahem, my little beauty, are you free to go play with me? Ronan followed Gwen Stacy silently. Crash. Gwen Stacy stopped, and the bicycle she was holding fell to the ground. Seeing this, Ronan couldn't help but be stunned. Damn, he didn't imitate the bad guys too much and scared her, did he? But before Ronan could react, Gwen Stacy suddenly turned her head and rushed towards Ronan with a look of surprise on her face. She recognized Ronan's voice at the first time. However, the fallen bicycle became a stumbling block that hindered her progress. She was tripped by the tire of the bicycle. She almost turned from running to New Year's greetings. Ronan hurriedly stepped forward and caught Gwen Stacy, who fell into his arms. Gwen Stacy hugged Ronan's neck tightly with both hands, and the whole person hung on Ronan like a koala. The two hugged each other tightly. Wow, I haven't seen you for a month, and you have grown up a lot. Ahem. What Ronan wanted to express was that Gwen Stacy had grown up a lot. Wow, you seem to have gained a little weight. Ronan held Gwen Stacy's waist and subconsciously weighed her twice. Pa. Gwen Stacy slapped Ronan on the back without saying a word, and then rolled her eyes at him. We haven't seen each other for a month, and when we meet again, you actually said I'm fat. Gwen Stacy raised her head from Ronan's arms. Obviously, she was very dissatisfied with Ronan's first sentence. So what if I'm fat? Isn't it okay if I grow in the right place? Yes, my fault. But you didn't cry when you saw me, which was a bit beyond my expectation. Ronan looked at Gwen Stacy's face closely, and both of them could feel each other's breathing. Although Gwen Stacy didn't cry, Ronan could clearly see that her eyes were a little red. Who would cry? I won't cry for someone who doesn't even say hello when he leaves home. After saying that, Gwen Stacy turned her head away, but she still hung on Ronan like a koala. The boys next to them were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They thought that they would have a chance after Ronan disappeared. But who could have thought that two people would do such a crazy thing in the street without paying attention to others? You guys are really damned. TSK, this taste is too sour. Did you eat something sour? Ronan took a deep breath seriously. Seeing him like this, Gwen Stacy couldn't help but pat him again. However, the red eye circles returned to normal at this moment. That's right. It's so unlucky for a young couple to cry when they meet after not seeing each other for a month. People say that a short separation is better than a new marriage, but they haven't even started their new marriage, and they are separated again. Isn't that dry firewood? Cough cough cough. Ronan coughed twice, glanced at the singles next to him, and couldn't help curling his lips. What are you singles looking at? You are the biggest crisis in this world. Another 5,000 words. 12,000 completed. I wrote 12,000 in 3.5 hours. That's 24 hours a day, excluding 10 hours for sleeping and eating. There are 14 hours left. So, I can even write every day. Oh no, 6,000 a day is my limit. Today is a rare breakthrough. Chapter 148 Roller Coaster. Two young people who hadn't seen each other for a month. What would happen when they met again? Needless to say, of course, it was a fire that burned like firewood, and the sun and moon were dark. So, in this very excited atmosphere, the two went to Stark Tower. Yes, that's right, it was Stark Tower. According to Gwen Stacy, it was in this month that she finally proved with her own strength that she deserved this job. Moreover, she was assigned to a very important position in the experimental team. Even her supervisor said that even Tony Stark knew her name. So in order not to disappoint Tony Stark's attention and to improve herself more, she had to work hard during this period. That's right, the two went to work in this extremely enthusiastic atmosphere. Go to work. Go to work. Damn capitalists. And Ronan naturally knew what was going on. Gwen Stacy's excellence was one aspect, and the other was because of Ronan's relationship with Tony Stark. Just imagine, no matter how excellent an intern is, how could she suddenly get Tony Stark's attention? After all, Tony Stark is notorious for being idle. Now, all matters of the Stark group are basically handled by Pepper Potts. Once Pepper Potts has some other thoughts, I'm afraid Tony Stark will really become a pauper. This plot seems familiar. Ability is ability, and relationship is relationship. Don't say that in American society, strength can crush everything. If this is true, there won't be so many big men who are frustrated when they are young and only soar to the sky when they have the opportunity. There are too many examples, and Ronan doesn't want to list them one by one. Anyway, be careful of those who are either stupid or pregnant. However, Ronan didn't have any resistance to this result. After all, both parties are still minors. Not to mention that American laws do not allow it. Ronan is afraid of Gwen Stacy's father. As long as he wants to continue to mix in New York, he has to be careful of his father-in-law. Ronan couldn't help but ask, why are there so many daughter slaves in this world? So, Ronan's task today is to send Gwen Stacy to the Stark group, and then enjoy his last night before remedial classes. Okay, just send me here. Are you going back to class tomorrow? Gwen Stacy stopped first downstairs of Stark Tower. Yes, and I not only have to attend classes, but also makeup classes. Otherwise, if the credits are not enough, I will have studied for nothing this year. Ronan sighed, and he had a headache when he thought about the makeup classes. When has he ever made up classes? Even in his previous life, he didn't even understand the various hints from the teacher. Now he has to make up classes? This is the price of your disappearance for a month. It's almost the second half of the semester. You'd better study hard. Gwen Stacy looked at Ronan with a smile. At least during this period, Ronan should not disappear. Ronan shrugged. It's not that he is bragging, although his current knowledge level is not as good as the peak of his senior year in the previous life. However, it is still easy to beat these high school students. Ronan is not afraid of the knowledge in the textbooks, but he is afraid of some extracurricular activities. Beep, beep. Just as the young couple was bidding farewell, a car horn was heard not far away. Ronan turned around and found a red Audi sports car parked not far from them. It's Mr. Stark. I'll go in first, bye. Gwen Stacy was embarrassed to be seen slacking off by her boss. So she ruthlessly abandoned Ronan and trotted towards Stark Tower. While running, she told Ronan to remember to pick her up. Ronan glanced at the person in the red sports car, immediately made an international friendly gesture, and walked over there without saying a word. The person in the sports car was none other than Tony Stark. "Tony, I haven't seen you for a month, and you're still so coquettish. Is there really no one who laughs at you for driving such a sissy car?" Ronan glanced at Tony Stark's car, and couldn't help curling his lips. He didn't envy him at all. It's better than some people who ride bicycles in the middle of winter, right? Don't you, Mr. Fantastic, have a car to pick up your girlfriend? Tony Stark was not to be outdone. He wanted to prove to Ronan that his verbal skills had improved a lot in the month that Ronan was away. Of course, it was in terms of sarcasm. "No way, I'm not some stupid and rich Iron Man. That stupid and rich Iron Man has prepared a lot of family business for his daughter." Daring to compete with Ronan in verbal skills, let alone Tony Stark, even if the #1 man in Japan, Takuya, came, Ronan would not be afraid. That's how arrogant he is. What else do you say? "If my lovely baby daughter is really gone, I will be the first to fight you." Tony Stark also extended an international friendly gesture. Ronan pouted and directly lifted Gwen Stacy's bicycle and put it behind Tony Stark's sports car. His action made Tony Stark's eyelids jump. "This is a sports car that can buy you tens of thousands of bicycles. You actually put it up like that? Come on, take me to my apartment." Ronan calmly sat in the passenger seat and even fastened his seatbelt. The mages of Kamatage also need to fasten their seatbelts when riding in a car. "Your apartment? How do I know where your apartment is?" Tony Stark was still playing dumb. Ronan looked at him helplessly. "How could you not know my apartment? I don't believe you haven't checked me out. With your curiosity, if you don't thoroughly check my life experience, you'll be unworthy of your name." Ronan leaned back in the passenger seat and couldn't help rolling his eyes. He didn't want to care about these things, otherwise Tony Stark would have to enjoy the Christmas treatment again. Tony Stark turned his head and didn't dare to ask again. He said directly to the headset, "Jarvis, help me navigate to Ronan's apartment." Soon, the smart voice in the car began to speak. The voice was naturally Jarvis. "Mr. Stark, is this the Ronan labeled Ronan mind is smaller than a needle vinous tongue liar yeo?" Hearing Jarvis' words, the car suddenly fell into a strange silence. Tony Stark's hand froze in midair, and Ronan stared at him with interest. "Yo, young man, I didn't expect you to really give people nicknames. You even know my narrow-mindedness." "Ronan, listen to me, there is a little misunderstanding here. You should know that I, Tony Stark, am not that kind of person. This is before." Looking at Ronan's smiling eyes, Tony Stark felt more and more dangerous. However, his explanation was too late. "Because I don't know when." The seatbelt on his driver's seat was quietly unfastened. "No." Tony Stark's face changed drastically. The next second, he was thrown into the air and then fell freely at a very fast speed. A few seconds later, he successfully landed, only about 10 centimeters away from the ground. Before he could react, he once again felt what it was like to bungee jump 100 meters. Only this time, he didn't have the Iron Man armor. Swish. Tony Stark fell down again, this time only 9 centimeters away from the ground. "Listen to me, Ronan, Before the word "I" came out, the voice was carried away by the wind. The violent falling feeling made Tony Stark close his eyes involuntarily, but he never expected that Ronan would even think of this. There was a force in the dark that actually pulled open his upper and lower eyelids, making him experience what it meant to be forced to start up. In this case, Tony Stark was only 8 centimeters away from the ground. "Mr. Stark, it is detected that your heart rate is too fast now. Do you want to call for medical services?" Jarvis' voice came from the headset. Tony Stark took a deep breath. "Is it a matter of calling for medical services now? Now it's a matter of life. Jarvis, start the suit. The first task is to protect me." Tony Stark shouted into the headset. Click. Just as he finished speaking, the glass on the top floor of Stark Group was hit hard again. Tony Stark's iron suit was flying down from midair. However, when the iron suit was about to approach Tony Stark, a golden circle appeared between the man and the suit. No. Tony Stark was immediately in despair. his iron suit just disappeared. Bang! And Tony Stark fell to the ground in the next second. Of course, it was not from a height of several hundred meters. Ronan still showed mercy. When he was about 1 meter from the ground, Tony Stark paused in midair and then fell to the ground. The force was probably similar to a little girl falling on the ground. Tony Stark let out a slight whine, and Ronan didn't indulge him. An invisible force once again lifted Tony Stark up and then put him neatly in the driver's seat. The seatbelt slowly buckled him again. Mr. Stark, can you send Ronan, the heart of a needle, poisonous tongue, liar, yayo, home now? Ronan looked at Tony Stark with a smile. Tony Stark curled his lips and didn't say much. On the one hand, he was in the wrong. It would be fine if the person involved didn't find out about this, but now it has been discovered. This situation is very embarrassing. On the other hand, the reality is that he can't beat Ronan. Without the Iron Man suit, he is no match for Ronan, including the Iron Man suit that just flew towards him. He just heard Jarvis's report. The Iron Man suit flew back to where it came from. No, the anti-magic armor must be put on the agenda. Thinking of this, Tony Stark took a deep breath and decided not to suffer a loss. He started the car, and Jarvis' voice rang again. The map has been located at Ronan, the heart of a needle. However, before Jarvis finished broadcasting, Tony Stark interrupted it directly. Okay Jarvis, turn off the voice broadcast immediately. From today onwards, turn off the voice broadcast forever. Tony Stark shouted and started the car without even looking at Ronan's eyes. Along the way, Tony Stark was speeding all the way, running through 5 cars and 6 traffic lights. It is foreseeable that he will most likely be prosecuted for dangerous driving. Of course, there are many ways for rich people to respond to lawsuits, and Tony Stark is wearing an iron suit and speeding every day. A fine is nothing to him. He just wants to send Ronan home as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knows what problems will arise. Squeak. With a very harsh brakes sound, Tony Stark stopped the car steadily at the door of Ronan's apartment. Of course, ignore the clearly visible tire marks on the street. Thank you boss for sending me home. I hope we can have more fun next time. Ronan took the bicycle off the car and looked at Tony Stark with a smile. Tony Stark couldn't help but roll his eyes. Next time. You had fun, but I played some thrilling projects. The project is good. Don't drive it next time. Tony Stark didn't reply to Ronan's words, but drifted on the spot and turned the car around. Don't worry, I need your help with something. Ronan smiled and pressed Tony Stark's shoulder. Tony Stark glanced at his hand, thought about his mortal body, and suppressed the urge to step on the accelerator. Who knows if Ronan's hand will leave his shoulder or his arm will leave his shoulder after this step. Tony Stark didn't dare to bet. Tell me, what's the matter? Tony Stark said briefly. Please help me find out. There should be an artificial intelligence called Zora in Hydra. If possible, help me find him. Ronan gently patted Tony Stark's shoulder, and this action made him feel that he had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Tony Stark rolled his eyes. You just let me experience what a roller coaster is, and now you want me to help you? Although I said bad things about you, it was just a little bit, wasn't it? You actually retaliated against me like this. No. This is impossible. Tony Stark refused without even thinking about it. Although it was his fault for saying bad things just now, riding the roller coaster was already his atonement. So, it was reasonable for him not to agree to Ronan's request. No, it should be said that this was revenge. Really not possible? Ronan asked again. No, I don't even know the so-called Zora. So I can't help you. Tony Stark said with his neck raised. Anyway, Ronan no longer has any handle on him, so he is not afraid. Looking at Tony Stark's childish temper, Ronan was not angry, but just helplessly pouted. Okay, I was thinking about who could help me get this done, and I would take him to the place where our magician practices to have a look. It seems that this thing can't be realized. After saying that, Ronan sighed very exaggeratedly and turned to leave. But this time, Tony Stark grabbed Ronan's arm, and it was his turn to be anxious. Wait, if I heard correctly, you are talking about the place where your wizards practice? Tony Stark looked at Ronan in shock. He didn't even know if Ronan had taken the wrong medicine or if Ronan had been possessed by someone in the past month. He actually invited him to take a look at the place where the wizards practiced. Isn't the sun rising from the west? Well, Tony Stark's first reaction was to confirm that the inviter was himself. Yes, every year, I actually have a quota to recommend others to visit. I haven't used last year's quota, and I have another one this year. So, it's a pity. Ronan sighed again, but the amplitude of this sigh was getting bigger and bigger. Don't say it. As a good friend, your business is my business. So leave this matter to me. Tony Stark made a promise at once. Looking at his impassioned look, Ronan wanted to laugh, but held back. Didn't you say you wouldn't help? Ronan began to play hard to get. I didn't think it through before, but when I heard you talking just now, I suddenly remembered that I did have some information on this. I'll ask Jarvis to help me find it when I get back. It won't take long. Tony Stark didn't blush or breathe heavily, and he was an old hand at lying. After all, he had dated so many beautiful women, so it was normal for him to lie. Okay, then I'll leave this to you? Ronan asked tentatively. Leave it to me. I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer. After saying that, Tony Stark took out his cell phone and wanted Jarvis to check it. But halfway through the check, he suddenly stopped what he was doing and looked at Ronan with a guilty look on his face. Go back and check it again. Go back and check it again. After saying that, he quickly put away his cell phone. There is something in it that Ronan can't find. Ronan naturally saw Tony Stark's little trick, but he didn't expose him. Okay, then we'll settle it. Remember to change your note name next time. Ronan patted Tony Stark on the shoulder again. Boom. Before Ronan could finish his words, the unique roar of a supercar sounded, and the car quickly disappeared on the other side of the street. Ronan looked at Tony Stark's back as he left, and couldn't help but smile. Want to see where the mage trained? That's fine. Ronan planned to take Tony Stark to his training place. Genuine goods, no deception. Anyway, Kamatage is almost all snow-capped mountains. Just find one for Tony Stark to see the scenery. The training place must be a little harder. After doing all this, Ronan turned and entered the apartment. Click. In an apartment across the street, a man holding a camera gently pressed the shutter. Ronan's figure immediately appeared in the camera. In addition to this photo, photos of Ronan talking to Tony Stark also appeared in the camera one by one. You disappeared for a month, and there is no trace of you on the whole earth. Did you go to that country in the east? Or, did you go to a place where there is no trace of humans? The man looked at the photos in the camera and said to himself, he is a Hydra agent, and his mission is to observe Ronan's whereabouts. However, since Hydra was exposed by SHIELD, they had to go underground and abandon all their previous identities. It was not until a few days ago that he restarted this mission. However, after his investigation, Ronan had not been to school for a month. This apartment has not been visited for a month. Although a nanny comes to clean every 3 days, Ronan is not seen every time. On the whole earth, the smaller the country, the more Hydra infiltrates. There are even some relatively backward countries where Hydra secretly controls the government and the army. However, because of the exposure of SHIELD, they had to give up many places. So most of their power was also withdrawn to major countries. For example, the United States. However, the reason they targeted Ronan was not because Mr. Fantastic had killed a small team of their people. It was because of his relationship with Mr. Fantastic. According to the previous investigation by SHIELD, those superheroes did not take the cosmic cube away. The cosmic magic was taken away by Loki because of a sudden emergency. Therefore, Hydra has been secretly investigating Loki. Until they came to Mongolia, they learned about Loki's whereabouts from a group of herdsmen. At that time, Ronan landed in the desert, and there was another person with him. After their questioning, they finally locked this person on Mr. Fantastic. According to the analysis of the intelligence department, it is very likely that Mr. Fantastic took the cosmic cube away, because apart from Loki, he was the only one left. The other superheroes have evidence to prove that they did not get the cosmic cube. Therefore, in order to get the cosmic cube back, Hydra set its sights on Mr. Fantastic. However, Mr. Fantastic is elusive and rarely appears. The only person related to him is Ronan. There are also some people in Hydra who think that Ronan is Mr. Fantastic. But after their long observation, Ronan is just an ordinary high school student without any special abilities at all. The only special ability may be that he is a bit good at fighting. Until a month ago, when Ronan suddenly disappeared, this statement was mentioned again. In this month, the view that Ronan is Mr. Fantastic has occupied the majority of the opinions in Hydra. Because the time when Ronan appeared and the time when Mr. Fantastic appeared were almost all staggered. Ronan disappeared for a month, and Mr. Fantastic also did not appear for a month. So, Hydra made a decision. They want to test Ronan. This will not only reveal Ronan's true identity and the whereabouts of the Cosmic Cube. More importantly, this will also confirm Zora's guess. Chapter 149 Join the Avengers? For Ronan, the most difficult hurdle in front of him is remedial classes. That's right, one-on-one tutoring. How to say it, remedial classes are serious remedial classes, and the teachers are also serious teachers. But Ronan can't slack off. If it is said that in a large classroom with many people, Ronan can use various methods to slack off, and he can use his secret skills at any time. Basically, first doubt, then listen to you, and finally suddenly realize. Ronan learned this set in school in his previous life and successfully applied it to society. Imagine that whether it is a teacher or a leader, when he throws out a point of view, a suspicious expression suddenly appears on your face. The teacher or the leader will have an idea, you could actually doubt me? But he won't say anything at this time. Instead, he will continue to talk about his views or knowledge points. When listening, you continue to maintain this suspicion, but there must be a process in which the suspicion gradually dissipates. When the leader or teacher has finished everything, Ronan will show an expression of sudden enlightenment. Ah, so that's it. Then he will cast an admiring look at the teacher or leader. At this time, both teachers and leaders will think that you are worthy of training and can keep up with the ideas. What is the reality? Ronan is thinking about what to eat after class. This method Ronan usually uses in class, so he has always left a good impression in the hearts of teachers. But during one-on-one tutoring, Ronan can't do this, because the tutoring teacher will habitually ask questions to the students, and Ronan is the only student. This is the most terrible thing. Therefore, Ronan can't think about what to eat at night, but must concentrate on listening. Because the teacher will ask questions at any time. Of course, for American teachers, they give Ronan tutoring on a voluntary basis, and there is no salary at all. Their work is over after class, so they don't actually need to give Ronan tutoring. Even, they can refuse. But it may be, because Ronan usually performs too well, in the hearts of every teacher, he is a good student. So, they all choose to agree to give Ronan tutoring. Now Ronan regrets it very much. If it was a private tutor who came to his house to help him with his lessons, Ronan might have looked forward to it. After all, private tutors know everything. There are many things they know. After an hour of private tutoring, Ronan finally got out of this kind of life. Although it was very uncomfortable, he still had to thank the teacher. Of course, his work was not over yet, because he returned to school, so he still had to go to the internship at Stark Group. In Stark Group, although Ronan's position was no different from that of a slacker, not only could he get by openly, but he could even get a good internship salary. But after all, it was not as comfortable as being at home. Arriving at Stark Tower, Ronan found his seat familiarly, and turned on the computer. Hello, welcome to the supercomputer, built by Tony Stark. The sudden sound effect, after turning on the computer scared Ronan, because Tony Stark's voice was heard in the speakers. Then, a picture appeared on the screen. Tony Stark stood in the center of the picture, wearing a very showy white suit. The computing power of this supercomputer has exceeded 99% of the computers in the world. It can also connect to the network of any country in the world, including private networks. And it contains a large number of confidential files. And of course its defense capabilities are also world class. Tony Stark in the video kept talking. Ronan rolled his eyes and pressed the exit button several times in a row, but the video did not respond. It seems that Tony Stark, who was so aggressive, had already expected Ronan to skip this part and even block the exit button. He just wanted Ronan to finish watching this part. Ronan also had her own way. She directly turned off the computer screen, unplugged the speakers, and prepared to play with her phone. However, what she didn't expect was that Tony Stark could do things so decisively. "Oh, I knew you would choose to turn it off, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. Is it because of my handsome face that you feel inferior?" Tony Stark's voice came from above Ronan's head. Ronan looked up and found that there was a speaker above his head. Bang. Boom. Ronan threw a magic ring directly, smashing the speaker neatly, and then the secret door opened, and the speaker fell accurately into the trash can next to it. "You have a plan. I have a bridge ladder." This time, no sound came out. Ronan nestled himself in the chair contentedly and took out his mobile phone. It's a pity that it's not a sofa. Thinking of this, Ronan opened the secret door again and put his own single sofa here directly. Sitting on the sofa, Ronan nodded contentedly. The stool also became a footrest, and he nestled into the sofa. The sofa is still comfortable. Ronan hummed comfortably twice, then opened the live broadcast software on his mobile phone, and humbly learned the essentials of dancing from each young lady. "Oh, this one in a short skirt is good, especially this large turn, which is very difficult. And this one, the splits are a bit too standard." It can be seen that he is a dancer. He can definitely show his skills on the bed and on the stage. "Oh, why is there another monk here?" Ronan watched short videos for about half an hour and saw many very experienced female bodhisattvas. Most of them were rich and generous, and there were only a few who were generous but not rich. "Hey, I pay you a salary, not for you to lie here and play. Besides, you even broke one of my speakers. Shouldn't you pay me money?" Just when Ronan was about to immerse himself in the world of the Pink Skull, Tony Stark couldn't stand it anymore. He felt that as a superhero, he had to lend a hand and pull Ronan out of this disgusting world of flowers. Even though he had lived in the world of flowers for more than 10 years, and even quietly withdrew after eating and wiping. "Then you can fire me. Anyway, I didn't ask you to employ me." Ronan turned over and pointed the back of his head at Tony Stark. It would be great if Tony Stark could fire him. With the time for internship here, Ronan might as well go back to Kamataj to read a few more books. It is said that the Ancient One has recently found the basic ancient books again, and Ronan wants to go back and study them as soon as possible. Compared with this meager internship salary, he would rather go back to learn magic. "Isn't it your will if I fire you? Besides, as the chairman of a group, I must be very generous." Tony Stark pulled the stool under Ronan's feet and sat down directly without thinking it was dirty. Ronan glared at him. "Yes, my generous chairman friend, please stay away from me. Don't affect my study." Ronan turned his head and continued to observe the wonderful memories of the female bodhisattvas. "Oh, why is this person still trembling when walking? He must have eaten too much jelly. What you call learning is watching these women dance. If you really want to learn about this, there will be a party tomorrow night. I'll give you the invitation. You can say that you are my personal consultant to the outside world." Tony Stark took out a gilded invitation from his pocket. This one looked very valuable. Ronan's eyes only stayed on the invitation for 30 seconds, and then he smiled disdainfully. "I'm not interested in this kind of party at all. Don't use these things to test my Tau heart." Ronan pressed his face with one hand and turned it to the side of the phone. "Oh no, why are the female bodhisattvas not attractive? Really? It is said that several popular Hollywood female stars will also attend this cocktail party. Those internet celebrities you see, as long as you casually post this invitation letter on the internet, they will flood your private messages. How about it? Consider it." Tony Stark looked at Ronan with a smile. Ronan turned over and sat up, rolling his eyes back at Tony Stark. "Do you think I look like that kind of person? If you have something to say, please tell me quickly. Don't disturb me from immersing myself in the world of the internet." Ronan sighed. He felt that every time he met Tony Stark, something bad would happen. No matter which Tony Stark. "I have news about the Zora you asked me to check yesterday." Tony Stark threw a bomb first. "There is news so soon?" Ronan raised his eyebrows. This time it was a bit beyond his expectations. "Why is it so fast this time? Is it really because you are old?" Ronan raised a very reasonable question. Tony Stark responded to Ronan's very unreasonable rumor with an international friendly gesture. Okay, don't keep me in suspense, just tell me. After I finish, I will take you to the place where I train, so that you can feel what a real wizard is. Ronan was not impatient for the news, he just wanted to take Tony Stark to see the snow mountain. Feel what a real snow mountain is up close. He has no other advantages, just keeping his promises. I can't say it here. And it's not me who tells you, there are other people who know more than me. Tony Stark stood up from his chair. Who? Ronan was a little curious. It's the person who has always wanted to see you. Yesterday you asked me to inquire about this matter, and the first person I thought of was Steve. He has something to find you, and he happens to know something about the person you are looking for, so I set up a temporary situation. Tony Stark shrugged. He felt that he did a good job. Ronan curled his lips. How should I put it? Tony Stark is a little too smart, even smart enough to be annoying. In this way, he not only helped Ronan, but also helped Steve Rogers. He got two favors at once. It can be called a win-win situation. That's right, he won twice by himself. Although he despised Tony Stark's behavior, Ronan didn't say much. After all, this was also asking for help, although it felt like he was at a disadvantage. The two took the elevator upstairs, and Steve Rogers was already sitting on the sofa. Seeing Ronan and Tony Stark walk in from the elevator, he also stood up. Steve, I found the person you're looking for. Looking at Steve Rogers' puzzled look, Tony Stark said with a smile. Steve Rogers looked at Ronan. His eyes were full of suspicion. That guy is so strong. He beat the three of us alone, and killed so many SHIELD, no, Hydra agents. He turned out to be such a young child. Hey, Steve, your look reminds me of a lot. Do you think that the person who once beat you is such a young kid? Ronan looked at Steve Rogers with a smile and stretched out his right hand. Steve Rogers was slightly stunned and also stretched out his right hand and shook hands with Ronan. Nick once said that you can read minds, and I thought it was fake. But today, I always feel that he is not lying. Steve Rogers looked at Ronan as if he was joking. But this joke is more like a test. What kind of mind reading? If I can read minds, I will know the password of Tony's bank card. Ronan smiled and winked at Tony Stark. Tony Stark's hand, which was pouring wine, suddenly stopped. Ronan doesn't need to guess now. He must be thinking about the password of his bank card. But according to his personality, I'm afraid he doesn't know it himself. Well, I must admit that I was really surprised to see you. No, I should say that when I knew that Mr. Fantastic was you, I couldn't believe it. The two sat on the sofa separately, and Steve Rogers' eyes never left Ronan's face. He was too young. Think about yourself. When you were so young, you were still suffering from American bullying in school. If you hadn't joined the army, maybe it's hard to say how your life would be. Forget about this nickname. It's a bit too magical. Just call me Ronan. Ronan was a little helpless about his nickname. At the beginning, it was a person who was rescued by him, who inexplicably said such a nickname, and then it went viral in the United States. On the one hand, he is a superhero who suddenly appeared, and his ability is of magical nature. Therefore, he really has a lot of fans in the United States. There are many people on the internet who admit that they are Mr. Fantastic, but almost all of them have been exposed by the fanatical fans of Mr. Fantastic. There are also many people who publicly challenge Mr. Fantastic on the internet. Of course, these are just eye-catching. I was actually surprised when I first knew he was Mr. Fantastic. He was fooled by him. Tony Stark came over with 3 cups. He handed 2 of the cups of wine to Steve Rogers and himself, and the remaining cup of coffee to Ronan. Minors are prohibited from drinking. I have a good memory. You are just 16 years old. New York law prohibits drinking. So, just drink your coffee. Tony Stark raised his eyebrows at Ronan, and it was obvious that he was doing it on purpose. The so-called laws, in the eyes of people at his level, are actually mostly useless. Especially the laws of the United States. Moreover, although the law prohibits the sale of alcohol to minors, there are always minors who drink secretly. Are you only 16 years old? Steve Rogers was surprised again. Before, he looked at Ronan and thought he was very young, but he was probably around 20 years old. But what he didn't expect was that Ronan was only 16 years old. Still a minor. Yes, but wait another month and you will be 17 years old. Old. Ronan shook his head and said seriously. Steve Rogers and Tony Stark's faces turned black. You are a 17-year-old man, and you actually say that you are old. Then how would you let these two, one in his 40s and one from the 1930s and 1940s, say about themselves? Of course, in terms of physical age, Steve Rogers is still a young man in his 20s. Younger than Tony Stark. Forget it, let's talk about business. Steve, you can tell him again about what you told me before. Tony Stark pointed at Ronan. It seems that the two of them must have discussed something before. How should I tell you? In fact, we don't know you very well. According to Tony, we don't even know your real home address. So, on this basis, my idea may be a little too forced. It must be said that Steve Rogers' great love is indeed working all the time. Of course, the high X statement is the great love, and the low X statement is the low X statement. You can talk about it, if possible. We will exchange information. Tell me everything you know about Zora. Ronan did not refuse outright. After all, it is a foolish thing to refuse before hearing other people's ideas. I have always wanted to create a true superhero league. Not being controlled by the government will reduce a lot of unnecessary troubles. This time, the SHIELD incident made me think a lot. I think we really need an army. An army that truly belongs to superheroes. Steve Rogers expressed his thoughts. Ronan was stunned. Isn't this a replica of the Avengers? To be more precise, it should be the school-like organization they created after they built the Avengers building. Do you mean to break away from SHIELD and not accept government control? Ronan asked subconsciously, because Steve Rogers' idea reminded him of a plot several years later. At that time, the two people sitting here imagining the future had a disagreement over whether to accept government jurisdiction. Well, because once we accept government control, we need to do some unnecessary things. By then, this organization will be just the second SHIELD. Steve Rogers nodded. He was unwilling to be taken over by the government. And it happened that Tony Stark had not been affected by the Sokovia incident at this time, and he was unwilling to be bound. I will be responsible for investment, and Steve will be the organizer. Although I'm very popular, I have to give the old man some work to do. Tony Stark did not forget to flatter himself. In other words, one of these two people is responsible for money, and the other is responsible for recruiting people. Then the brand new Avengers Alliance was born. I roughly understand what you mean. So, you came to me to ask me to do something? Ronan nodded. He roughly understood what Steve Rogers meant. But what does this have to do with him? Actually, I want to invite you to join us. After all, with your ability, you can become the strongest one in our alliance. When I talked about this with Tony before, he said he knew you. So, I want to ask you if you agree with this. Steve Rogers finally stated his purpose. Invite himself to join the Avengers? Hearing this, Ronan was also stunned. He didn't expect Steve Rogers to be so generous. No, it should be said that he is so magnanimous. A person who once defeated him and made SHIELD lose face was also invited by him? Actually, compared to this matter, I want to know more about why you invited me. After all, we had it wasn't so pleasant. Ronan looked at Steve Rogers with a strange face. Could it be that this person really didn't bear grudges? He said it was not so pleasant, which was a very high emotional intelligence statement. After all, not long ago, the two sides had fought to the death. Are they going to form an alliance so soon? Could it be that the adult world does not talk about love and hatred, but only considers interests? We have had some unpleasant experiences, and I must admit that it was our fault at the beginning. But I don't think you are an unreasonable person. During the New York War, you had the opportunity to hide yourself, but you still chose to help us. At least I think you are a person with a sense of justice in your heart. Steve Rogers looked at Ronan, his eyes full of sincerity. At least in Ronan's view, this sincerity is not fake. Of course, after hearing these words, Ronan's weird look became even more serious. Although he knew that he was excellent, handsome, strong, motivated, and had a good personality, he was not used to being praised so suddenly. Although what you said is true, and I also think I have a strong sense of justice. But you invited me so suddenly that I really couldn't react. Ronan scratched his head. He really didn't think about it in this way. Tony Stark on the side rolled his eyes. Hey, I've never seen a more narcissistic person than you in my life. Can you give me a straight answer? Tony Stark's face was full of indignation. How could someone be more shameless than him? I have to think about this matter. After all, there is no benefit in joining you. It is more likely to cause trouble. As for people who are more narcissistic than me, find a mirror and you will see. Chapter 150. Have you lived for hundreds of years? Although Ronan needs to think about joining the Avengers, he doesn't need to think about fighting back against Tony Stark, a narcissist. There are so many narcissists in the world, and Tony Stark must be ranked first. No one is more narcissistic than him. Steve, I have to tell you the truth. It's hard for me to win your request. Although I know that your organization has a good intention, and it also wants to protect the Earth. But, in fact, we also have our responsibilities. Although your organization will soon be disintegrated, and when it is reunited again, a large number of people will have been replaced. It can be said that things are unpredictable. Your responsibilities? I have known you for so long, and I really don't know what you do. Tony Stark on the side also had doubts. Counting it up, he and Ronan have known each other for several months. He still doesn't know who Ronan is. To some extent, our goals are the same, which is to protect the Earth. But the difference is that we are not responsible for the attacks on the Earth by the real dimension, and we will not interfere in the struggles within the Earth. For thousands of years, all of our wizards have done this. Ronan felt that there was no need to hide these things. Anyway, they couldn't understand what he said, and they couldn't get much useful information. Although in some ways, Kamar-Taj would appear in front of the world sooner or later, it was not now after all. Real dimension? What do you mean? Compared to Steve Rogers' bewilderment, Tony Stark could barely understand what it meant. He knew what it meant to understand the word dimension. The so-called real dimension refers to the battles you have experienced before. For example, the Chirrita invasion of the Earth, such as the several world wars on Earth. Also, including the invasion of the Earth by the Dark Elves. We shouldn't have intervened and been responsible. It's just that my teacher reached some deals with Odin, so we helped Thor through the crisis. Ronan gave them a few simple examples. Although these things all have the shadow of Kamar-Taj to some extent. But in general, they are really not responsible for these things. The Battle of New York. Then why did you appear there? Steve Rogers also thought of the Battle of New York not long ago. It was precisely because Ronan suddenly appeared on the battlefield that S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra investigated Ronan. It can be said that everything has cause and effect. Maybe my teacher thinks that you may not be able to handle it. After all, the nuclear bomb appeared in the end. If I was there at the time, maybe Tony would not have to carry the nuclear bomb and go outside the Earth. It would not appear. However, before Ronan finished speaking, he was interrupted by Tony Stark. Okay, we know what the real dimension is. Since you are not responsible for these, what is the Earth you are responsible for protecting? Tony Stark did not want outsiders to know that he suffered from anxiety. How to say it, this is no longer a matter of face. This is obviously a good face and vanity. Of course, this is the real Tony Stark. In the unreal dimension, all enemies who want to invade the Earth are within our responsibility, including Dormammu, who you dreamed of before. The dark dimension he is in has coveted the Earth for hundreds and thousands of years. Of course, there is also the more popular American saying that bad people go to hell and good people go to heaven. I don't know whether heaven exists, but I know that hell does exist. Ronan gave two easy to understand examples again. Of course, Tony Stark understands the former better, and Steve Rogers can understand the latter. This is Ronan's art of speaking. He doesn't want to waste his words to explain many times. Hell, hearing this word again, I still feel a little cold in my heart. There is no heaven, only hell. Do good people have to go to hell after they die? Tony Stark sighed. This is the second time he has heard about hell. If Ronan hadn't told him, he might not be sure of this kind of thing. Even when Tony Stark rushed into the portal with a nuclear bomb during the New York War, he thought of one thing. He saved so many people, so he should be able to go to heaven after death, right? But now, the dream is over. Is there really a hell in the world? Steve Rogers seemed to have thought of something. In his opinion, People like him with blood on their hands will definitely go to hell after death, right? Yes, the demons in myths also exist. For example, Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. Although I haven't seen him, I have seen many other demons. Ronan smiled. It was that time when the timeline of the Time Management Bureau was disordered, which led to the invasion of the Earth by the demons in hell. At that time, Ronan saw demons of various species. So, many strange events are actually what you call attacks from unreal dimensions. For example, the ghosts in horror stories, and some legends. Are they actually real? Tony Stark thought of these topics. Before he and Ronan didn't know each other, he also investigated a lot of information about mysticism. In many books, some legends and supernatural stories are related to mysticism, including the story Tony Stark saw before. Thinking of this, Tony Stark suddenly stood up from the sofa. His action made Steve Rogers alert instantly. Of course, a second later, Steve Rogers also relaxed. Tony, what are you doing? Steve Rogers frowned. As a more calm old generation, he looked down on such startling actions. This would give people a very impetuous feeling. I have read in some books that witches were tried in the Middle Ages. There was a man in a yellow robe who saved several young women who were about to be sent to the stake. One of them was a literate woman who recorded her experience and passed it down to future generations. At that time, it was considered a legend or a forgery. Tony Stark looked at Ronan and began to mutter to himself. Steve Rogers, who was standing aside, didn't understand what he was saying at all. Tony, what do you mean by this? Steve Rogers frowned. You don't know. When I first met him, he was wearing a yellow robe. That yellow robe is exactly the same as the one described in the book. Tony Stark finally told the reason for his surprise. He had even forgotten about it before. However, when Ronan mentioned it today, he suddenly remembered it. This is impossible. How can a person live that long? Steve Rogers subconsciously denied this answer. But soon, they both looked at Ronan, who was sitting on the sofa. Ronan just looked at them with a smile and didn't rush to answer the question. That yellow robed man, it can't be you? Could it be that you have lived for 300 or 400 years? Steve Rogers swallowed his saliva. Can't someone really live that long? What do you think? Maybe under the skin of this young man in front of you, there lives the soul of an old monster, who knows? Ronan raised his eyebrows. His words immediately made Steve Rogers and Tony Stark's hair stand on end. Did he admit it? Seeing the two people showing such a look, Ronan finally couldn't help laughing out loud. I say, you are too naive. How could someone live that long? Those are just legends. Although that person does exist, he was a wizard among us hundreds of years ago. There is no such thing as a person living for hundreds of years. Ronan laughed. However, Steve Rogers and Tony Stark did not laugh. They always felt that Ronan was lying to them. In fact, Ronan was not telling the truth, because the man in the yellow robe was none other than his teacher, the Ancient One. Although the Ancient One did not tell him these things, according to the time, that person was undoubtedly the Ancient One. After all, the Ancient One was fleecing the Dark Dimension and making Dormammu incompetent and furious for so many years. Okay, don't worry. I won't lie to you about this. If our wizards had that kind of longevity, I'm afraid they would have split into different forces and roles like humans. You can't be ignorant of the wizards' affairs. Ronan made up an excuse to comfort their hearts. Hearing this, the two extremely nervous superheroes slowly relaxed. Yes, how can anyone live that long? Even if it was Steve Rogers himself, if he had lived according to the normal trajectory, he would be close to 100 years old now. It is a very rare case that he can see the new century and still be alive and kicking. Normal humans can hardly replicate it. Well, it seems that we are indeed too suspicious. Tony Stark sat down on the sofa and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Ronan really told him that he was the old monster who had lived for hundreds of years, I'm afraid his worldview would collapse. Although they have seen aliens like Thor who can live for 5,000 years, they have never seen an Earthling who can live for hundreds of years. Thor is an alien, and their lifespan is long, which is still within their understanding. But as a human being, if Ronan can live for hundreds of years, it would be too, not a human. But what Tony said can also be used as evidence. Let me give you an example. The Great Fire of London in 1666 was actually the evidence of mild predecessors against Dormammu. That was also the first time Dormammu had an idea about the earth. Ronan almost bit his tongue. After all, it was his teacher Ancient One who did it. In order to change the words, he could only say that it was the old predecessors. Okay, don't give me any more examples. I'm really worried that you will suddenly say that Einstein and others are also your wizards. Tony Stark waved his hands repeatedly, signaling Ronan not to say these anymore. If Ronan told him that the current human technology and things that change the world all come from their wizards, then he would really collapse. That's impossible. Einstein and others have nothing to do with us. Of course, whether they are aliens like Thor, I don't know. After all, some of their inventions are epoch-making. Ronan shrugged. Anyway, he had no evidence to prove these. Tony Stark looked painful, and he didn't want to continue communicating with Ronan. He was afraid that his worldview would explode. Okay, now we roughly understand what you and your companions do. Let's get back to the topic. I heard Tony say before that you were looking for Zora. Can I ask why? Steve Rogers also changed the subject. Although he didn't understand science, he knew that it was meaningless to continue talking like this. Why, I can tell you, but before that, I want to ask you a question. I heard Tony say that before S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra were destroyed, you once captured a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Sitwell, right? Ronan narrowed his eyes. He still remembered that Sitwell had been killed by himself at that time. If the plot developed according to the development, Steve Rogers would never have been able to catch Sitwell and hear the news about Zora from him. But now, Zora has been eliminated. So, Ronan wanted to know what happened in the middle. It was Sitwell, the person you killed. And I also want to know, did you really kill him at that time? Steve Rogers' face also became serious. Hearing this, Tony Stark, who was originally in some pain, also perked up. There might be something he didn't know. If the pulse stops in the physical sense and the heart is crushed, it is considered death. Then I did kill him. Ronan leaned back on the sofa and took a sip of coffee. He used this method to deal with Sitwell at that time. Hearing this, Steve Rogers couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then the one I met was also a living Sitwell. Not only is he not dead, but he is even stronger than before. If it weren't for the scar on his chest, I really think he has never been injured. Steve Rogers exhaled lightly, and his words made Tony Stark's brain appear a new concept. The dead are resurrected. You mean, S.H.I.E.L.D. has mastered it? No, it should be said that Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. have mastered a technology that can resurrect the dead. Tony Stark couldn't remember how many times he was surprised today. Steve Rogers nodded. He had just confirmed this. Ronan was not surprised at all. On the one hand, he had known about this technology for a long time, and on the other hand, Phil Coulson had been hanging around in front of him for a long time. Ronan was more interested in other things. I'm more curious about when you caught Sitwell and forced him to tell you about Zora. Did he give a few examples of threats to Hydra? Who were those examples? Ronan asked his own question. Because of his existence, there was no Doctor Strange in this world. He was sure of this. So, would Zora change because of this? Threatening examples. I remember that he said that there were me, a host, a deputy minister, and a student. Of course, there was also Bruce Banner. And the last one, the Supreme Being, who I had never heard of. Steve Rogers recalled the scene at that time. It seems that the super soldier serum brought him not only physical enhancement, but also memory enhancement. The Supreme Being? Ronan sighed. In fact, the Supreme Master is the Supreme Sorcerer that Ronan often talks about, but the title is a little different. The difference is that the Supreme Sorcerer is a position, and anyone who rules Kamataj will be given this title. And the Supreme Master, in a sense, is a little different. But Ronan couldn't tell the specific difference. It seems that only those who are particularly powerful among the Supreme Sorcerers can be called the Supreme Master. Of course, this is also Ronan's own guess, and the Ancient One never told him. And the Ancient One is also called the Supreme Master. Do you know this Supreme Master? Steve Rogers asked, because he saw Ronan's thoughtful expression. Ronan nodded and said, I know, but I'm sorry I can't tell you who she is. But what I can say is that she is not our enemy. In fact, Ronan still revealed a little here. After all, his statement is different from hers. Steve Rogers also nodded and did not continue to ask, "Isn't there me in this? Am I not a threat at all?" Tony Stark on the side was a little dissatisfied at this time. Why are there Steve Rogers, Bruce Banner, and even some hosts, but there is no name of Tony Stark? He may not be able to beat Bruce Banner, but Tony Stark feels that he has absolutely no problem with the other people. When you don't wear the iron armor, you are just a little weak chicken. So he is right to think you are not a threat. Ronan glanced at Tony Stark. Without the iron armor, Tony Stark is at most a middle-aged man who can fight a little. And he is the kind of person who has been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. Tony Stark immediately glared at Ronan. The folder must be created immediately, and the anti-mage armor must be put on the agenda. The reason why I'm looking for Zora is also very simple. That is, he has affected the safety of the Earth in some circumstances. It's the kind of safety I am talking about. So, I must destroy it forever. If Ronan didn't have such a strong hostility towards it before, but this time, when he returned from the 616 universe, his hostility towards Zora was infinitely increasing. What he didn't expect was that Zora could actually use certain methods to communicate with people in parallel universes. Even though Winnie might have left it a beacon or something like that. But this was something Ronan could not tolerate. But Zora was destroyed by me at that time. Will those dangers still exist? Steve Rogers felt that he had destroyed Zora. But Ronan shook his head. You can ask Tony whether there is a possibility of backup for artificial intelligence of that level. Ronan looked at Tony Stark. Normally, I have created many artificial intelligences like Jarvis. But Jarvis is the one I'm most satisfied with so far. Of course, the Zora you are talking about is not the same as Jarvis. A person who uploaded his consciousness to the cyber world decades ago. I think it is normal for him to have a backup. After all, with so many years of scientific development, there will always be new ways. And Hydra, I'm afraid they don't want Zora to be destroyed so easily. Tony Stark also thought of his own Jarvis. Compared to Zora, there is no doubt that Jarvis is still far behind. Although both are called artificial intelligence, one is created by humans, while the other has human thinking. Okay, but I don't know that much information about Zora. Most of it is some information about Hydra. Natasha knows these ideas and products better than me. I asked him to pass it to Tony or to one of your email addresses. Steve Rogers did not ask any more questions. He expressed his sincerity first. Give it to Tony. Emails are not safe. Ronan thought about it and did not choose to receive it himself. Giving it to Tony Stark can guarantee absolute safety. Tony Stark also nodded. He was also curious about the information, so he was willing to act as a free transit station. So Steve, why did you find me through Tony? You can't really want to invite me to join the Avengers, right? Ronan also began to ask Steve Rogers about his purpose. After all, what they talked about before, no matter from which aspect, did not seem to be his real purpose. In fact, inviting you to join the Avengers was just a whim. I actually have a question for you. I saw such a document when I was looking through some Hydra materials. Steve Rogers put a report on the table. The content of the report is also very simple. When Hydra was investigating the Cosmic Cube and the whereabouts of Loki, they accidentally met Ronan. No, it should be called Mr. Fantastic. In this report, the descriptions of those nomads were profiled. And the nomads said that the person who appeared with Loki, they couldn't see the face clearly, but they asked in detail about the height, clothing, and body shape. The conclusion drawn in the end was very similar to Mr. Fantastic. Of course, in this report, it only compared those who appeared in the New York War at that time. Among them, only Mr. Fantastic fits the most. What I want to ask is, did you really take the Cosmic Cube? It's over. 3 friends around me came at once today, and one of them had dinner with me 2 days ago. I'm sitting in front of the computer now, waiting to see if I will have any symptoms. It's only been 1 day, and there are no symptoms for the time being. Let's see tomorrow. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.